The story begins on a gloomy night in Yenkin. In a room, someone sitting down asked the person below them, "Are you ready?" The person kneeling below is Yenkin's #1 beauty, Hong Tu Quinn. Facing the question, she replied softly, "Though this daughter must leave father and marry into a vassal state, my heart will always be by your side. Father, you took Quinn Ni in when she had nowhere to go. It will be difficult to repay this debt in this lifetime." The other person continued, "To Quinn, your father has wronged you. Such an understanding and filial daughter, yet you must marry so far away." To Quinn smiled, "Although my betrothed is Lord Tien Tuong, he is ultimately the only son of the Long Shuyan, the Jia, the wealthiest in the land. After this daughter becomes the matriarch of the Long Shuyan, the Jia, if I can be of even the slightest help to Father Quinn, Ni will be content." The old man nodded in satisfaction. "That you think this way brings your adoptive father great comfort. The betrothal gifts from the Long Suyen, the Jia, will arrive in a few days. You should also prepare to depart for the vassal state." Tu Quinn then stood up to leave. This daughter takes her leave. Waiting until the door closed, the old man let out a triumphant laugh. "Ah, Tu Quinn, you are merely the bait I have set out bait to seize that thing among the betrothal gifts. Now I will finally become invincible under the heavens and rule the martial world. I have searched for 1,000 years. That thing must become mine." The scene changes to a forest where the procession of betrothal gifts is currently moving through. Just then someone was blocking the road ahead. Seeing the person, the expressions of the carriage drivers immediately tensed up. The person scratched their head and spoke. "It seems you all recognize who I am, right? Then there's no need to waste any more time. Hand over everything of value to me now." The news was then relayed back to the vassal state. The head of the Long Suyen, the Jia Long Trak Kim, asked in disbelief what Tien Tuong ran away. The butler Fong Tu Luong replied, "Yes, sir. He robbed the entire procession of betrothal gifts that was sent to Back Kin." Long Trak Kim sat there and sighed helplessly. "That brat is determined to leave home. First, send someone to inform Lord Jia that the wedding cannot proceed on schedule, and also send compensation equal to the value of the betrothal gifts." Tu Luong hesitated, but it's not easy to find such a well-born young lady from a prestigious family. Before he could finish, Long Trak Kim cut him off. "We don't even know when that brat will return, so how can we hold a wedding? You are dismissed." The butler had no more objections and immediately bowed to accept the order. The family head sat there thinking helplessly, "I thought that after the wedding, he might settle down a bit. It seems I have truly spoiled him too much." Thinking this, he called out to someone Fong. Immediately a person appeared kneeling before him. "Vupong of Puang Tien Dao greets the master." The family head ordered him, "You heard, didn't you? Go and bring him back. If you cannot bring that rebellious brat back within 3 years, then you and Puang Tien Dao will no longer need to exist." Hearing this, Vu Fong couldn't hide the shock on his face. "My lord, are you going to tear up the 1,000-year pact with Puang Tien Dao over this?" The family head stood and shouted, "Enough noise! If you want to keep the 1,000-year pact, then use any means necessary to find that brat for me." Vu Fong had no other choice but to agree. "Understood. This servant will bring the young master back to you within 5 days." The family head reminded him, "Tien Tuong took enough money to buy an entire city. Be careful not to be reckless." Vu Fong replied seriously, "The very survival of Puang Tien Dao is at stake. This servant will not dare to be reckless. I will absolutely not fail this mission." After speaking, he turned into a gust of wind and disappeared from the place. The family head pondered to himself, "Even with all that money, the martial world is still fraught with danger. I wonder if that brat can handle it. Perhaps it would be better to send Tan Nuye. If it were Tan Nuye, I'm afraid it would take a month to bring him back." A year passed in the blink of an eye. The streets were bustling with people. A waiter greeted a young man. "How do you find this place, sir? This is the best inn in Tai Anpu." The young man looked displeased and criticized. "Too cramped, too crude, too run down, too awful." The waiter stood to the side, listening to his complaints, and although he was trembling with anger, he didn't know what to do. "It's terrible, but I have to endure it. Just by showing this young master the way, the tip will be more than what I earn in a whole year." He appeared a year ago, like a comet. This big spender is called Young Master Long. When will I get another chance like this? The young man sat at a table, put his feet up, and said, "What are you thinking about? Let me order. This young master is here for the first time and doesn't know what to eat, so bring me one of every dish." The The waiter nodded profusely, thinking to himself, a single bowl here is enough to feed a family of 5 for a whole month. The young man then turned his head to glance to the side. Not far away at another table, another customer was sitting. He observed the person, thinking to himself, he's wearing a monk's robe but his hair is still long, and he even ordered wine and meat. At the same time, a few other customers noticed the nuns and started talking. Looks like those nuns are doing pretty well for themselves these days, eating and drinking in such an expensive place. Maybe we should shave our heads and become monks too. If we could have beautiful nuns like that by our side, it would be paradise. Just as the young man stood up about to do something, the waiter came over to stop him. Young master, please don't get involved. Those are people from the martial world, the renowned 8 great disciples of the Dong Puang Kiem Kak. Hearing this, the young man sat back down and laughed. Have you forgotten who I am? I am the great young master Long of the Long Suyen the Jia. The waiter continued, but people from the martial world aren't the kind you can just get rid of with money. The young man smiled confidently. Is there anything in this world that money can't solve? The waiter sighed helplessly to himself. There was no reasoning with this ignorant young master who didn't understand the ways of the world, lest he bring trouble upon himself. He then turned and walked away. Over on the other side, one of the 2 men was suddenly hit by a thrown plate, causing him to spit blood. The other one stood up angrily and shouted, "Who did that?" Elsewhere, a young woman covered her mouth, snickering. It seemed she was the one responsible. The large man angrily drew his sword and pointed it at her. So it was you. You little brat, you dare to mess with us from the Dong Puang Kiem Kak. After speaking, he charged towards the woman, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. She managed to lean back and dodge the blade, but a lock of her hair was cut off. To be more precise, Long Kong Tu had appeared blocking the opponent's blade with his hand. The large man was stunned. He dodged it. Long Kong Tu stood there and said calmly, "My family has a lot of gold and silver, so I've consumed many great tonics since I was a child." The other large man also charged forward. So you 2 are accomplices. Faced with this scene, the corners of Long Kong Tu's mouth lifted into a smirk, showing no fear. A tremor then emanated from the area. It's unclear how the fight went, but in the blink of an eye, the large man was sent tumbling to the ground. The waiter returned to witness this scene and couldn't help but break out in a sweat. How is this possible? Long Kong Tu laughed coldly. Didn't I already say it? There's nothing in this world that money can't solve. The scene shifts to Tui Ngok Tan in a vassal state. A fly was buzzing in the wind when suddenly something flashed by, severing its wings. Seeing the person next to him cut off the fly's wings with his spear tip, the guard praised him. Your energy is truly abundant. The other person blew on his spear tip and replied, just standing here so stiffly is really uncomfortable. It's been a year since we came here. Forget intruders, we haven't even seen an ant. The large man B laughed. This just shows that this place strikes fear into the hearts of all who see it. The young man sighed. The young master has also been away from home for a year. I wonder if he's died miserably on some street corner. The large man was startled. How do you know that? How do you know the young master isn't in the city? The family head issued a gag order on this matter. The young man raised his spear proudly and replied, It's thanks to my spear and my keen eyes that I was promoted to guard. The large man reminded him, Don't go showing off everywhere. You've never met the young master, so how can you be so sure he couldn't withstand a single blow? The young man replied nonchalantly, You don't need to meet a rich young master to know what they're like. Besides, who in all of Thuk doesn't know that the young master is lazy and a loafer? The family head wanted the young master to take a great martial arts hero as his master, but he insisted on running away. Of the great heroes who came to accept him as a disciple, 8 or 9 out of 10 never even got to see his face. So even if he found a secret martial arts manual, the young master definitely wouldn't train diligently. Nor would he dare to consume those extremely painful pills with unknown effects to increase his internal energy. After listening to him for a while, the large man nodded. What you say makes sense. Then tomorrow, I'll have a set of the finest silk clothes tailored for you, and have you take a trip to Hapkok over in Ngok Suyen. How about it? The young man was terrified. Hey, that's taking the joke too far. Ngok Suyen is full of bandits, mountain robbers, and countless beggars. How could I go there wearing silk? The young man waved his hand and sighed. Risk my life for a set of silk clothes. It's really not worth it. The large man smiled. Is that so? A single set of silk clothes is already that dangerous. A young master as rich as the national treasury has lived for 20 years. What do you think that's like? Hearing this, the young man fell into deep thought. After a long moment, he replied, "Then a young master that rich must have many guards." The large man continued, "And it's not like guards of wealthy families turning into bandits or kidnappers is a rare occurrence." Hearing this, the young man's face suddenly turned pale. The scene shifts back to the tavern. After dealing with that man, Long Kong Tu casually walked back towards his table. Seeing him turn his back, the remaining man seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. But just as his blade was about to strike Long Kong Tu's figure, suddenly vanished on the spot. This terrified him beyond belief. Long Kong Tu had suddenly appeared behind him. He hated being ambushed from behind more than anything. No one saw how he moved. All they heard was the opponent's terrified scream before he fell to his knees, clutching his nose. Long Kong Tu ordered the waiter, "Get someone to drag this guy out. I'll spare his life, so hurry up and take him away." The two youths helped each other up, but not without making a threat before they left. "I was just too drunk earlier. If you're not afraid to die, come to Quan Huang Mon at the third watch tonight." After hearing this, Long Kong Tu burst out laughing. "I'll be there. But you two alone are no match for me at all. You might as well bring your swordmaster with you." After taunting them, he excitedly headed inside. That could be an interesting encounter. But when he looked again, the two women from earlier were gone. The waiter came over to report, "Those two just left, sir." Long Kong Tu sighed, annoyed. "I saw. So where is this Quan Huang Mon?" The waiter's face filled with horror. "Young master, you're really going to go. I may have seen your skills, but you can't be careless. Even if they are a righteous sect, there's no guarantee they won't use poison or hidden weapons." Long Kong Tu replied nonchalantly, "The first time I was poisoned, I was 3 years old. The one who poisoned me was my paternal uncle." The waiter obviously didn't believe him, waving his hands frantically. "Young master, you're joking." Long Kong Tu laughed cheerfully. "Exactly. No one ever believes it when I tell them." Night falls on the edge of the forest. Seriously, am I so bored that I'd rather meet these worthless guys than sleep? I really must have too much time on my hands. As he was moving, he suddenly sensed something and stopped in his tracks. Just then, a few lanterns appeared up ahead. Triu Kong Min sat before a table of wine and meat along with a musical instrument. In the blink of an eye, Long Kong Tu appeared in front of the man. "Though I haven't traveled the entire world, I'm sure no one under the heavens is more persistent than you." Kong Min smiled and poured some wine. "There's still another hour until your scheduled meeting. Would you care for a drink?" Long Kong Tu sighed, obviously annoyed. "Don't you get tired? You've been following me like this, popping in and out of sight for over 4 months now." After saying that, he lifted the cup and drained it in one gulp. Then he slammed the cup on the table and snarled, "I've told you many times already, I have no interest in your family's feuds or revenge." Kong Min remained calm and smiled. "If you want to build up your forces, I will be your strategist. If you travel the martial world alone, I will be your shadow." Long Kong Tu let out a sarcastic sigh. "Thanks, you're really a pillar of support. Say I have to face the top master of the demonic sect, the Sich Huyat Ma de la Hao Dan. But you only know lightness techniques and not a single fighting move, so how exactly would you help me?" Kong Min replied calmly, "I may not even know third-rate martial arts, but I can help you rule the world." Long Kong Tu refused outright. "I'm not interested. To me, practicing martial arts is purely for self-defense. I've never considered using it for anything else." Kong Min continued, "You may have been born a martial arts prodigy, but your prowess is limited to Tui Ngok Tan. Once you leave Tui Ngok Tan, how long will your skills be able to protect you? I am not asking you to answer me immediately. I will be in the western regions for a year. You can give me your answer when I return. It's not too late." Long Kong Tu replied, "Even a year from now, my answer will still be." Before he could finish, the other man dissolved into a gust of wind and disappeared. Long Kong Tu's face fell. That lightness skill of his is truly supernatural. Just then he noticed a book on the table. It is said that the Sich Huyet Mado wiped out 762 members of the Triu clan for this ancient manual. If word gets out that it's in my possession— At this thought, his expression soured. That damn fox. It seems I've fallen for his trap. The title of the book was Han Tien Nat Nguyet Fo. Long Kong Tu had no other choice but to tuck it into his robes. It's as if he understands me completely. Doesn't he think I might sell this thing to La Hao Dan? He then leaped up and continued on his way. Long after he had left, Kong Min reappeared at the table. "I know your ability to collect treasures is no less impressive than your ability to spend money. Furthermore, you would never allow the On Tien Nut Nunguyet Fo to fall into the hands of a man like La Hao Dan, unleashing a river of blood upon the martial world. Despite your wild and unruly appearance, you are kind at heart. It's just that your kind heart will lead both you and Tui Ngok Tan to ruin. Meanwhile, Long Gongzi was still moving frantically. Even the wolf's howl is filled with internal energy. It seems the rumors were true after all. He recalled the waiter's warning. The Quan Huang Man region has treacherous mountain terrain where not only troublemakers from the martial world hide, but also many other hidden masters and countless 100-year-old spirit creatures. After traveling for some time, Long Gongzi finally arrived. Before him was a gruesome battlefield littered with corpses. He examined the bodies deep in thought. A disciple of Kiem Ton. Was he ambushed when he let his guard down? The wounds looked like they were caused by a wild beast, but they were clearly made by a weapon like the Lang Nha Chao. To have such a refined appearance yet use such a strange weapon. Just as he said that a woman emerged from the bushes, I am not the killer. Long Gongzi slowly stood up. In a flash, he appeared behind her. So, is your appearance here merely a coincidence, miss? The woman explained, Of course it's not a coincidence. I had to leave for a while during the day. When I returned, I heard you were going to fight them at Quan Huang Man, so I came to help. After all, I am partly responsible for this. The young man corrected her. Don't just call me Gongzi. I am Long Tien Tuong, also known recently as the Great Than Tai Long Gongzi. The woman's eyes widened in realization. So you are the Long Gongzi. My name is Thuong Quan Tin Tin. In the Jianghu, they call me Lin Ba Yu Tin. Thien Tuong asked, Then who do you think is the culprit? Tin Tin's expression immediately turned grim upon hearing this. She recalled what happened earlier when she first arrived. There they are. Those despicable bastards really brought a crowd. The two young men who had been beaten up were now shouting in anger. We can't forgive that little thief. He dared to ambush us while we were drunk. I'm going to beat him until he's on his knees begging for mercy. Just then, another person walked up and asked, What if he doesn't show up? With fierce expressions, the two men replied, What else? We'll spread the word that he's a coward who didn't dare to show his face after sneak attacking us, so he'll live in shame forever. This region has its own martial world rules, which gives us an excuse to grab that old man and the girl with him and teach them a lesson. The rest of the crowd chimed in. When you teach them a lesson, don't forget us. We specialize in teaching little brats a lesson. Hiding nearby, Tin Tin grew angrier as she listened. These guys were unbearable. At that moment, she sensed the presence of a powerful master. An old man approached the group and said, You juniors, instead of cultivating to increase your internal energy, you dare try to steal the inner core of a spirit beast that I have claimed. The terrified crowd hurriedly backed away from him. Who are you? He didn't answer and simply drew his Lang Nha Chao. Seeing the weapon, the crowd recognized him as Tien Long Huyet Ma Kuk Tuong. But with just a gentle wave of his hand, he left them all covered in blood. The price for your transgression is your lives. After hearing Tin Tin's story, Tien Tuong realized what happened. So they were mistaken for people trying to steal a spirit beast's inner core and killed by a master who's been secluded for 50 years. A bunch of martial arts abusers killed by one of their own kind, huh? Tin Tin continued, Although this is not a good outcome, it proves your noble deed, sir. Please leave this mountain at once, because Tien Long Huyet Ma is not the only one here who desires the spirit beast's inner core. Tien Tuong glanced at her dubiously. A noble deed. What are you talking about? Tin Tin replied in confusion. Sir, you knew it was a trap, but still came. Wasn't it to teach those scoundrels a lesson and restore discipline to the martial world? Tien Tuong replied indifferently, I just came to collect my money. That group skipped out on their bill, so I had to front the cash for the tavern. Tin Tin was shocked by his answer. Judging by your attire, sir, you don't seem to be in need of money. You would risk death for such a small sum. Tien Tuong snapped his fingers and smiled. I may spend money freely, but I refuse to waste a single coin. Tin Tin tried to reason with him. Didn't you hear me? That group ended up like this because they were mistaken for people trying to steal a spirit beast's inner core. Furthermore, that spirit beast is a 1,000-year-old wolf. Not even the greatest martial arts masters can control it. It's bigger than a house it can fly, and it breathes fire. Upon hearing that, Tien Tuong burst out laughing. They can't even handle a big mutt, and now they're making up stories like that. Since I can't get my money back anyway, I might as well go and see this dog that's bigger than a house. Tin Tin was alarmed, sir. You saw the fate of Kiem Tan's disciple. You still want to go. Thien Tuong ignored her and asked, "Do you know where this dog is?" Miss Tin Tin hesitated. "I do, but sir, didn't you hear a word I said?" The scene shifts to a mountain where a white wolf makes its den. As it came out, the crowd outside grew excited. "It's the white wolf. Everyone, let's get it." The white wolf was instantly surrounded by the group, but in the next moment, it sent them all flying. Meanwhile, someone was watching from the mountain peak. It was Thien Tuong and Tin Tin. He frowned as he watched, exclaiming, "So it turns out they're not after the spirit beast's inner core, but the Huyat thatch it swallowed." Tin Tin asked quizzically, "Huyat thatch, what is that?" Thien Tuong explained, "If you swallow it, you will attain the Tai Duong Chi, and your internal energy will grow continuously. It's considered a divine object created by nature. It's certainly something to covet. We have to get our hands on it before a master like Thien Lang Huyat Ma gets involved." Seeing Thien Tuong jump down, Tin Tin was startled. "Young master, where are you going?" Thien Tuong calmly replied, "I am going hunting." He then accelerated and shot downwards. Down below, both the people and the beast had now noticed his presence. Very quickly, he landed in the middle of the entire scene like a thunderbolt. Then he announced with extreme confidence, "The bloodstone of the Bok Lang belongs to me." Both sides were baffled by his appearance and his words. What an arrogant, boastful brat. Inner cores may differ, but death does not play favorites. Thien Tuong paid them no mind, tossing a small bag of some sort in front of the Bok Lang. As soon as it saw the object, it immediately turned and fled into its cave. Thien Tuong smiled and thought to himself, as expected wolves or canines, "This dog-repelling powder still works on it." Seeing this, the crowd grew agitated. "The Bok Lang is returning to its cave. Damn it! It took us so much effort to lure it out. Kill that meddling bastard first, then we'll figure it out." On the mountaintop, Tin Tin observed terrified. "Oh heavens, what on earth is young Master Long thinking? Even with his extraordinary martial arts, facing so many people alone will surely be difficult." Down below, Thien Tuong took out a firebomb and threw it towards the crowd. The moment the crowd saw the firebomb, they panicked and scattered in all directions. But after a moment, the firebomb neither exploded nor ignited, and then it fizzled out. The whole group was confused by this. Was it a dud? Firearms have been absent from the martial world for nearly 10 years. How could one appear here? And where did that kid go? Just then, someone pointed at the cave and shouted, "Over there, he's right at the entrance to the Bok Lang's cave." Everyone charge and stop him. But before they could even catch up, the cave entrance was sealed shut by falling rocks and dirt. Seeing this, the group cursed angrily. "That moron! He actually blocked the cave entrance to get himself killed. If we attack and weaken the Bok Lang, won't he just swoop in and take the prize?" The group then began cursing as they worked furiously to break through the rocks. Inside, Thien Tuong thought to himself, "It will take them some time to break through the entrance. By then, I will already be done." At this point, he waved his hand and threw something which immediately lit up. At the same time, the Bok Lang also leaped towards him. Without a hint of fear, Thien Tuong thrust his hand straight into its mouth. Following that, he flung it away. The Bok Lang did not give up, biting down hard on his arm. Thien Tuong spoke to it with a sigh. "You are probably not hungry. You just seem very angry, becoming a target for attack, just because you swallowed the bloodstone. Just like me, born with a silver spoon, only to suffer torment for it." His words indeed managed to calm the Bok Lang, and it released his arm. He continued to stroke it with empathy. "You can read my mind. You truly are a spirit beast," he thought to himself. But even for a spirit beast, swallowing a bloodstone must be incredibly painful. The bloodstone sprouts moving from one living being to another. It is a spiritual medicine that has gone through countless cycles of rebirth and years of growth. A body that possesses the bloodstone will transform into a body of pure yang, absorbing the natural spiritual energy from all around and converting it into internal power. But because of this bloodstone, the yang energy in the body will surge uncontrollably. Without practicing an internal cultivation method to suppress it, one would suffer the agony of being burned by hellfire, let alone a wild beast like this. Even if it is not killed by the people trying to steal its inner core, living with the bloodstone in its body is excruciatingly painful, but it cannot be forcibly removed either. But to his surprise, the Bok Lang voluntarily coughed up the bloodstone. At the same time, the stone barrier outside had been breached. It seemed that they were about to succeed. He did not hesitate again, pointing his finger to deliver another powerful blow to the stone barrier. At the same time, Thien Tuong also walked out from inside holding the bloodstone. "The great young Master Long has defeated the Bok Lang and taken the bloodstone, so you should all retreat. The crowd was completely stunned by the sight. That is the Bak Lang's bloodstone. He really got the bloodstone. Right in front of everyone, Tien Tuong swallowed the bloodstone. Sweat immediately poured down his face as if he had swallowed a hot coal. The angry crowd rushed forward all at once. The bloodstone cannot be absorbed immediately, so they could get it back by cutting his stomach open. Brothers charge and get the bloodstone back. Tien Tuong stood there thinking to himself, even the beggars of the Kai Bang sect only eat scraps people leave behind. They would never steal something someone has already swallowed. He then went on the offensive and fought back. He fought his way through the encirclement, showing no signs of weakness. His strength made the crowd even more anxious. Meanwhile, veins were bulging on Tien Tuong's face. For a moment, both sides were locked in a stalemate, and the fighting stopped. Tien Tuong stood there panting, thinking to himself, damn it, maybe swallowing the bloodstone was a bad idea. Just then, a large figure appeared behind him. You little brat, you dare take my bloodstone. A childhood memory surfaced in Tien Tuong's mind. This was the nursemaid who raised him, and this was his personal guard. If you come with us quietly, we might let you live. And now, a tall, imposing figure stood behind him. He turned his head to glare at his opponent. I really hate people sneaking up behind me. As if soaring on wings through 1,000 layers of waves, Devuong in third form Vu Hoa Tien Shich Lang. This attack forced his opponent to retreat. Tien Tuong did not stop pressing the attack. He rained down palm strikes on his opponent, reinforced by a fist style as unyielding as steel. The Chin Gia Chi Quien was like a red-hot weapon blazing with ferocious energy. With a single punch, the ground trembled and dust filled the air. He did not stop there, immediately using the sixth form of Kim Kang Tiet Tu Kong Hoa Tree. His expression was tense as he thought to himself, although he had just swallowed the bloodstone, his blood energy was in turmoil. But not a single one of his attacks had struck a vital point. His opponent finally drew his weapon. Did you steal my treasure just to dust off my clothes for me? This is absolutely unforgivable. With that, he swung his arm and launched an attack. Tien Tuong stood his ground, blocking with all his might. Even so, the shockwave sent him skidding backward across the ground. At the same time, blood spurted from several of his wounds. He thought with a tense sigh, damn it, I want to escape, but my path is blocked. But the most confusing part is, why did Tien Lang Huyet Ma, who is so determined to get the Bak Lang, only show up now? The wounds on his body are not from me. He must have rushed here right after a bloody fight with someone else. In other words, there is another master on this mountain who can stand up to Tien Lang Huyet Ma. Long story short, I need to get out of here fast. On the mountaintop, Tin Tin was worried sick. I told him not to go. Looks like I have to go down and help. Just then a hand on her shoulder stopped her. Tin Tin turned to see her grandfather. He advised her, even if you go down there, you won't be any help. Tin Tin asked, then why do not you go help him, Grandpa? The old man sighed. Unfortunately, I cannot reveal myself to the martial world just yet. Let's wait and see. That boy's will has not been broken yet. He narrowed his eyes deep in thought. Besides, what is this kid's background? He has a treasure only a Kai Bang elder should possess, and also some kind of firearm. Down below, Tien Tuong was still being completely overwhelmed by Tien Lang Huyet Ma. The crowd of onlookers discussed nervously. What do we do now? Should we just give up on the Bak Lang's inner core? What do you mean, give up rushing in? There is just asking to die. Let's just wait. We might still get a chance. It seems the power from the inner core is truly immense. He has actually managed to last this many rounds against Tien Lang Huyet Ma. Swallowing an inner core without any preparation, it is a wonder he has not died from the energy backlash, let alone suffered chi deviation. Meanwhile, Tien Tuong was clearly growing more exhausted and looked like he could not hold out much longer. Even with calm Li Thun Kong, he could not control the spiritual energy of the bloodstone. He once again recalled his father's teachings from his childhood. From ancient times to the present, the fate of an emperor is decided by heaven, but the fate of a god of wealth is one you forge yourself. You must learn to use one part of what you have to gain two parts from your opponent. That is the beginning of becoming a god of wealth. You must remember this. Recalling this lesson, a thought sparked in his mind. If I use the Han Tien Not Nguyet Fo that Triu Kong Min gave me as bait, I could probably get them to help me. But should I start a bloodbath just so I can survive whatever I have to live first? With that thought, he took something out and held it up, confusing the crowd with his actions. Tien Tuong glanced at them and said, instead of leaving empty-handed, how about you work with me? The crowd gaped in astonishment. This was a 1,000 tael banknote issued by the Long Ma Tiu Kuk. Even if it were split among everyone here, it would be enough to live lavishly for 10 years. Someone shouted angrily, "What do you take the martial world for? We are not the kind of people to be swayed by money." Hearing this, Tian Tuong sighed helplessly. "You are all besieging a horned dragon just to increase your internal energy, yet you have the gall to act all righteous. Besides, you are martial artists wearing imperial military uniforms." At this, he held out a stack of banknotes. "And another thing, who said you had to share? One for each of you." Seeing him toss the banknotes like trash, the crowd was once again dumbfounded. With that much silver, you could easily establish a whole sect. That inner core is hard to get anyway. It is better to take the money, enjoy life, and slowly build up our strength. This is truly a God-sent opportunity. Thien Tuong thought with a serious expression, "I will use the silver in my hands to buy your greed." Meanwhile, Tien Lang Huyet Ma attacked once more. The crowd was still scrambling for the banknotes. Thien Tuong blocked the attack while deliberately retreating. Then he leaped into the air. Behind him, because the banknotes had thrown their formation into chaos, he was able to land easily in the middle of the crowd. Using those blinded by greed to escape a little internal turmoil is a small price to pay. This is a skill I have honed since I was a child, long before I learned martial arts. Meanwhile, Tien Lang Huyet Ma snarled with a ferocious expression, "You think you can fool this old master with such a petty trick?" Tien Tuong paid him no mind and quickly turned to flee, but soon after he was struck in the back by him again. His body flew like a kite with a broken string slamming straight into a large tree. He lay there groaning in pain, unable to get up for the moment. Tien Lang Huyet Ma slowly walked over, looking incredibly pleased with himself. "Do not bother trying to get up. You are just going to get knocked down again anyway. Even if I smash your skull, it will not affect my ability to take the inner core." Just then, there was a strange movement. Fresh blood sprayed like rain splattering onto his face. Meanwhile, in the cave, Bok Lang was still lying there quietly. Suddenly, something startled it, and it jumped to its feet. It was about to go outside to check, but then it remembered Tien Tuong's words and stopped. Before leaving, he had instructed it, "If word gets out that you have lost the bloodstone, countless people will come to slay the Bok Lang for fame. I must be tired of living getting myself into this mess. I will go bring it back. You just be good and stay here." And so Bok Lang obediently lay down again to wait. Back outside, Tien Tuong was lying motionless on the ground. Tien Lang Huyet Ma snorted coldly, "Why must you covet what belongs to this old master?" Just then he sensed something. He turned his head to look at the crescent moon in the sky, puzzled. The Bok Lang Lo. This is supposed to appear on the night of a full moon, isn't it? At this, his expression twisted into an ugly grimace. He roared in a mad fury. Countless cracks appeared in the sky because of it. As the formation shattered, the real full moon was finally revealed. He gritted his teeth in frustration, because the thing he had just killed was only a wild boar. "You dare deceive me with a formation. I will never forget today's humiliation. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down and grind your bones to dust." Meanwhile, a figure was moving through the forest like the wind. It seems the temporary formation has been seen through. As I thought I should find a place to hide first. Just then she saw a cave. Without any hesitation, she brought Tien Tuong inside. "I am glad I came to check on you after what happened earlier. How did things get this bad?" The Huyet Thatch is a deadly poison that forms naturally over hundreds of years, absorbing the essence of the world. Even in a weakened state, it requires at least 3 months of purification before it can be absorbed. And yet this man swallowed it recklessly. Is he just another mortal, desperate to increase his internal energy? Just then, Tien Tuong began to stir, coughing uncontrollably. The nun said to him, "If the yin and yang energies of the Huyet Thatch spread through your body, I am afraid you won't survive the night. This is as much as I can do to repay you for your help earlier." Slumped over, Tien Tuong's mind drifted back to old memories. "You are only 10, yet your stealth skills rival those of a martial arts master. Now I understand why the martial arts masters your father hired could never even find you." Tien Tuong immediately bolted from his position. He concealed himself again, disappearing inside the room. But this time he was found. "I heard you have been kidnapped several times by people blinded by greed. It seems you taught yourself how to escape, did not you?" Tien Tuong sighed. "I never wanted to learn martial arts. Have not you heard that a city lord is above all else? My father is the lord of Tui Ngok Than, so why do I need to learn martial arts? I have seen too many people who use violence to take things. I do not want to become one of them." The middle-aged man grabbed his hand and said, "You say you do not want to practice martial arts, yet you have consumed many herbs to increase your internal energy. Let us see, Van Nien Sam. It looks like there is also Ku Tri Tien Diep Tao, and even Tu Lin Thien Nien Thuk, and Van Bang Fong Dik." Thien Tuong yanked his hand away. "I only took a little because I heard they prevent minor sicknesses like headaches and fevers." The middle-aged man smiled. "These herbs are hard to find, and consuming them is excruciatingly painful. It is a miracle you have taken so much and are still standing here perfectly fine." Hearing this, Thien Tuong fell silent, lost in thought. He thought to himself, "It is all because of the inheritance and wealth of Tui Nuok Than." 22. That is how many times my own relatives in the city have poisoned me. 34. That is the number of people in my household who have died wrongfully because of me. I consume them to survive and to stop anyone else from dying because of me. Wealthy people are supposed to consume these powerful elixirs. It seems you just do not get it." The middle-aged man continued, "But what can be done? To increase internal energy, your yin and yang must be in balance. The things you have consumed all bolster yang energy. If you do not learn an internal cultivation method, your body will not last long." Thien Tuong was shocked, thinking the poisons were mostly yin-based, so I thought I just needed yang-based herbs and cores to resist them. The middle-aged man reassured him, "Do not worry. From now on, I will teach you how to control your yang energy." Thien Tuong replied, "Worry? What do I have to worry about? Do not trouble yourself. If my yang energy becomes too strong, I will just consume some yin attribute herbs." The middle-aged man placed a hand on his head. "The techniques I teach you might not let you conquer the world, but they will be enough to ensure that the world cannot harm you." His words truly swayed me. Of all the masters my father hired, 9 out of 10 could never even see me, but the one who taught me was him. His name was Kung Lo Nai. Back in the present, the nun was about to leave when she froze, startled. She looked back at Thien Tuong in horror. Could it be? A brilliant aura of true energy was now pouring out of his body. At the same time, his body was gradually withering away. His clothes were incinerated by the intense heat, revealing a skeletal, golden-boned body. The nun analyzed to herself, draining all the blood to mummify the body. This can only happen when a yang-based art has reached grand completion, or by consuming a matching inner core. She slowly approached Thien Tuong. This is a process of rebuilding his foundation, transforming him into a supreme yang body. It is only possible if he has previously consumed spiritual medicines that can resist the fiery energy of the Hoyt Thatch. But acquiring that many spiritual medicines would be a monumental task, even for the leader of the martial world. As she was lost in thought, she was startled once more and spun around. Outside, the sound of urgent footsteps grew louder. Her suspicion grew as she thought to herself, 3 people are approaching. The ones rushing this way must be here to seize the Hoyt Thatch, and judging from their footsteps, they are all masters. If he is disturbed now, he could easily suffer a cultivation deviation. In that case, I will just have to buy him some time. I hope he can wake up on his own. With that thought, she decisively left the cave and ran off. Inside, Thien Tuong was still immersed in his cultivation. Within his own consciousness, he opened his eyes with a start. Before his eyes was a bleak darkness. He wondered in confusion where this place was. He recalled what happened before I remember running away from that madman. Could I be under an illusion technique? Just then he sensed something behind him and turned his head to look. On a mountain peak behind him stood a figure. The other person's appearance looked very much like Mai Hao Vuong, which greatly surprised Thien Tuong. "Who are you?" In the blink of an eye, the figure appeared in front of him. Thien Tuong was momentarily taken aback. "Am I backing down out of fear?" The figure pointed his staff at him and said, "Who else could I be? I am the Hoyt Thatch in your dantian." Hearing this, Thien Tuong was even more astonished. "What you are, the Hoyt Thatch?" I swallowed. I have never heard of an inner core having its own consciousness. Vien Hao explained, "A fish that lives for thousands of years can become a dragon. So for me, who has passed through countless spirit creatures and human bodies over millennia and survived until today, what is so impossible?" Thien Tuong silently sized up his appearance, golden hair. Vien Hao, knowing his thoughts, explained, "That is the appearance of a master I served a very long time ago." Thien Tuong had a realization, a previous master, so is this a welcoming ceremony for the new master? Vien Hao bluntly waved his hand. "Not at all, you are not yet qualified. You were unqualified from the moment you were born." Tien Tuong sighed in frustration. Perhaps you do not know who I am. I am young Master Long Dai. I was born with a golden spoon in my mouth and have always been the master of others. Vian Hao continued, for thousands of years those spirit creatures and spirit fruits were my vessels. The humans who seized me would become my masters. If you had killed those who wanted to seize me and broken my vessel to obtain me, you would naturally be qualified to be my master. But you only showed pity and compassion for my vessel. As he spoke, he raised his hand. Tien Tuong's limbs were immediately sealed by him. I will imprison your weak soul here. I will use this body of yours to roam the world and visit hostess bars. Tien Tuong's face contorted as he snapped, "Stop talking nonsense." Vian Hao clenched his fist and roared, "Then let us see if you have anything that compares to the spirit of my previous masters." Tien Tuong was then transported to another space. He looked around in bewilderment at the weapons stuck everywhere. Where is this place now? Just then, someone on horseback approached from behind. Judging by his appearance, one could guess he was Lu Bu. A powerful spear strike came chopping down towards Tien Tuong's head. He hurriedly raised his hands to block. At the same time, he leaped high into the air. He was sent flying high into the sky by Lu Bu's attack from below. The young man was now drenched in sweat, his body trembling slightly. But it did not end there, as someone else appeared behind him. An old man approached, raising a bamboo stick to strike at him. The young man could only powerlessly raise his hands in front of him to block. But unexpectedly, the old man did not actually strike, which made Tien Tuong very suspicious. The spot where he was standing was instantly blown away, leaving a hole. He then went into a free fall. With no way to land safely, he could only lie there helplessly. Fresh blood continuously poured from his mouth. Another figure appeared and walked towards him. A giant staff as large as a celestial pillar struck down at Tien Tuong. Powerless now, he could only lie there and endure the blow. After a moment, Vian Hao turned and sighed, "As I thought you are not worthy." Just then, Tien Tuong's voice sounded from behind, startling it into turning around. Tien Tuong was now on his feet facing it. "It's not over yet." His fist was already placed on Vian Hao's dantian. It made no move, just quietly looked at him. "You may look like him, but you dare to strike me." After speaking, it attacked. Tien Tuong was struck again, spitting fresh blood. Vian Hao didn't stop raising both its hands. A devastating blow rained down directly on Tien Tuong. Beaten down once more, the young man lay there covered in blood. Vian Hao was still annoyed, panting heavily. It then swung its leg, kicking Tien Tuong away. But then something unexpected and confusing happened. Tien Tuong had actually grabbed onto its leg. At the same time, he still intended to counterattack. A powerful fist slammed right into Vian Hao's chest. Though powerful, it only managed to push it back slightly. Tien Tuong sneered, "I knew I could hurt you, so I wasn't just going to take your hits." Vian Hao waved its hand and sneered, "I was going to be merciful and just seal your soul here, but I have changed my mind. Now I will obliterate your soul and seize your divine body." With that said, it began to frantically attack Tien Tuong. He didn't just stand there and take it fighting back fiercely. You dare dream of taking over someone else's body. Vian Hao reached out and grabbed his leg. Then it decisively threw him with all its might. Tien Tuong was now covered in blood, in a terrible state. Even so, he remained stubborn. "I have never known the meaning of giving up. Besides, this body is not for sale." With that, he once again rained blows upon Vian Hao. But immediately after, he was kicked away again. His body flew like a broken kite, slamming straight into the cliff face. Pinned against the rock, Tien Tuong thought to himself, "I can certainly feel the overwhelming power gap, but even so, you still can't suppress me and take my body. As long as I persevere and resist, won't it be impossible for you to take my body?" Very quickly, Vian Hao attacked again. The cliff face shattered, and Tien Tuong's body was sent tumbling away once more. He was sent flying for an unknown distance before finally coming to a stop. But with his unyielding will, he refused to give up. Soon he began to stir and get up again. He forcefully snapped his dislocated arm back into place. "The pain was enough to make me faint, but I could move again instantly. This means that despite the agony, my injuries can heal in a moment. I have to hold out as long as I can and think of a plan." With that thought, he quietly unleashed the fourth form of the Tui Trick Thatch Shuyen de Vuong An. He immediately followed up with a Dan Chi Tien Thatch strike. Although the ape dodged it with its head, it still seemed to have sustained a minor injury. Its body was now swaying slightly, but that was the extent of it, because right after it stood steady once again. Meanwhile, Tien Tuong gathered power for another technique. Countless attacks were unleashed once more. The ape once again took the full brunt of his attack, but even so, it walked forward nonchalantly. This horrified Tien Tuong. The devuong an that Kung Lao Nai taught me is a killing art from the fourth form onward, but without achieving true mastery, my body can't withstand it. I simply can't maintain it. As he watched the ape get closer, he grew more and more tense. But if my body can heal instantly like this, then I should be able to use it without restraint. The ape across from him sneered mockingly. Dragging this out is useless. It will only add to your suffering, so just give up. Tien Tuong remained resolute. No, perhaps it's because I have too much to lose that I still cling to this life. The ape laughed coldly. In the end, all you'll lose is your physical body, and that little lass who's protecting it. Tien Tuong was startled to hear that. Alas, what do you mean? That's right. Before I lost consciousness, the nun I met at the inn had come over. The ape continued, the only reason you're still breathing is because that girl is transferring her internal energy to you, allowing you to hang on. She's also fighting them to protect your body. With her power not yet recovered, how much longer can she possibly hold out? Just give up your body now. That way you can at least spare the girl's life. Make your decision, boy. Will you surrender your body to me or not? Tien Tuong's form slumped, and for a moment he didn't answer. Seeing this, the ape continued to tempt him. While you hesitate, both your body and that wench's life will be lost. Just then, another person approached from behind it. That's a bit harsh. The ape turned its head in surprise. Could that voice be... The person quickly walked over. We went through so much together for all those years. You don't have to paint me as a saint, but you didn't have to turn me into a monster, did you? The ape's face immediately flushed red. Its body then began to slowly shrink. Finally, it transformed into a cute young girl. She looked at the person and shouted excitedly, Lao Chi Lord Chi Tian Da Sheng. Tien Tuong stood there dumbfounded. Chi Tian Da Sheng, what in the world is going on? The girl hugged him and cried uncontrollably. How is this possible? Haven't you already left this mortal world? Do you have any idea how much I've missed you? The man chuckled. Ha ha, calm down. This is just a remnant of my soul that remains in the mortal world. The girl sobbed. Why didn't you show yourself even once for all this time, so why now? He turned his head to look at Tien Tuong. How about giving that boy a chance to be your master? The girl immediately turned her head, annoyed, great sage. Why are you meddling in the affairs of humans? The other person continued, I still owe that boy a debt. This girl is still so stubborn, even if it is the great sage's request. Before the words were even finished, the other person continued to swallow the bloodstone. It's not a difficult task, but it's rare for you to make that face, isn't it? That boy isn't so bad that he lacks the qualifications to be your master. In the end, the girl could only sigh. But I'm not going to just accept it. She raised her hand and set a condition. Fine, 3 months. I'll give you 3 months. If he can't prove he's qualified to be my master within 3 months, then I'll take that mortal body regardless of the great sage's request. The other person nodded, agreed, thank you. At this point, Tien Tuong finally spoke up. Forgive my rudeness for interrupting you both, but why are you using my body as something to bargain with? The other person laughed. I'm only doing this to repay a debt. Don't worry about it. Tien Tuong was confused. A debt to someone I've never met. I'm not that naive. The great sage smiled, remembering a friend who was by my side for a very long time. The world knew it as my Kandao van. When I left this world, I hoped it would live on in freedom, but it could not forget me, its master who had vanished. Searching for the bloodstones that carried traces of me, it wandered for a long, long time and ended up swallowing one, becoming a host for the bloodstone. At this, he walked over and patted Tien Tuong on the shoulder. Thank you for finding it, before the bloodstone's fiery energy consumed it. I am even more grateful to you for removing the bloodstone without causing it harm. I am truly and deeply grateful. Tien Tuong was stunned as he watched the other's figure fade away. He looked down at what was in his hand and thought a strand of golden hair. Just then, the girl yelled, How long are you going to stand there zoning out? Hurry up and save your body in that wench. Get lost before I change my mind. The martial world today is split into 2 factions, the righteous and the unorthodox. The righteous faction centered on the Ku Pai Not Bang, and the Ngu Dai. The Jia is based on ideals and order and values orthodox training methods. The unorthodox faction is divided into the demonic cult and the evil sects. They disregard rules, seeking only practical gain and using any means necessary for power, even if it goes against morality. The one who shattered this balance was the peak of the unorthodox faction, the master of the demonic cult, the Zich Huyet Ma Dahao Dan. He was a firm believer that the strong devour the weak. With boundless power and terrifying tactics, he planned to bring the entire martial world to its knees. But the one who stood up against Hao Dan was not from the Ku Pai Natbang or the Ngu Dai the Jia. It was the Tatan Toan Daoba, a man praised among the evil sects. Later generations called that battle the Huyet Ma Dai Chien. If Toan Daoba had failed to stop the Shich Hoyet Maton, the martial world today would undoubtedly be a very different place. That is a fact that no one can deny. Toan Daoba took on 4 disciples who the world came to know as the Toahan Tu Lin. And right now, 3 members of the Tohan Tu Lin were blocking that woman's path. The second of the Toahan Tu Lin Ngan, Mai Quisha Duetrong, said for our master's birthday, who was it that promised to offer Bak Lang's inner core? This is more of a pain than destroying a whole sect. The third hack Dam Thiet Kong Lan Quang replied, who else? It was our eldest brother, the one fighting that lunatic. Earlier, their leader Kim Dien Tu La Kim Nak Phai had ordered them, I will handle this person. You 3 go and capture the one who swallowed the inner core before anyone else makes a move. And so he faced the Tien Lang Huyet Ma alone. He roared in anger. How arrogant! You think you can stop me by yourself? With that, he thrust his finger forward to attack. But in the next moment, he was horrified because his attack had been stopped by Kim Nak Phai's bare hand. He looked up coldly and said, we'll just have to see. You should leave such a nourishing treasure for us juniors. Cutting back to the present, Dutrong sighed. I hope our eldest brother gets taken down by that lunatic. Then my own rank will move up a bit. The fourth Huyet Yu Fi Yen Thao Vi Lam also spoke up. I don't care about the rest. Whatever happens, I'm crippling this wench's cultivation and making her my personal maid. After saying that, he ignored the other 2 and charged forward. Tang Ni's expression became even more tense. Fresh blood immediately splattered. Is this the fateful omen the old monk mentioned yesterday? The scene shifts to the day before. An old monk told her, the head abbot has rejected your request to join the monastery benefactor. Tang Ni frowned. Why can I not take refuge under Buddha? The old monk replied, the reason you are here is not to forget your sorrow and commemorate the dead, but to hide something. This place wishes to heal your wounds, not watch them fester. The woman came to a realization, so that's how it is. Thank you for your hospitality, master. I will take my leave. As she turned to leave, the old monk called out again, Patron, you've come a long way. This humble monk would like to offer a small talent of mine to help you on your return journey. Hearing this, she turned her head to look back. The young monk next to the old man smiled and said, our master is very skilled at foretelling fortune and misfortune. The old monk continued, it is nothing grand, but would you be willing to listen? The woman nodded, then I shall listen attentively. The old man got straight to the point, advising her to ignore all injustices and conflicts before the end of spring this year. This monk fears that you will lose something very important. Hearing this, she replied bluntly, the only thing I have left is this life, and there are not many in the martial world who can take it from me. The old monk continued, surely there is something more important than life itself. The woman turned away and sighed, do I even have something like that? I will take the master's words to heart. Next were the taunts inside a tavern. Although she was furious, she managed to hold it in, because she was truly heeding the old monk's words. Today, great master, you have saved the lives of these 2 men. As she left the tavern, she overheard some gossip. I heard you've been serving some rich, wicked young master lately. You could have served a few more days, but he wanted to show off for a woman he'd just met and scheduled a duel at Mu Quan Huang. Oh heavens, many martial artists have been gathering at Mu Quan Huang recently. A few more groups arrived today. It seems a huge battle is brewing. If he goes, he probably won't even leave a body behind. Hearing this, the woman approached them and asked, I want to go to Mu Quan Huang. Can you tell me the way? And now she is facing 3 powerful opponents all by herself, even though her depleted internal energy has yet to recover, even though they are disciples of the Tatan. For her, the concepts of fear and retreat simply do not exist. She continues to fight fiercely without backing down. The 3 of them were then pushed back at the same time. She was fiercely determined not to let these scoundrels stand in her way. The technique she performed is called Kim Lan Quang Ma Thu. A golden light continuously erupted from her body. Lan Quang said between breaths, she's tough. If only eldest brother was here. Dui Trong gave a cold laugh. Since when is victory in the martial world decided by strength alone? Throughout history, an attacking army suffers 3 times the casualties of a defending one, but there are no walls here. That means the defender must suffer 3 times more than the attackers. Lao Tam, from now on, you focus your attacks on that woman. Leave the rest to us. The group then changed their battle tactics. Taking advantage of the woman's opening, one of them dashed towards the cave. Countless hidden weapons were then unleashed. The target was Tien Tuong, who was circulating his energy inside. Lan Kuang smirked triumphantly. My techniques may not be flashy, but among the disciples, I am the most persistent. Fortunately, the woman managed to appear in time to knock away the hidden weapons, but her exhaustion was now clearly visible. At the same time, Thao Vi Lam attacked from behind. Do you have time to be dazed? The woman was once again forced into a difficult fight. One after another, they relentlessly attacked. A part of her sleeve was now torn. She frowned, thinking, the longer this drags on, the worse it will be for me. Du Trong shouted to his brothers, hit the cliff wall and make the cave collapse. Hearing this, the nun's expression grew even more grim. The other 3 charged forward together again. She continuously defended herself, but was still pushed back. Soon she was cornered against the cliff wall. Du Trong leaped forward and shouted, let me clear a path for you to rush into the cave. Hurry now. While he was stalling for time, the cave was exposed. The remaining 2 had now successfully infiltrated. The sword tip aimed for Tien Tuong's head. He was still immersed in his cultivation at this moment. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the nun once again came to the rescue, in time blocking the blade. At the same time, Du Trong attacked her from behind again. The nun was completely out of options this time, with no way to defend. Just then, Tien Tuong woke up. Du Trong's attack was blocked by him. He looked at his opponent coldly and unleashed the 3rd form of the De Vuong An Vu Ho Tien Shich Lang. Just like that, Du Trong was sent flying, crying out in pain. Tien Tuong struck a cool pose and said something very puzzling. Congratulations, young lady. I don't know if you have heard of me, but I am the young Master Long Dai with the alias Than Tai. My family's dealings, whether incurring a debt or collecting one, must be settled fairly. Therefore, for the life-saving grace you have shown today, I will definitely repay it with both principal and interest. I absolutely will not disappoint you. The woman sighed helplessly. You certainly have a way with words. Just then she was startled and turned her head back. A hidden weapon was tearing through the air, heading towards them. But Tien Tuong's reaction speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the nun and caught the hidden weapon with his bare hand. I am already carrying a debt I can't repay in a lifetime. If you add more to the principal, I will lose all my face. The nun snorted to herself. He was clearly slower to react than me, yet he is putting on such a show. At this point, Du Trong had been blasted outside along with his 2 brothers. Thao Vi Lam asked doubtfully, what happened? He replied, change of plans, retrieve the Hoyt thatch immediately. He thought to himself, a nobody like him can send me flying. The power of the Hoyt thatch is even more fearsome than the rumors. If I can swallow that thing, the position of Dai Su Huin will be mine for the taking. Just then, Lan Kuang was sent flying out. Tien Tuong walked out from inside with the nun and snorted coldly. This is not someone's leftovers. You want to steal something that is already in my stomach. The martial world is truly full of destitute cheapskates. Du Trong laughed with interest. Let me dig that Hoyt thatch out of your body and see if you are still so arrogant. Thao Vi Lam also spoke up. He is quite handsome. It would be a waste to cut his stomach open. Meanwhile, the bodies of martial artists lay scattered on the ground. In the middle of the battlefield was a jar. Suddenly, someone walked over and picked it up. That's not a dud. It's a flare used to transmit sound. Tin was surprised. Transmit sound. But when you threw it, I didn't hear a thing. The old man explained, the sound it makes is inaudible to human ears, much like signals for carrier pigeons or hunting falcons. At this point, he raised his head and looked at the sky, using an item from Hoquan to send a signal. He then noticed another object and immediately used his internal energy to pull it towards him. He then put the mask on his face. Looks like we have to go save that little brat. Hearing this, Tin was very excited. Really, Grandpa, you are the best. The old man thought to himself, how can I just let someone connected to Hoquan go? The 2 of them immediately set off. While on the move, the old man was suddenly startled, sensing something. He hurriedly stopped and warned his granddaughter. The attack aimed at Tin was swiftly blocked by him. And that's how Tin was saved from a terrible fate. Not far away, Kim Nak-fi was locked in a battle with another man. At this point, they were still fighting with incredible ferocity. The old man squinted as he watched them, then roared, "You dog-faced leader, you dare ambush my granddaughter." Hearing this, Tianlang Huyet Ma's face twisted with rage. What a dog-faced leader. Long ago, within the Ta-Fi sect, there was a group that followed the Huyet Jiao. What they practiced was less like martial arts and more like sorcery rumored to be able to control corpses. It was incredibly bizarre, and one of their techniques was called Nan Lang Dai Fap. An infant was thrown into a den of 100 hungry wolves, and the last one to survive would gain the strength of a wolf, becoming the Wolf King. The only one to survive that ordeal was a young boy named Kuk Thuong, when he began to make his name in the martial world. Because he possessed the strength of 1,000 wolves, he came to be known as Tianlang Huyet Ma. And now this very Tianlang Huyet Ma was being called a dog-faced leader by some strange old man, so how could he possibly not be enraged? But before he could even make a move to attack, the old man had already struck first. No one saw how he did it, only that by the time the old man stopped moving, Tianlang Huyet Ma had already been struck. This old man may be in a hurry, but I have to feed you to the wolves before I go. Having been put at a disadvantage, Tianlang Huyet Ma immediately lunged forward. Suddenly, Kim Nak-fi found his hands free. This made him quite pleased. It seems everyone has lost interest, so this junior will take his leave. Meanwhile, Tien Tuong let out a sigh. The 3 opponents he faced had all been defeated. He then turned to glance at the nun. It looks like the cleanup is almost finished. Just then she cried out in alarm, "Be careful!" No sooner had she spoken than Kim Nak-fi landed a strike squarely on his chest. Tien Tuong took the hit and immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Luckily, the nun behind him was there to support him, helping him stay on his feet. Tension was clearly written on both of their faces. Across from them, Kim Nak-fi's expression was just as grim. He turned to his junior brothers and said, "Disciples of Tatan are allowed to live even after they've lost." They all pleaded together, "Senior brother, please forgive us. Please give us one more chance." Nak-fi waved his hand dismissively. In a life-or-death battle, there are no second chances. He then took the longsword that Dui Trong brought to him. Then he slowly began to walk towards Tien Tuong and the nun. The nun stepped forward. "You can't handle this opponent. Young master, let me do it. You should get to safety." But Tien Tuong paid her no mind, stepping forward with a grim expression. "I've already told you I don't want to owe you any more favors. You just helped stabilize my circulation. I know your internal energy is at least twice as strong as mine. That's also why you can no longer handle an opponent you could have easily defeated before. Isn't that right?" Kim Nak-fi said to him, "Do we really need to fight to know who is stronger and who is weaker? You truly don't know your place." Tien Tuong retorted, "And how would you know my strength if we've never fought?" With that, he lunged forward. Kim Nak-fi remained perfectly calm, easily blocking the attack with one hand. If I couldn't even figure that out, how could I have survived in the martial world for so long? He spun his sword immediately, forcing Tien Tuong to fall back. Although he was the one to attack first, he was instantly put on the defensive. But despite that, a smug grin still crept onto his face. At the same time, many figures appeared from the forest. Tien Tuong stood there defiantly and said, "It's plain to see. So what if we're ganging up on the weak?" Faced with this situation, Kim Nak-fi's expression twisted, looking very unpleasant. Tien Tuong then spoke to the newcomers. "How long ago did I set off the signal flare? What took you so long? A little later, and I would have been mincemeat for these thugs." These two were Than Puk Than Kiet Puk Tu Dien and Sha Nat Than Kai Tong Ma, that who said apologetically, "This old man is getting on in years and hasn't climbed a mountain in a while. I almost let the young master fall into danger." Over here were Chanlong Tui Kai Lamin and Taduk Than Nguyet Long Hoasan, the disciples of Toan Daoba. "I'll spare your lives, so why don't you get lost?" Du Trong roared in anger. "You beggars dare to speak my master's title directly." Kim Nak-fi decisively turned to leave, while shouting for him to shut up. Then he cupped his hands towards the old men. Toa Han Tu Lin Kim Nak-fi pays his respects to the 4 great elders of the Kai Bang. Hearing this, his 3 junior brothers were utterly shocked. The 4 great elders of the Kai Bang, the largest sect in the martial world. These 4 are the great elders of the Kai Bang, their authority second only to the sect leader himself. Kim Nak-fi continued, "I've heard the Kai Bang doesn't care for internal cores or spiritual elixirs, so why would the 4 great elders travel thousands of miles to come here? Tong Ma walked over to help Tien Tuong with his clothes. While we have no interest in any internal cores, wherever our Ku Long Manor Lord goes, we naturally must follow. The others chimed in with their agreement. Hearing this, Kim Nak Phai's face grew even more horrified. So young, yet already holding great power in the Kai Bang. He's the Ku Long Manor Lord. At this moment, Long Ho Sun also spoke up. For an old man like me to have to clean up after you youngsters, how disgraceful is that? Are you trying to turn us into shameless old geezers? As he spoke, his gaze turned even colder. Seeing this, Kim Nak Phai cupped his hands again. This junior wouldn't dare. What happened just now was merely a misunderstanding. This junior will take his leave. He then turned and told his brothers to leave. A while later, Tien Tuong's group had started a fire and were gathered around chatting. He pointed to the female monk beside him and introduced her. This is the benefactor who saved me. The old men all turned to thank her in unison. The female monk sighed and sent them a telepathic message. Please do not reveal who I am. Tien Tuong, unable to hear it, remained calm. What are you so nervous about? I thought the branch leader from Laquan would come. Why are the elders who should be in Ju Chao here instead? Tong Ma sighed. When the young master was planning to go to Laquan to buy the pier, I already reported to you about this. Tien Tuong recalled the conversation from that time. On the 15th of this month, a mythical beast will appear in the Tai Sun area, carrying an internal core, so martial artists from all over will flock there. We wanted to check out the situation and gauge the state of the martial world, and we were hoping you would accompany us. Tien Tuong had shaken his head in boredom. Forget it, I'm just going to buy that pier. I couldn't care less about some internal core or elixir. I've eaten too many of those since I was a child. I'm not interested. Remembering this, he froze on the spot. Phuc Tu Dien continued, since ancient times, it's been hard to tell if the bloodstone is good or evil. Obtaining it could be either a blessing or a curse for you. Tien Tuong was confused. If no one knows if it's good or bad, why is everyone fighting over it? Long Ho Sun explained, it's just a symbol. Whichever person or sect manages to seize the bloodstone through martial prowess. After all, it's an auspicious event. 3 days before the great battle, this place was no less chaotic than the righteous demonic war of the past. Today most of the masters were absent, and unexpectedly our Kai Bang managed to obtain the bloodstone by chance. The female monk then spoke up. The young master's body has not yet recovered. We should change locations first. Tien Tuong then remembered something. That's right, elder. Do you like dogs? I'll gift you one. Tong Ma nodded happily. Of course. Tien Tuong sighed to himself. Thinking back, this is all the fault of that Dong Puong Kiem Kak group. They didn't pay their debt and just ran off. Meanwhile, Du Trong said to his eldest brother, why did we retreat just like that? Even with the Kai Bang elders helping him, it's just a few more people. With eldest brother's skills. Before he could finish, Kim Nak Phai cut him off. Fool. No matter how dynasties change or the world transforms, the beggars will never be wiped out. Although their individual martial arts might be average, they are a great sect older than Tu Lam and more numerous than the demonic sect. Making an enemy of them brings no benefit at all. Thao Vi Lam also spoke up. So was this trip to Quan Huang Mon a waste then? We didn't even get the gift for master. Kim Nak Phai replied, I saw the manor of the sword venerable Dong Puong Kiem Kak nearby. On our way back, we can conveniently destroy it and see if there's anything good to offer master as a gift. Elsewhere, an old man said to his granddaughter, in any case, as long as the young master is safe, isn't that a good thing? He thought to himself, so the kid who uses items from Ho Quan is the new Kulong Manor Lord of the Kai Bang. In that case, this is the perfect excuse. Dawn breaks in Tuyin Goktan of the Shu Kingdom. In a room, 3 people were discussing matters. These 2 are the outer general manager Truong Ha Lam and the inner general manager Fong Tu Luong. Long Trek Kim asked them, so what were the losses? Fong Tu Luong replied, during this infiltration, 43 warriors were killed in action and 132 were seriously injured, including the lightly wounded. The total is 400 people. Many people in the city were also injured, and most notably 2 special-grade warriors died this time. Truong Ha Lam also spoke up. The cost to repair the buildings destroyed by the fire is not too great, but the family head said, we must generously compensate the wounded and the families of the fallen, so the cost for treatment and condolences is about 1 million gold taels. Long Track Kim held his head and sighed inwardly. Why did it have to happen right when Tan Naya is away? After all, a special grade warrior of our family is on par with an elder from a mid-tier sect. With that in mind, he asked, so who were the intruders in the end? Halam replied, sir, they only left this one sentence, if we do not pay half of our income every month, they will return. We found no useful clues on our men's bodies either. He sighed upon hearing this. Demanding a tribute nearly equal to our total losses means they know our family very well. They will definitely come back if we refuse. Thinking this, he gave his orders. Halam continued to investigate their identities and at the same time step up evacuation drills and secure escape routes for the family members. Tu Luong used the exact amount they demanded to train our soldiers and fortify our defenses. I will personally make them taste the money they demanded. That's right. Is there any news about Thien Tuong? Tu Luong hesitated momentarily, unsure how to respond. Seeing this, Long Trek Kim snapped, stop stammering and speak. Tu Luong quickly explained, the thing is, 6 months ago, the young master was seen in brothels and casinos all over Trung Nguyen, but recently he has vanished without a trace. Considering the silver the young master carried, I'm afraid he has spent about 3/10 of the betrothal money. Hearing this, Long Track Kim slammed his hand on the table in anger. That worthless spendthrift. Fong Tu Luong reassured him. Please do not worry too much, my lord. The young master is not as weak as you think. Long Track Kim lamented. He must inherit this legacy in the future, but with his current skills, he is still far from ready. I wonder if that boy is suffering somewhere. Meanwhile, the person in question was staring blankly. He was riding leisurely in a carriage through the forest with several others. After a while, unable to bear it any longer, he spoke up. It's too quiet. It would have been nice if those two elders were riding in the carriage with us. Long Ho Sun added, they said the carriage was uncomfortable and it was more convenient to walk. Thien Tuong stroked his chin thoughtfully. The master of Ha Vu Mon is in hiding. Is there any news? Faced with this question, the two of them hesitated for a moment. Tong Ma stammered, not yet. I think it's very possible she is very close to us. Tang Ni then spoke up. Why are you looking for the master of Ha Vu Mon, young master? The young man replied, you must know that Ha Vu Mon and the Kai Bang are the best at gathering information, right? She was taken aback. Is that so? This is the first time I've heard that. Thien Tuong continued, it's true, but the elders said they were far superior to the Ha Vu Mon. Hearing this, Tang Ni frowned and looked at them. Is that so? The two old men tensed up, sweating profusely. What, me? I don't remember saying that. Thien Tuong mused. I spent a lot of money at their taverns and casinos because I wanted to ask the Ha Vu Mon for help. Someone told me the master would come to me on her own, but I never got to meet her and only ended up wasting money. But thanks to that, I earned the nickname God of Wealth and got connected with the Kai Bang. The woman asked, why do you want to meet the master of Ha Vu Mon? Thien Tuong replied, at first I wanted to find someone, but now I want to be compensated for all the time and money I've wasted. I think I've lost weight, and my life expectancy has probably shortened too. The woman added, I heard the master of Ha Vu Mon has already retired into seclusion, so don't waste your time looking for her. Thien Tuong shook his head. I don't think so. It's been a while since the master disappeared, but the position is still vacant. The Ha Vu Mon is still waiting for their master to return. That means they trust their master, and a trusted master would not abandon her sect so easily. His words made her feel a bit emotional. How strange. Thien Tuong did not stop and continued. The Kai Bang elders said that the master is cruel, cold-hearted, and vicious. If the Kai Bang is a collection of beggars in Trung Nguyen, then the Ha Vu Mon is where the ruffians gather, so I think what they said makes sense. The two old men's faces grew darker and darker. Tong Ni's lips curled into a smile as she stared at them. Is that so? I think so too. Tong Ma couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. Let's put the matter of Ha Vu Mon aside for now. How are the plans to buy the pier? You brought enough banknotes when we set off, so buying the pier shouldn't be a problem, right? Thien Tuong replied dejectedly. Well, about that, I gave those banknotes to the poor. The two old men were confused. Is there anyone in Trung Nguyen poorer than us? Thien Tuong clearly didn't want to dwell on the matter. It's a long road ahead. I'm going to rest for a bit. They didn't press the issue and immediately agreed. A while later in the slums of Du Chao, Tong Ma brought Tang Ni to a room and said, if anything is inconvenient, please just let me know. Outside, the children are playing happily. She looked down from the window and remarked, looking back along the road, this is a far cry from the Kai Bang I know. The old man smiled. Half a year ago, young Master Long came to our headquarters, and since then, many things have changed. He recalled that moment in his mind. Long Tien Tuong strode forward majestically. He took the stack of silver notes he handed him and asked, "A young master from a wealthy family comes all the way to this poor neighborhood and gives so much money. Should this old man kowtow in thanks?" Tien Tuong stood there looking at the crowd. "Oh, you are already old. Just accept this blessing. Let us make a deal. You will become my subordinates, and then the 100,000 disciples of Kai Bang will no longer have to suffer from cold and hunger." Tong Trak asked seriously, "Then what do you want, sir?" Tien Tuong replied, "Since I have spent money, it is only natural that I want more money. Enough to buy the entire world." Tong Ma remarked, "On that day, in the eyes of a young man barely in his 20s, this old man nearly 90 saw the entire world." At first, the young master ordered the beggars here to patch up the dilapidated parts of the city and had them sweep the streets. After 4 months of this, suddenly without any further orders, local officials and representatives from the merchant guilds brought money to Kai Bang's doorstep themselves. Also, one day 2 men were about to attack a young woman. No matter how much she pleaded, they had no intention of letting her go. Just then, a group of beggars appeared behind them. The leader questioned coldly, "What do you think you are doing?" The 2 perverts were then beaten up by the group of beggars. Currently in the Central Plains, 3/10 of the security and patrol work is handled by Kai Bang. It is because the imperial court is in constant conflict over power, and there is a shortage of soldiers that we got this opportunity. Sect Master of Ha Vu Mon, please meet him. Once the young master must have his own reasons for wanting to meet you. After hearing this, the woman fell into deep thought. After a while, Tong Ma went to Tien Tuong and reported, "I have prepared a guest room inside." Tien Tuong sighed, "So it is Mong Ni. Were not you telling me the sect master of Ha Vu Mon wanted to see me?" Tong Ma's initial expression was one of surprise, but he quickly calmed down and replied, "That person is the sect master of Ha Vu Mon. You already knew that I advised her to meet you." Tien Tuong smiled. "I do not need to read people's faces, but I am not oblivious to the situation." Tong Ma continued, "She has not given me a definite answer yet. It seems she is considering it carefully." Tien Tuong advised, "Do not force her, but guide her skillfully. The biggest gain from this trip away from headquarters is meeting her. The task we are about to undertake can only succeed with the strength of Ha Vu Mon." Tong Ma nodded, understood. "During her stay here, I will definitely arrange for the 2 of you to talk." At this point, he took out a wooden box. Although it is very bitter, this elixir is effective in relieving pain. It is said that every owner of the Hayat thatch is tormented by violent seizures and headaches. Are you really all right, sir? Tien Tuong shook his head. "Other than my body temperature being a little high, there is nothing strange. Do not worry about me, just go rest. Let us hold the Council of Elders meeting tomorrow morning." Tong Ma had no objections and nodded immediately. Before leaving, he remembered something else. "That is right. Does the cuisine of La Quan suit your palate? Is not La Cuisine worthy of being ranked alongside Quang Shuyen and Huai Duong to become one of the 4 great cuisines?" Tien Tuong smiled. "Is that so? It does not suit my taste at all." Hearing this, Tong Ma could not help but feel a little disappointed, I see. He then went outside. Puk Tu Dien, who was outside, saw him come out and asked, "How is the young master?" Tong Ma replied, "He said he is fine." The disciple behind them was puzzled. "What does that mean? Is something wrong?" Tong Ma continued, "The young master seems to have lost his sense of taste. He probably is not from the Duong Jia." The young man was confused. Duong Jia? You mean Duong Mon, the masters of poison? Phuc Tu Dien confirmed, "That is right. It is said that the heir of Duong Mon consumes a large amount of poison from a young age to increase their tolerance, and some lose their sense of taste as a side effect." The young man had a realization. So the young master went through something like that. Tong Ma shook his head. Who knows, the young master has never talked about his past. Phuc Tu Dien smiled. "That is a good thing for us." Tong Ma frowned and glanced at him. "I have already said it. The young master is one of us. Did not you already acknowledge him as the master of Ku Long Fu?" Phuc Tu Dien replied, "At that time there was no other choice. Don't forget that he is fundamentally different from us. If he ever does anything to harm the Kai Bang, I am prepared to face him at any time. Therefore, you stay by the young master and supervise him closely. This place is for the youth behind us." Although Tong Ma was reluctant, he had no other choice. In his room, Tien Tuong was greedily chewing on a medicinal pill. As he chewed, he quietly pondered, "The biggest problem right now is money. Before winter arrives, I have to find a way to earn back the silver I gave away that day." Thinking this, he reached into his robes and took out a secret manual. Maybe I should sell it to Jich Huyet Made for a high price. Just then his expression twisted. The secret manual fell from his hand. Veins quickly bulged on his face. After some time, he finally calmed down. I still have to find a way to spit this bloodstone out within 3 months. Its effect is far weaker than I imagined. He recalled the battle, how borrowing the bloodstone's power only lasted for an instant. Just then a voice echoed in his head. If you want to use my full power, stop fooling around. I need to see real blood. Startled, Tien Tuong looked all around, searching for the source of the sound. Finally, his attention was drawn to his dantian. Could it be that tiny brat? Hearing this, the bloodstone roared in anger. Who are you calling a tiny brat? The sound was so loud it made Tien Tuong's ears ring. So this is what the convulsions and headaches were all about. He clutched his head in agony, writhing on the ground. After some time, he was leaning against the wall, panting non-stop. The bloodstone said with approval, "You can take it pretty well. Most people pass out the first time they experience this." Tien Tuong asked, "Didn't you give me 3 months? Are you planning to torture me like this constantly?" The bloodstone explained, "I am just creating a place for myself and remodeling your body a little while I am at it. Your body is too weak. It cannot contain me." Just then, Tien Tuong's body was lifted up, enveloped in a shroud of spiritual energy. He was inwardly surprised to find the blood in his body was indeed flowing more smoothly. So the convulsions after swallowing the bloodstone were the pain of being remodeled. The bloodstone spoke again. "Do you have any idea how delicate and agonizing this process is? Your entire body must be remodeled once every 5 days, and it will only be complete after 3 months." After hearing this, Tien Tuong clutched his head in despair. He lay helplessly on the ground, feeling like his life was over. "So what did you mean by to use my power, I must see blood? Are you telling me I have to start killing?" The bloodstone replied, "I am an existence that has experienced the cycle of life and death, a companion to calamity. To use my power, of course, you must stir up calamity. Does it make sense to wield power capable of creating a hurricane, yet only use it to flutter a tiny fan?" Tien Tuong cursed inwardly. "You lunatic. I thought it was just a low-grade item who knew I would end up swallowing a piece of garbage." The bloodstone continued, "And another thing, I advise you not to get your hopes up. That white wolf was qualified to be my vessel, which is why it was able to spit me out. At the level of a human, unless you die, you can never escape me. Remember this." A smirk formed on Tien Tuong's lips. "So that means as long as it is not at the human level, it will work right. I knew that long ago." After speaking, he shot something out. At the same time, he remembered from his childhood that his master had also shot something out, shattering a tree branch. Tien Tuong asked with interest, "Is this the legendary Dan Chi Than Kong?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "It is just borrowing wind pressure to shoot out a gust of wind from my finger." Hearing this, Tien Tuong couldn't help but feel disappointed. "Oh, is that all it is?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Didn't you say you didn't want to learn martial arts and only wanted to practice running away?" Tien Tuong's expression remained bored, and he didn't bother to speak. "Since I have to learn anyway, of course I should learn a top-tier martial art instead of some third-rate kung fu." Hearing this, the man drew his sword. "Now remember this well. From now on, what you will learn is not a first-rate, but a super first-rate martial art." With that, he swung his hand and unleashed a sword strike. The massive tree in front of him was then split in two. If a finger wind can break a branch, then a sword wind can certainly uproot the entire tree. So what if you transfer the internal energy from your dantian to the sword? That is sword energy. After saying that, he demonstrated by splitting a boulder in half. Tien Tuong was so shocked his jaw dropped. "Oh my God, he split that boulder like it was a piece of tofu." He continued, "Energy transferred to the sword is sword energy, and when channeled to the fingertips, it is finger energy. Projecting that finger energy is called Dan Chi Than Kong." As he spoke, he demonstrated by shattering the boulder. Seeing this, Tien Tuong crossed his arms and sighed. "Easier than I thought." The long range and the ability to use it bare-handed are its advantages, but it's harder than using sword energy, and its power is much weaker. The middle-aged man chuckled. "You understood its nature after seeing it just once. Not bad at all. So, what would happen if I used the De Vuong An and the Kim Kang Thiet Tu Kong to unleash the Dan Chi Than Kong? Also, what if I used something tangible like blood instead of something formless, like air? The density of blood is higher than air and water, and the body both inhales and exhales, making it suitable to carry pure energy. Furthermore, the nature of blood is to transport substances both good and bad. For the Dan Chi Thien Kong, the most effective way to project energy is Devuong in fourth form Dan Chi Thien Thach Nat Chi. With that, he struck. A small hole was drilled directly through the boulder. Thien Tuong was surprised once again. All the force was concentrated on a single point, piercing a hole through the boulder. The middle-aged man explained, even if you used the Kim Kang Thiet Tu Kong at full power to defend it, would be difficult to withstand the force of the Dan Chi Thien Thach Nat Chi. If it were the Kim Kang Bat Hoi Than Kong of the Thiu La Ma or the Kim Lan Quang Ma Thu of the Ha Vu Mon, you might be able to block the second finger without taking damage. My skills are not yet refined. Using all the blood and flesh in my body, I can only release the second finger. But from the third finger of the Dan Chi Thien Thach onward, it becomes completely different. It uses something that transcends formless finger energy, and that is tangible finger force. Once you surpass that realm, forget splitting rocks with your finger. You could even flatten Mount Tai. At that point, you will have surpassed the realm of mortals. You are still young, so do not set limits for yourself. Improve your martial arts and try to surpass the realm of humanity. Thien Tuong immediately shook his head and said, "No need. Protecting myself is enough. Why would I go around flattening mountains for no reason? If I am human, I should be a good human. Why try to transcend humanity?" His words angered the man, who then gave him a beating. "I'm using the Kim Kang Thiet Tu Kong on you." And now, Thien Tuong is sitting there meditating and circulating his energy. "Master, your outstanding disciple will surpass the realm of mortals, no matter what. The key is not to let this stone become a source of blood." Just then, he sensed something. "What is it?" Vu Fong. The other person immediately appeared before him. "Young master, it is urgent." Thien Tuong frowned. "If it were the people attacking Tuing Gok Than Tong Ma would have already informed me." Vu Fong shook his head. "It is not about that. In Kai Chao, the Ngu Ho Tui Long Tri has declared all-out war. Huang Fo Lu Nai has been killed, and his beloved daughter, Huang Fo Yen, is leading her clansmen in resistance, but they probably will not be able to hold out for 5 days. Hearing this, Thien Tuong's expression, Vu Fong said with his head lowered, "It is not about that. The Ngu Ho Tui Long Tri of the northern region has started an all-out war. Huang Bao Tai has been killed, and Huang Bao Oan, his only daughter, is leading her family in the fight, but it seems they cannot resist for more than 5 days. Upon hearing this, Thien Tuong was stunned. He suddenly jumped to his feet. Then he gave an order, "Head to the northern region immediately." He worried, "Sir, it is dangerous for you to act alone like this. There are many powers in this martial world, and now everyone knows that the young master possesses the Huyet Thach and that you are the 9th Dragon Vice Chief of the Kai Bang." Thien Tuong retorted, "Who said I am going alone? We have the Bon Si Han Du. I freed all of you from the shadow of Tan Kui O Kei and have been funding you with my own money for a time like this." Vu Fong replied, "Yes, but we specialize in intelligence and covert operations rather than combat." He continued, "That is why the Bon Si Han Du must move. Only the Bon Si Han Du can reach the northern region right now and move fast enough to protect the remaining family of Huang Bao Tai." Vu Fong admitted yes, when it comes to speed, no one can keep up with the Bon Si Han Du. If you are considering the travel time to the northern region, it would be best to mobilize the Kai Bang factions in the north. He refused. That is not an option. If the Kai Bang's appearance is revealed, it could lead to a war between the Ngu Ho Tui Long Tri and the Kai Bang. I must avoid that. Although the Kai Bang has many members, they are mostly the elderly, and children only about 30% of the total can fight. It is not that I cannot get involved with the Kai Bang, but that I do not want to." Vu Fong said hesitantly, "Actually, the Trung Chao Nguba, the 5 current martial arts hegemons, consist of the Vo La Min Ngu Ho Thui Long Tri Duong Jia Am Gia Tak Hon Huyet Lien Kai Bang Ha Ao Mon and Shich Huyet Than. The Vo La Min has united the families and sects of the Orthodox path. Shich Huyet Tan, led by the Shich Huyet Made, is the sky of the demonic path. The Tak Han Huyet Lien of the unorthodox factions has raised its banner against Shich Huyet Tan. The Ngu Ho Tui Long Tri is an alliance of mountain bandits and pirates. The Kai Bang is formed by beggars from all over Dongquan, and Ha Ao Mon is the organization that controls entertainment venues like taverns and casinos in Dongquan. He thought to himself, clearly in terms of military strength, the Kai Bang is weak compared to the other hegemons. Besides, I don't like hearing ridicule from beggars. For the honor of the orthodox and demonic sects, I would not crush the Kai Bang's rice bowl. But the conversation would be very different with the Ngu Ho Tui Long Trai or Ha Aomon, who are also at the bottom of society. Thien Tuong spoke up regardless. Something is strange. The Huang Bao Tai family, which has primarily focused on the shipping business, should have no reason to make an enemy of the Ngu Ho Tui Long Trai. Vu Fong reported yes. Most merchants, rather than provoking the Ngu Ho Tui Long Trai, who control the land and waterways, would usually pay a passage tax or regular tribute. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. There is clearly something suspicious going on. No matter how reckless those thieves from Ngu Ho Tui Long Trai are, they are not foolish enough to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Tien Tuong ordered, "Find out who they have colluded with and prepare a carriage. I will depart after a brief stop at Trung Duoc Dien and Hai Long Trai." Vu Fong immediately complied. Yes, this subordinate understands. He thought to himself, Hai Long Trai is probably where Ha Hu is staying now. Why would Trung Duoc Dien be caring for seriously ill patients? The carriage carrying him rolled along the road. Tien Tuong sat in the carriage and closed his eyes to rest for a moment. Vu Fong, sitting opposite him, could not help but ask out of curiosity, "However, young master, why are you going through so much trouble for this? Is it because of a long-standing connection with the Huang Bao Tai family?" He replied wearily, "Are you crazy? Would I risk my life fighting just for some old connection? The Huang Bao Tai family is a top player in large-scale shipping, large enough to trade with Tan Kui Oke, so I am going because it is necessary for the business I intend to build later." Vu Fong thought to himself, that sounds more familiar. Of course, that's how it is. There is no way that man would do something that was not for money. Tien Tuong leaned his head against the carriage wall, his gaze fixed on the distance. Childhood memories came flooding back to his mind when a little girl was hiding behind him. The little girl pressed close to him, her cheeks flushed red. As for Tien Tuong's expression at that time, it was particularly serious. He told himself, just try to survive. 3 days later, the scene changes to another place a confrontation is taking place. On one side was the Ngu Ho Tui Long Trai. Chu Dai Vu spoke, "Your skills are quite good. As expected, you are not the warriors of the Huang Bao Tai family, are you?" They raised their swords warily and asked, to speak so arrogantly, "Who is behind you?" The man replied, "The client happens to be a very considerate person, so I received a little help." They began the massacre. The innocent people inside were struck down. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The entire fortress was engulfed in smoke and fire. It was not long before they had defeated the group of people here. A man reported to Dai Vu, "I did not see Huang Bao On among this group." He replied nonchalantly, "Utta and Tai Chao have gone to capture Huang Bao On, so let us just take care of the rest here." Meanwhile, Trung Mai was rushing away. Following behind Fo, Yen turned back and said, "Is it really okay for us to run away and leave our family like this?" She replied, "We must survive for the future of the Huang Bao Tai clan." Sensing movement up ahead, Trung Mai stopped and held the other two back. Two people were standing across from them. They were Hong Tai Hao and Tai Chao of the Ngu Ho Tui Long Trai. She ordered, "Stay back for a moment." Tai Chao prepared to draw his sword. "I'm lucky today to have the chance to fight Trung Mai the Fu Dong Mi Kiem, the great pride of the Huang Bao Tai clan." Trung Mai attacked first. "That luck will end the moment I draw my sword." A single slash flew towards him, kicking up a cloud of dust. But Tai Chao managed to block it. He remarked, "Facing your sword head on like this, I see the rumors are no exaggeration." The sword in Trung Mai's hand spun once. As the blade flashed past, it was stained with the enemy's blood. Stunned, Tai Chao glanced down at his bleeding arm. Only then did he feel the pain. As his knees buckled to the ground, his hand severed. Trung Mai generously said to Tai Hao, "I will spare your life, so take Tai Chao and go." From behind Tai Chao's pained screams echoed, "My hand, my hand." He didn't back down at all, and instead launched an attack on her. Trung Mai was quickly struck down. Tai Hao advanced toward the remaining two. "That little brother of mine was always too cocky. I knew he'd get into trouble one day." Tu Huang drew her sword. "Stop right there." He lifted his foot, shattering the sword, then sent a kick flying toward Tu Huang. She fell backward, fresh blood spewing from her mouth. A stunned Fo Yen watched as she slowly collapsed. Her face had grown pale. Tai Hao spoke coldly, "There's nothing to be afraid of. You have to follow your master, don't you?" His hand reached out for Fo Yen's face. A powerful force struck Tai Hao's palm. He hastily leaped backward. Looking at his injured palm, Tai Hao smirked. Not bad. I can't even remember the last time someone was able to injure me like this. Tian Tuong lowered his hand. He cracked his knuckles. Then you had better remember this. Today in this very place I will end your lives. A fist slammed straight down on Tai Hao. Before that, the fortress was engulfed in flames. Wu Fong asked a wounded man, "What happened? I thought I told you to avoid fighting and get the Huang Bao Tai family to safety." The man blamed himself. "I'm sorry I didn't follow your orders." Tian Tuong stepped forward and said, "No, it's my fault. I underestimated their strength, and because of that, you all were harmed." Just then, an enemy behind him prepared to launch a sneak attack. Wu Fong quickly rushed forward and cut the man down. He warned young master, "Please pull yourself together, the enemy is here." In his heart, he understood that the young master had never before experienced losing people because of his own mistake. Someone said Lady Fo Yen is still alive. We protected her and helped her escape. Wu Fong stepped forward to take command. "Leave this place to me. You must go rescue the young lady." Back in the present, Tai Hao was beaten face down into the ground. He asked, "There must be a non-aggression pact for major clans like the Huang Bao Tai. Why are you doing this?" He replied, "If we wipe out the entire Huang Bao Tai clan, a client will pay us much more than they ever would." Tai Hao's hand struggled to grip the edge of the crater and pull himself up. Once he was back on his feet, he continued, "When a relationship is built on money, of course, I'll side with whoever pays more." He asked curiously, "If money is your goal, there are many ways to get it without all this bloodshed." Tai Hao revealed, "This is the easiest way I know." Tian Tuong declared, "If that's how it's going to be, then I'll crush you under my feet and take it all." He unleashed the Devuong and Ni Thuk Kin Thien Dong Dia. Sharp rocks jutted up, but Tai Hao dodged. "You're too weak." He stomped down from above. He neatly dodged everything. Tai Hao spun around and delivered a sweeping kick. The kick came straight for him. Tian Tuong was knocked backward. A sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Tai Hao said scornfully, "It seems you're a disciple or a direct successor to some sect, learning your skills in comfort. But this is a real battle. It's not about forcing yourself to suppress anger to act cold. You have to be like me, devoid of emotion from the start." Enraged, Tian Tuong flicked his fingers repeatedly. "Shut your mouth." He leaned away to dodge. That would be useful in a surprise attack. In an instant, Tai Hao was in front of him. Tian Tuong was continuously forced on the defensive. He could only block each attack with his hands. Tai Hao raised his leg. "Don't claim to be so durable, I can afford to take a little break." Tian Tuong knew this wasn't going well. "Damn it, what do? I have to keep going against him like this." Meanwhile, on Wu Fong's side, the fight was just as intense. He deftly spat blood into his opponent's face. Taking advantage of the man's carelessness, Wu Fong charged with his shoulder. He ordered his men to regroup and form a battle line. A smoke bomb was thrown out. The opposing side was confused, unable to see anyone. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Fong's men used their swords to strike their opponent's vital points, felling them one by one. Just as he let his guard down, he coughed a few times. A man appeared from behind, preparing to strike him down with his sword. Wu Fong instinctively blocked a sword strike from Dai Vu. The man remarked, "You're different from those old men from the sects and clans. You're more like us." He denied it. "I wouldn't know about that. I used to consider it my job to hunt people like you." Dai Vu sneered, "Let's see, you're just a dog of the military. In that case, you know perfectly well that for us, there's no such thing as a clean fight." He ordered his men forward to kill him. Wu Fong thought to himself, "I'm truly worried for the young master. For all his power, he still lacks experience, especially against men like these who have endured countless hardships." Back with Tian Tuong, he was constantly being pushed back by his opponent. One of his feet slid across the ground before he came to a stop. Tian Tuong struggled to stay on his feet, his breathing growing heavy. Tai Hao twirled two knives in his hands and asked, "Are you from the West Asia region?" Shocked, he checked his person, finding only 2 empty sheaths. When did he take them? He casually tossed the knives. "If you can't properly possess and wield fine things like these, they're useless, just like you." The knife flew forward, cutting through the air. It was heading straight for Fo Yen. Tian Tuong quickly raised his hand to block it. Not giving him a chance to counter, Tai Hao rushed in. "So let's end this." A sharp coldness flashed in Tian Tuong's eyes. He spun around and unleashed Devuong Antam Thuk Vu Hoa Tien Shich Long, sending a wave of force toward him. Tai Hao was sent flying backward. Thien Tuong asked Fo Yen, "Are you all right?" She replied, "I'm fine." Meanwhile, he was brushing the dust off himself. Tai Hao decided that since things had come to this, he couldn't drag it on. He had to kill him quickly. A voice rang out. "You idiot," he replied in annoyance, "so noisy, just be quiet. If I die, you'll suffer a great loss." It asked, "Do you know why people call the sword the king of all weapons? If you don't realize it, you will die here today." He said, annoyed, "What are you talking about? Do you want me to use a sword?" A wave of energy rushed forward. It was Tai Hao charging in to attack. The two of them clashed for a few more rounds. Thien Tuong could only retreat. The variations were too many. He simply couldn't defend against the attacks. Suddenly he realized, so that's how it is. Two daggers were spinning rapidly in midair. They flew back into Tai Hao's hands. The two of them maintained their distance. He spoke up, "Throwing away your weapons again. In that case, thank you. I'll make good use of them." Thien Tuong pursed his lips in silence. He was using his own blood to draw a few lines. "Very well, you have given me an enlightenment. I shall send you to the underworld." Two streams of red energy shot out. Tai Hao casually leaned aside to dodge, looking completely effortless. "I told you this kind of attack is useless if it doesn't hit." But he was too late when he glimpsed the red energy hovering in the air, and Thien Tuong was already behind him attacking. It was all just a feint. Thien Tuong quickly struck towards Tai Hao. As he recoiled to dodge, Thien Tuong's other hand swung around. This is not a move you can handle. However, Tai Hao's body was quite agile. Thien Tuong was no less skilled. His movements were powerful and decisive. To dodge the blow, his entire body spun around. Meanwhile, the dagger in his hand was raised. Tai Hao swung the dagger towards Thien Tuong. After escaping, he continued his attack. He continued to lean back and dodge. Then his whole body retreated to maintain a safe distance. Seeing the speed of his strikes, Tai Hao was stunned. Thien Tuong on the opposite side had a new move. The blood in his hand was swirling, condensing into a small bead. Thien Tuong thought to himself, the reason the sword is considered the king of all weapons is its endless variations. With just a slight shift of the joints, a small change in the muscles, one can execute countless techniques to defeat the enemy. A powerful martial arts technique, like growing wings to stir up 1,000-foot waves, Devuong, and third form Vu Hoa Thien Shichlang. It made me forget everything I once knew. Master once taught that transferring the illusory and real transformations of the sword into the body is the essence of our school. Previously, Tai Hao had said dismissively, "I've said it before, this kind of move is only useful as a surprise attack." He thought to himself, "That's right, I just have to turn all my attacks into surprise attacks," just as his opponent was rushing forward. The blade grazed past Thien Tuong's back. He circles behind his opponent to deliver a blow. A small bloody cut appeared on Thien Tuong's cheek. Tai Hao Tung's entire body was lifted into the air. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth. A mass of blood condensed in Thien Tuong's hand. He launched it, piercing the man. That red aura pierced through Tai Hao like a sword. He fell powerlessly to the ground. Thien Tuong panted warily, watching his opponent. He pressed down hard on his arm. It seems this right arm will be useless for a while. Thien Tuong walked step by step toward Tu Huang, looking at her motionless form on the ground. He blamed himself. "I couldn't keep my promise. Please forgive me." Thien Tuong's trembling hand reached out to touch her eyes. Fo Yen asked curiously, "Who are you people really to come and help the Hoang Fo family when both the authorities and the Martial Arts Alliance have abandoned us? That older sister even swapped clothes with me for my sake." He revealed her name was Tu Huang. She was your age. When she was born, her entire family was framed as traitors. I promised her I would definitely help clear her family's name. Fo Yen promised, "I will remember this. I will live on with deep gratitude." Just then, Dai Vu appeared right behind her. Startled, Fo Yen quickly leaned to one side. He ordered, "Their leader is still hanging on. There is no need to keep him alive." Vu Fong, who was behind the man, immediately made his move. He and the others reported the Ngu Ho Thui Long Tri and the other intruders have all been dealt with, sir. The cleanup was underway. Some were clearing the area while others were tending to the wounded. One of Thien Tuong's arms was carefully bandaged. Two people stood before him waiting for orders. He got straight to the point. "Did the Kai Bang come to help? Because it was your master Elder Back's idea." Man Tai denied it. "No, it was my own decision. As a member of the Kai Bang, I was only following the order to protect the elder, not taking commands from any individual." Thien Tuong reminded him, "Have you considered this? Your decision could put the entire Kai Bang in danger. He is very righteous. Although the Kai Bang has fewer martial arts experts than other sects, no one could refuse to fight for their family. Thien Tuong continued, every decision carries a corresponding responsibility. Because of your choice, the Kai Bang has become a target of the Ngu Ho Tui Long Trai. Mantai fell silent, his eyes filled with sadness. He added, but at the same time you saved the subordinates and clan members of the Huang Fo family that I failed to protect due to my own misjudgment. Thank you. You saved my life as well. Seeing this, he became flustered. No, not at all, sir. I only did what I had to do. Wu Fong asked, what are your plans moving forward, sir? The force behind the Ngu Ho Tui Long Trai seems much larger than we anticipated. Their goal couldn't have been just a small escort agency. At this question, Thien Tuong became pensive. He instructed Man Tai, for now, use a carrier pigeon to send orders to the Kai Bang headquarters and its other branches. Tell them to increase their security. All Kai Bang disciples in Kai Chao are to gather at the Huang Fo family estate. According to our discussion, this place can serve as our base of operations. His gaze shifted to Wu Fong. He understood immediately. Yes, I will interrogate the leader of the Tui Long Trai to dig out who is behind this and what their ultimate goal is. A knock came from the door outside. A subordinate entered to report the young master invites you into the inner chambers for a meeting. Outside they were sitting and waiting in the guest hall. The other man pointed toward Fo Yen and said, young master, you need not worry. Just leave everything to me. They are nothing but a bunch of reckless beggars meddling for a scrap of food. We can throw them some silver and send them on their way. While she was still hesitating, Thu Kach interrupted. Is it not incredibly rude to treat the benefactor who risked his life to protect the Huang Fo Jia this way? Tai Kiat reasoned it was the incompetence of the warriors under the external manager that allowed those bandits to humiliate us, wasn't it? Displeased, he slammed his hand on the table. His voice carried a threatening tone. Say one more word and don't blame me for being rude. Tai Kiat looked at him. Are you planning to draw your sword in front of the young clan head? What a crude brute. Fo Yen stood up. Please, you two say no more. At that moment, a sound was heard from outside. Thien Tuong walked inside. The other two stared intently at the young man who had just entered. He introduced himself. I am the first young master of the Kai Bang. She spoke up from the side. I am Huang Fo Yen, the young clan head of the Huang Fo Jia. It is a pleasure to meet you. He introduced himself. I am the external manager of the Huang Fo Jia Han Thu Kash. The person you saved Han Trung Mai is my daughter. I thank you once again, young master. And finally, the internal manager of the Huang Fo Jia Tu Tai Kiet. I doubt you helped us merely out of a sense of justice. Just name the price you desire and we will consider it. Thu Kash shouted angrily, you internal manager. Thien Tuong was relaxed. It's all right. I know how to weigh matters. I'm not so heartless as to completely reject your kind intentions. Tai Kiet glanced smugly at him. You see, he said politely, there is much to discuss. Why don't you all take a seat first? Fo Yen asked curiously. I was wondering, have we ever met before, young master? Thien Tuong replied, is that so? This is my first time setting foot in Kai Chao. She lowered her gaze. I see it was a misunderstanding. Forgive me. He reached into his robe. He took out a stack of papers and placed it on the table. He pushed it forward. Regarding this incident and the future of the Huang Fo Jia, I have a few proposals. Fo Yen opened it to see the contents. After reading it, all three of them were horrified. Tai Kiet cursed angrily. That stinking beggar doesn't know his place, daring to dream of swallowing the Huang Fo Jia whole. Fo Yen gave a slight wave of her hand, and he had no choice but to swallow his anger. She placed the paper back on the table. Then she spoke. The internal manager was a bit rude. I apologize on his behalf. But what he said is not entirely wrong. Although the Huang Fo Jia has suffered a great loss from this incident, we still have many major clients. Our ability and resources to escort large shipments are still intact. While we are very grateful for your help, young master, we cannot merge with the Kai Bang because of it. Thien Tuong sighed and asked, then do you have enough strength to protect those resources? Tai Kiet said confidently, you are still too young, young master. With the financial power of the Huang Fo, Jia hiring help is a trivial matter. There's no need to associate with a bunch of beggars. His expression turned grim. Thien Tuong asked bluntly, regarding your current situation, are you all intentionally ignoring it, or are you truly unaware? Fo Yen was unsure. What do you mean, young master? He raised his injured arm. The Ngu Ho Tui Long Trai dared to be so brazenly provocative. Why would they let you all go so easily? This battle is not over, it has only just begun. Furthermore, the authorities and the Vo Lam Min seem to have already reached some kind of agreement, using the non-aggression pact as an excuse to turn a blind eye. How many people would be willing to throw themselves into this conflict for a paltry sum of money? The entire room fell silent. Tian Tuong stood up. He turned his back coldly, preparing to leave. Just as Tian Tuong was about to walk out the door, Fo Yen spoke up. "What is your ultimate goal? Young master, what does the Kai Bang need a merchant guild for?" Tian Tuong stopped. The guest turned his head back. Tian Tuong smirked. "A purpose, you ask? I never really thought about that. I'm just a beggar who saw a chance to get rich and got a little blinded by the silver." They fell silent at his answer. Fo Yen sat down. Tai Kiet said knowingly, "You see, young master, so much for the righteousness of the martial world. These people are all just ignorant and violent fools." Thukash couldn't listen anymore. "Don't judge the martial world so carelessly." He pointed to the note he left behind. "If he's not the chief or an elder of the Kai Bang, then even if we accept this offer, there's no guarantee the Kai Bang will protect the Hoang Fo family." Fo Yen countered, but as young Master Long said, it's highly likely the Ngu Ho Tui Long Tri will attack the Hoang Fo family again. We must quickly devise a plan. He suggested those beggars said they'll stay for 3 days. We must use that chance to find other help. Thukach realized, "You intend to use them as bait to escape, don't you?" Tai Kiet replied, "Do you have a better plan?" Fo Yen glanced at the contents of the paper. She asked tentatively, "What if we accept the offer?" He speculated, "If we accept, I'm afraid the name Hoang Fo family will be no more." Tai Kiet pointed out, "Besides, this offer isn't from the chief or an elder of the Kai Bang. It's just a beggar from a minor branch. Even if we agree, there's no guarantee he can protect us. The Kai Bang has been keeping the peace and defending the city lately. I think they're just trying to make a name for themselves." His hand slowly crumpled the paper. Tai Kiet said with disgust, "That guy is useless to us and completely insignificant. To dare make such an arrogant proposal to our Hoang Fo family, we should report him to their headquarters so they can teach that brat a lesson." Fo Yen said uncomfortably, "Still, he did help the Hoang Fo family. Must we do that?" He fumed. "If we just let it slide, they'll despise us even more." Someone reported from outside. "Lord Chief Steward, it is I Tu Dong." He ordered, "Come in." He reported, "As you ordered, my lord. I have investigated that man's background." Tai Kiet explained, "Lately, members of the Kai Bang no longer wear signs of their rank, so I sent someone to investigate. The Kai Bang use the number of knots on their belts to distinguish rank within the sect. 1 to 3 knots are for begging and information gathering the Kat Kai. 4 to 5 knots are for protecting the Kai Bang and its members, the Ho Kai. 6 knots are for fighting on behalf of the Kai Bang, the Dao Kai. 7 knots are for enforcing punishments, the Pap Kai. 8 knots are for elders, the Quan Kai. And 9 knots is for the leader of the Kai Bang, the Bang Chu. Those are the ranks of the Kai Bang." But after outsiders learned of this ranking system, they were often bullied. That brat only had 1 knot. Yes. That's why Long Tien Tuong abolished this outwardly visible ranking method, making it difficult for outsiders to know a member's true rank. He asked Tu Dong, "So how many knots does that guy have, 5 or 6? The man hesitated. "Well, it's neither of those, sir." Tai Kiet said smugly, "What, don't tell me he doesn't even have 4 knots and dared to act so haughty before us." Thukach reminded him, "Are you sure? If he wasn't a disciple of the chief with a rank above 6 knots, how could he beat the leader of the Ngu Ho Tui Long Tri?" Tudong reported that young Master Long, his voice stuttered, has 9 knots. All 3 of them were stunned. He himself was shocked. Is he really the leader of the 1 million Kai Bang members, the 9-knot chief? Tudong confirmed, "Yes, I heard the Kai Bang members address him as such with my own ears." The color drained from Tai Kiet's face. Fo Yen made a decision. If the offer comes from the Kai Bang chief himself, it means we still have hope. Scene change to Kai Chao, the Kai Bang headquarters. Tu Mai was having her hair brushed. The little girl ran around cheerfully with her smooth hair. But soon after, Tu Mai returned with messy hair and a bored expression. So the little girl went back to being groomed again. Inside the Kai Bang headquarters, it was chaotic. "I'm next. Let me do the Fong Tak Kwok." Mong Ni sat amidst the noise and wondered, "Where am I? What in the world am I doing here?" She remembered 5 days ago when Tien Tuong came to tell her, "I have an urgent matter to attend to in Kai Chao. I need you to take good care of this place until I get back. While I'm gone, if you quietly slip away, then to repay my previous kindness, I will have no choice but to mobilize my 1 million Kai Bang members to find you." Mong Ni let out a sigh. She reassured them, "Just go without worry. I will protect this place until you return." She thought to herself, I wonder how much good karma the young master plans to accumulate in this lifetime. Seeing her grim expression, a child behind her trembled in fear at Mong Ni's face. Mong Ni turned back and smiled at the kid. "It's okay," but that only made the child more scared. She continued combing Tu Mai's hair. Just then, Mong Ni noticed the aura on the little girl. This child, how can she possess the internal energy of the Kai Bang's sect leader's exclusive martial art, the Hang Long Thap Bat Chuang? She can't possibly be a blood relative of young Master Long, and I've never heard of the previous sect leader having a daughter this young. She asked, "Who are your father and mother, can you tell me?" Tu Mai recounted, "They both passed away during a plague in my village when I was little." Mong Ni was curious, "But how are you able to cultivate the sect leader's exclusive martial art?" The little girl replied. Young Master Long said, "As long as you are a member of the Kai Bang, anyone can cultivate the martial arts in the sect's Tang Thu Kak." Hearing this, Mong Ni was stunned. What? The surrounding children chimed in excitedly. Young Master Long said, "There's no reason to hide such a great martial art, and that everyone should pass it around and learn it." "I'm practicing Hang Long Thap Bat Chuang, me too, I'm practicing it too." She became even more confused. What on earth is he thinking? Mong Ni thought, is it boldness? No, perhaps it should be called reckless and foolish. It seems I've overestimated him. Someone came from behind to report. I heard young Master Long has a guest in the inner chambers. It turns out to be Bandit Lord Ha Hao. Mong Ni froze when she heard this voice. She glanced at Tung Bok behind her. How can this be? Zich Huyet Made is fighting against the entire martial world and yet has the upper hand. The reason is, besides the Nguba Trung Chao among the external forces known as the Ku Tien Thap Dia, there are 4 palaces loyal to him. Fo Da'am, the eternal sacred land that nurtures the Jiam Hao BOC groups of occultists who can read heavenly secrets to know of fortune and disaster. Huang Kim Kak, the shop that controls the underground economy. Ki Tien Tu Puang, a mysterious pharmacy where for the right price, even the dead can be revived. Fitch Lich Kung, the sect that holds the secret to crafting divine weapons from gunpowder. Yu Da Kung, a group of assassins who use poison and hidden weapons to kill. Tai Duong Vo Kung, a group of madmen who, apart from cultivating their own martial arts, are indifferent to wealth status, justice, and everything else. Loi Ma Kung, experts in dark arts and illusions who can manipulate others. Dia Ditu Kung, a group of mercenaries who specialize in fighting to complete their commissions. Her gaze fell upon the person in front of her, Tung Bak. Mong Ni knew his identity well. This was the master of Peak Lich Kung, the man who had redrawn the map of Trung Nguyen several times. With his godlike Qinggong and gunpowder that could blast Mount Tai Sun to pieces, he plunged the entire martial world into terror. How could Zich Huyet Ma De's most trusted right-hand man be here in the Kai Bang? She politely bowed her head in greeting. With her hands clasped, this junior Mong Ni pays her respects to Phao Ma Quan. He said casually, "That is just a title filled with sin. Just call me Tung Bak." Mong Ni realized, I heard young Master Long wanted to find someone through the Ha Hao Man, so it turns out the person he was looking for was you senior. Tung Bak confirmed I heard that too, but because he couldn't find you, he used the people of the Kai Bang to find me instead. I have always been grateful to you for refusing Zich Huyet Ma De's commission to find me more than once. With the power of the Ha Hao Man, you surely could have found me. Mong Ni replied, "At that time, this junior thought that you senior would no longer appear in the Jianghu, so I acted that way. It seems I did something unnecessary. What did young Master Long promise you? What on earth could make you step back into the martial world again?" To this question, Tung Bak silently pondered. He corrected her. To be precise, it's not stepping back in, because I haven't been able to do so for some time now. Mong Ni was shocked when she learned this truth. She said in astonishment, "Senior, your movement techniques and Qinggong are clearly unrivaled in this world." Tung Bak had previously decided, I want to wash my hands of this world. I have already shed too much blood. He looked at the courtyard engulfed in a sea of flames before him. The revenge I wanted was not like this. Ha Hao spoke up. "Since you think that way, senior, there is nothing else to be done." The spear from him flew towards his legs. Tung Bak could only watch as fresh blood gushed out. He collapsed to the ground, letting out a painful scream. Hong Goen crouched down to look at him. Well, now you really cannot get involved anymore. Besides, you do not need legs to make fire cannons. Sweat poured down Tung Bok's face like rain. Quan Bon stepped out from behind. Should not we take this opportunity to clean up Vic Lich Kung? After all, he is the only one we need who knows how to make fire cannon ammunition. He agreed. That is a good idea. Then I will have to trouble Za Dak Quan to handle it. Tung Bok was horrified when he heard their plan. He begged, please do not just spare the people of Vic Lich Kung, and I will do anything you ask. Tung Bok pleaded earnestly with you. He recounted, in the end I lost both my legs and my people. She asked curiously, so you joined forces with young Master Long Dai to get revenge for your lost legs and the people of Vic Lich Kung. Tung Bok denied no revenge was just an excuse. When I joined forces with Thuk Huyet Ma Dai, I wanted revenge on those who looked down on my Vic Lich Kung. But after losing my legs and my disciples, I realized it was all for nothing. Joining forces with young Master Long Dai is my atonement to this world. What young Master Long Dai wants from me is the same as my original intention when I first researched gunpowder. Before this, Thien Tuong had come to see him. Tung Bok looked up. He asked, Senior, have you ever heard this story? In Tuong Chau, there was a mining town. If someone was injured in an accident, they had to go around a mountain to get to the clinic, so many could not make it and died halfway. Until one day, a martial arts master came to test his skills and moved the mountain that blocked the way. From then on, the number of people from the mining town who died on their way to get medical treatment decreased greatly. I invite you, Senior, to use this gunpowder with me to redraw the map, to draw a new map full of roads that save people, and then make a lot of money. Tung Bok hesitated. Young Master Long Dai probably does not know that I am from that mining town in Tuong Chau. Mong Ni thought, although I can understand the young master's intentions, he knows too little about the martial world and is still too young. In the end, those fire cannons will become a disaster for the martial world again. He sighed and said, is it because the young master opened up Tang Thu Kak the secrets of the Kai Bang and Tang Chan Dong to everyone that you think this way? I have also heard children singing rhymes spreading the oral formula for the chief's unique martial art Hang Long Thap Bat Chuang. She continued, with the oral formula spread like that, other sects will easily find a way to counter it. It is well known that in a sect's strategy and unity, the martial power of the leader accounts for over 50%, but he has underestimated the importance of the leader's martial arts too much. Tung Bok replied, why are the prominent families of the martial world, once so famous, now in decline? It is because even with outstanding disciples, the family head's unique martial arts are usually only passed down to brothers or grandsons. And what about the orthodox sects? They form cliques where choosing the right faction matters more than ability or effort if you want to learn an extra secret technique. That is the current situation. Over time, it becomes a stagnant pool, and young Master Long Dai understands this very well. If you are really that worried, then would it not be better to stay by his side and diligently support him? Do you need this old man to be your matchmaker? Mong Ni denied it is not me. He exposed her. Has not that person been gone for a long time now? Stop wearing mourning clothes and closing yourself off. Think about it carefully. Young Master Long Dai is not the type of person to care about someone remarrying. Mong Ni froze when she heard that. Meanwhile, Thien Tuong was returning to his room. Vu Fong followed and reported, as per the young master's instructions, the fact that you are the Ku Long Pu Chu has been revealed. He continued, so it is estimated that we will receive their proposal tonight. He asked curiously, but young master and Lady Huang Fo Yen, why not mention that destined connection? Thien Tuong reminded him, we are discussing business. There is no need to bring up past relationships since they are the ones at a disadvantage anyway. Vu Fong stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems that when the old master chose a marriage partner for you before the Huang Fo family rejected it immediately, that must still sting a little, right? He retorted, how could that be? He thought to himself, damn it, when we were kids, she said she would make me her son-in-law, no matter what. Thien Tuong let out a frustrated sigh. He said to himself, in any case, I will definitely protect Yen Ni well. May you rest in peace. Thien Tuong got back to business. From the leader of Tui Long Tri, have they found anything out? Vu Fong hesitated about that. He presented a piece of paper. This subordinate suspects it's related to the group that previously attacked Tui Ngok Than, demanding protection money. These bandits, in collusion with the Ngu Ho Tui Long Tri, have attacked and plundered merchants in more than 2 locations in Trung Nguyen in the past few days. Thien Tuong knew just by reading it. As expected, they were all places that had ties to Toi Ngoc Tan, like the Hoang Po Jia. Vu Fong confirmed yes, among the places attacked Hai Long Thuong Tu Yen in Lo Quan and Tien Ha Quang Nyep in Long Tan. 9 places successfully resisted with the help of Tui Ngoc Tan, but more than 10 others were burned down, leaving only ruins. He guessed immediately, Shich Huyet Tan. Those bastards this is to divide Tui Ngoc Tan's forces and then use the opportunity to attack. He was in disbelief, but we don't have any concrete evidence that Jich Huyet Tan is behind this. Thien Tuong explained, they aren't burning things to destroy evidence, but to reveal their identity. In the martial world right now, the only one who dares to oppose Tui Ngoc Tan and has such a large-scale strategy is Jich Huyet Tan. We can't stay here any longer. We must leave quickly. Seeing him stand up, Vu Fong was surprised. Why so suddenly? He replied, for those who want to attack Tui Ngoc Tan, what better hostage could they find than me? They will surely swarm this place. We can't stay here any longer, as it will put everyone in danger. He accepted the order. Then this subordinate will go and prepare. He was very cautious. No, without a commander for this matter, Phuong Tien Dao won't even be able to use half of its usual strength. You and the people of Phuong Tien Dao, along with the Du Chao branch, will stay here and spread the news that I have left. The scene changes to where Haung Goan is. Shich Huyet Tan, the Shich Huyet Ma de la Haung Goan, sat contemplating the paper in his hand. His face showed no emotion. Inside was a portrait of Tien Tuong. Haung Goan remarked, this man truly shares a destiny with us. The son of the Tui Ngoc Tan's master will die by my hand. He dared to offend Tan Liam and even cause trouble for the Ma Quan. He even became the Ku Long Puchu of the Kai Bang, hiding the Phao Ma that Jia Da Quan couldn't kill. Dai Hong spoke up, I will go and capture that bastard Long Tien Tuong. If we use him as a hostage, it will be much easier for you Ma De to take down Tui Ngoc Tan. Haung Goan reminded him, do you think I need such things to take Toi Ngoc Tan? The current methods are already troublesome enough. I have been patient for a long time. The old man fell silent after hearing that. Quan Bon asked with confusion, I'm more curious about the reason you are so obsessed with this person. A year ago, you even wanted your adopted daughter to marry him. The old man replied, what are you talking about? Tu Quinn went to confront him about breaking the engagement and was killed by him. I just want to teach him a lesson. An image of her appeared in Haung Goan's mind. Quan Bon's tone was slightly mocking. I never thought you cared so much for your adopted daughter. Dai Hong replied, there is still some fatherly affection. Of course it can't compare to how Za Da Quan feels about his own. Quan Bon's eyes turned ruthless. The old man radiated killing intent. How dare you speak my granddaughter's name with your mouth? Haung Goan, annoyed, cut them off. All of you be quiet. That's enough for now. You may leave. The two immediately glanced at each other. They left at the same time. Behind them, his expression was cold. After they were gone, Haung Goan asked towards the shadows, in your eyes, what do you make of those two? A mysterious person was there. This person commented, it seems Thuong Quan Ban has long since started privately searching for Phao Ma Quan, thinking that with his poison arts and Phao Ma Quan's explosives, declaring himself emperor wouldn't be difficult. He's probably already found a clue, so he must be getting desperate. The other party fell silent after hearing this. He then continued, that Dai Hong fellow started searching for something a long time ago. Back then, under the banner of Shich Huyet Tan and Ma De, he destroyed our clan. I thought it was for my clan's unique martial arts, but I later found out it wasn't. Then, starting a year ago, he became interested in Long Tien Tuong of Tui Ngoc Tan. What he wants is probably among the betrothal gifts that Long Tien Tuong stole. Haung Goan mused, although I still don't know what it is, it seems to be something that could truly take my life. Now you know your sister was brainwashed by that Dai Hong fellow and killed by Long Tien Tuong. What do you plan to do? To dare pass on a treasure to someone like that? Kong Min made his decision. If he cultivates the Han Thien Not, Nguyet Fo, let him live. Let him watch Tui Ngoc Tan be destroyed, and then he will die by my hand. Ma De Use Thuong Quan Ban's attack on the Kai Bang to capture Toi Ngoc Tan. He commanded reassemble the That Lin Thap. Kong Min clasped his hands and accepted the order, as you command. Outside, Dai Hong bid the old man farewell. In that case, I will take my leave. Dai Hong thought to himself, if I can get the Phi Tui Len from Long Tien Tuong, then Ma De An Hung and this old man, I'll make sure you both die by my hand. The old man ordered his subordinate to quickly dispatch men to capture Long Tien Tuong. From behind, Quan Ban watched in silence. He decided tonight I will eliminate the Kai Bang, one of the 5 hegemons of Trung Chao. The subordinate understood I will go and prepare. Meanwhile, Tien Tuong was speeding away. Man Tai couldn't keep up. Lord, let's rest for a moment. He retorted, then why are you following me? He pleaded, then at least tell your subordinate where you are going. Tien Tuong revealed Pho Da'am. Man Tai's eyes widened and he let out a scoff. Pho Da'am is the mysterious sect that has trained several generations of the Kiem Hao. But men are absolutely forbidden from entering. Man Tai stopped panting tiredly. Tien Tuong, sitting cross-legged on a rock to cultivate, reminded him, instead of standing there panting, you should circulate your qi to regulate your breath. Why are you so insistent on following me? He explained, it's because you said you were leaving the Hoang Pho family and even spread the word that you were heading north alone as a decoy. How could I not follow you? Besides, your hand is still injured. He replied, I'm leaving, so I don't get everyone else in trouble. He thought to himself, for my father, for Tui Nuoc Than. Man Tai suggested, then why not just stay and fight with the Hoang Pho family, or just go back to the Kai Bang headquarters? Pho Da'am is a bit. Tien Tuong cut in, the headquarters is too far away. Recent events have made me realize something. Even if I can protect myself, I can't protect everyone else. I don't even know if I can protect myself anymore. I never imagined there were so many monstrously strong people in the martial world. I originally left home to make money, not to pick fights. His voice grew heavy, but Man Tai, seeing him aim a knife at him, Tien Tuong knew instantly, are you hallucinating or being controlled by an illusion art? Man Tai's face turned stiff. Why don't you guess? Tien Tuong leaped into the air. As his opponent closed in, he retreated. This person's wooden puppet unleashed the Tien Tu Quien, and he dodged. He thought to himself, if this is an imposter, it's fine. But if he's being controlled... He delivered a straight kick to Man Tai's face. He felt a pang of guilt. Sorry about this. The man fell his head, hitting the ground. The mask on his face cracked. Tien Tuong glanced over in surprise. Several figures appeared next to the body. They were all wearing masks. He sighed, seeing that they had caught up to him. Tien Tuong's voice was grim. So you got here ahead of me and even set up an ambush. What diligent kidnappers. One of them spoke. We don't want to kidnap you. Just hand over your necklace and we can let you live. The real Man Tai sat to the side crying and holding his head. Don't hit me. I wasn't trying to peek. I'm just so hungry I was going to steal a few steam buns. No, not the young lady's steam buns. He wondered just what kind of illusion is he trapped in. Tien Tuong turned back to them and said, whether you're kidnappers or robbers, how can I possibly believe a word you say? He pulled open his collar. Besides, I don't really like jewelry. So why would I even have a necklace? Seeing this, the leader fell silent. His eyes flashed a brilliant red. A powerful aura shot towards him. It was the leader launching a sneak attack. His hand made a few motions in the air. Tien Tuong blocked it all, remembering the jade necklace he had taken a year ago. A palm strike shot straight towards him. The leader retreated to his men. He revealed that necklace. I already gave it to a beauty it was suited for. It didn't suit me anyway. Hearing this, they were all stunned. Killing intent radiated from the entire group. One of them stepped forward. He stopped a few steps in front of Tien Tuong. He declared, if you don't tell us exactly who you gave it to, I'll make you wish you were dead. As the man spread his hands, waves of energy shot forward. He was shocked to see his surroundings transform into a desert. Tien Tuong was amazed. What kind of formation is this? Not only your appearances, but even the scenery feels so real. You all should quit your current jobs and come work for me. You'd make a lot more money than you do now. They all charged forward at once, yelling, spit it out. Who did you give it to? Tien Tuong lifted his leg and unleashed Devuong An Ni Thuk. The earth-shattering impact engulfed the area in sand and dust. He grabbed Man Tai by the collar. He was still caught in the illusion, shouting non-stop, harder, big sis, hit me harder. Tien Tuong tossed Man Tai behind him to get him out of the way. A wall of sand rose up before him. When the sand wall was torn apart, it revealed 2 figures. He was surprised, 2 more of them. Another enemy burst up from the ground. Thien Tuong used his arms and legs to block the attacks from above and below. Two others seized the opportunity while he was occupied and rushed in. A stunned look appeared in Thien Tuong's eyes. They both stabbed towards his abdomen. The dagger blades slowly sank in. One after the other, they said, "Don't worry. We won't kill you until you tell us who you gave the necklace to." Thien Tuong cursed to himself. Damn it, that necklace must be extremely important. He narrowed his eyes slightly. As a plan formed in his mind, Thien Tuong yelled, "And to think I just carelessly gave it away," just as the two were putting all their strength into stabbing him. Thien Tuong spun around and unleashed Devuong An Nat Thuk, sending them flying like a whirlwind. All of them were sent flying far away. From the identical twins to the rest of their comrades, they were all sent plummeting downwards. Thien Tuong also landed on the ground. He looked up, his brows furrowing slightly. The figures of the group opposite him gradually began to blur. Thien Tuong thought to himself, the wound is not too deep. It seems they really won't kill me until they find the necklace, though I am a bit dizzy. Why not take Man Tai hostage? The strong crushing the weak is the core ideology of the left sect. Do they really think a hostage isn't worth making sacrifices for? Two of them are sinking into the sand, setting up a formation. Thien Tuong was on high alert. Giant hands rose up from all around him. Thien Tuong nimbly dodged each one as it slammed down. A hand appeared from behind. A blast of energy sliced the hand in two. Someone in the back was controlling the arrows. It was a masked man looking very nonchalant. A rain of arrows poured down on Thien Tuong's position. He unleashed Vu Hoa Thien Shichlang, and Dan Chi Thien Thach pierced through the rain of arrows. To Huyet Dan. In no time, the arrows were all destroyed. Right behind him, 3 more men charged forward. He struggled to dodge as they surrounded him from the front and back. They took turns launching a relentless assault. Thien Tuong thought to himself, if I had known their sorcery was this hard to deal with, I should have just kept the necklace. If this battle of attrition keeps up, I'm finished. Suddenly, an idea struck him. That's it. He called out, how long are you going to just stand there and watch? Just like last time, tell me how to break this. Kai Lin reminded him, give your body to me. Thien Tuong refused, no way, damn it. The two of them argued. Illusion arts have always been about hypnotizing the opponent, confusing their 5 senses. He cut in, I don't need that nonsense, I'm asking how to break it. Kai Lin snapped, I'm telling you, if you want to escape this nightmare, focus your energy on your fingers and toes, not your whole body. He agreed. All right, I'll focus all my power into my fingers and unleash Dan Chi Thien Thach with maximum force. She was furious. That's not what I meant. Don't look at the whole picture. Look for the individual parts, the part that doesn't fit. My master could use a handful of hair to create over 100 clones in an instant, but it was not about actually creating 100 people. It was about making the enemy think there were. Thien Tuong had an epiphany. Of course. He looked at them. There were not 4 people, one real body concealed by 3 illusions. In front of him, there was only 1 man left. The opponent flew towards Thien Tuong. He ducked low, dodging a sword strike. Thien Tuong followed up with a punch straight to his opponent's torso. The man's body recoiled backward. His hand lightly touched the wounded area. Waves of power surged forward. In the distance, a few men were hiding. They held their weapons, looking bewildered. Seeing the sky darken, Thien Tuong was surprised. What is this? When they revealed themselves, he realized they were not using sorcery at all. It was just a scam. So the real fight starts now. The leader nodded, giving the signal. The man ordered, the illusion is broken, everyone attack. Thien Tuong was ready. In just a few minutes, they were all defeated. Bodies were scattered everywhere. He sat down to rest under a tree. Damn it. At this rate, I can't even lift a finger. The leader approached him. The figure was silent, their eyes bloodshot. The mask began to crack. Pieces of it fell to the ground. The person's face was revealed. Their exhausted, weakened body collapsed. This person fell into Thien Tuong's arms. He saw that the woman was unconscious. Startled, Thien Tuong tried to push her away. What is it? Wake up, what's wrong? Suddenly, another person stepped forward. He exclaimed, how can it be you? Wasn't the illusion already broken? Before him stood Tu Quinn, a sword in her hand. A cold voice rang out, I have waited a very long time for this day. The blade pointed towards Thien Tuong's face. In that moment, everything stood still. A cold look appeared in her eyes. He trembled as the tip of the sword struck the tree trunk right behind him. She questioned him. My love, who is this wench? Thien Tuong protested defensively. I don't know either, and I can't move. Besides, we already broke off our engagement, so it's not right to call me your love. her face filled with killing intent as she threw the woman from Tien Tuong's arms. She took out a necklace. "What do you mean? You already gave me this token of your love." He retorted, "That was all on you." Tu Quinn commanded lock all of them in the dungeons of Fo Da'am. He thought to himself, she still refuses to listen to anyone. Her hand reached for Tien Tuong's face. She forcefully lifted him into her arms. Tu Quinn said gently, "I've come to take care of you, my love." At the Basidia branch of Fo Da'am, Man Tai said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I should have protected you, sect leader, but the enemy's illusion technique was just too powerful." He sat recovering bandages wrapped around his torso and then ordered him to face the wall with his hands up. The entire room fell silent. The sound of Man Tai's steady breathing filled the air. He asked, "I heard Fo Da'am is on Fo Da Son in Nam Hai. When did it move to Bac Dia? Besides, I heard that no man dead or alive is allowed to enter this place. What kind of relationship do you have with Fo Da'am that allows you to be here?" He revealed, "To be precise, it's not me, but the Kai Bang that has a deep relationship with them." Man Tai was surprised. What kind of relationship could Fo Da'am, also known as the Kiem Kak, possibly have with the Kai Bang? Tien Tuong reminded him, "Don't lower your hands. Do you know the origin of Fo Da'am?" He raised his hands again. "Of course, sir. I'm a high-ranking disciple of the Kai Bang, so I'm very clear on this type of information." The story flashes back to the past, where a black ant crawls on the ground. A nun's broom sweeps over them. A long time ago, a nun was returning to her monastery after completing a 1,000-day penance. The nun noticed something happening nearby. Several women were tied up and being dragged down the road. The nun asked curiously, "Why are you taking these women?" The man looked the nun over. "One of them died on the way, so we're short. It seems heaven itself is helping us." He ordered tie this one up. He had barely finished his sentence before he was defeated. Surrounded by bodies, Nicole had broken her vow against killing and could no longer return to the convent. Behind Nicole were the women who had been captured, so she took those homeless women with her. On Fo de San Mountain, she built a small temple called Fo Da'am. She taught those women swordsmanship so they could both protect themselves and help others. In this way, Fo Da'am trained several generations of sword queens, earning the reputation of Kiem Kak. But perhaps they grew too complacent, losing their ability to protect themselves, and no longer training sword queens, sealing their doors to live in seclusion. "Your assessment is half right and half wrong," Man Tai asked curiously. "What do you mean by that?" Tien Tuong revealed Fo Da'am stopped training sword queens not because of complacency, but because of their instincts. He was confused. A woman's instinct. He added the maternal instinct. Because they had to care for the elderly and children they rescued, they couldn't focus on training, and they grew weary fighting off those who tried to ruin their reputation. Man Tai connected the dots. So the rumors about Fo Da'am and the Kai Bang sect being connected have to do with the Kai Bang taking in so many homeless elders and children back then. Right. Tien Tuong confirmed, "That's right. The Kai Bang helped ease Fo Da'am's burden, so one day Fo Da'am will become the sword that protects the Kai Bang. Of course, that is still something far in the future." Outside, Tu Quinn was approaching. Next to her, Ngok Lin was saying, "You will make a full recovery soon." The young Master Long was right to recommend this child. Her martial arts improved by the day. It seemed our Fo Da'am would finally have a new sword queen. Tu Quinn blushed. "You praise me too much." She approached the bed. Among young Master Long's attackers were people like Tu Quinn, who had their memories erased and were cursed by dark arts. Tien Tuong listened intently. He asked, "The man who tricked you, that fake adoptive father Dai Hong, was likely from Jich Huyet Tan. Have your memories not returned yet?" Tu Quinn confirmed, "Yes, I only remember the scene of him murdering my parents, but I still can't recall what they were like." Her eyes filled with sorrow. Tu Quinn placed her hand on his. "If it were not for you, my lord, I would have been bewitched by my parents' murderer and remained his adopted daughter forever." Tien Tuong demurred. "No, you can't really say it was all my doing." Ngok Lin suggested, "You have come a long way. Why not get something to eat first?" Man Tai refused. "It's fine, I will wait to eat with the sect leader." Her threat was clear. "Let's go." Not another word. He immediately obeyed, "Yes." Seeing Man Tai walking with his arm raised, Ngok Lin asked curiously, "But why do you keep your arm up like that?" He replied, "I am training." Only the two of them were left in the room. He turned to her. "Miss Tu Quinn, there might be a small misunderstanding between us." She took out a bracelet. "My lord, did you know that besides dispelling dark arts, this item holds another secret?" Tien Tuong was surprised. "Another secret?" Tu Quinn changed the subject. My lord, do you remember the first day we met? He replied unenthusiastically, I'd rather not. She revealed I was under a dark spell, believing my parents' killer was my adoptive father, and I almost harmed you. But you used the jeweled bracelet from the betrothal gifts to free me from the enemy's spell, and even brought me here to Fo Da'am to give me shelter. Tien Tuong was bewildered. Why are our memories of that so different? The story flashes back to half a year ago. Back then, he was carrying a bag. I've taken control of the Kai Bang and persuaded Phao Ma Quan, but to support my grand ambitions, the Kai Bang strategy is still falling short. The best way to grant a favor is to help them when they are in trouble, then wait until they have recovered to collect on their gratitude. Right now, I will appropriately help the struggling Fo Da'am, and then I will make use of them later. Luckily, when I sold the betrothal gifts for donations, I kept these jewels. Fo Da'am is all women, so these should be more useful than cash, right? As he was muttering to himself, someone approached from behind. Tien Tuong listened silently to the movements behind him. He turned around and said sarcastically, These bandits certainly have a good eye spotting a nobleman like me and following me everywhere. Seeing Tu Quinn's face darken, Tien Tuong was startled. What is it? Why are you so angry? He seemed to remember something. He quickly clasped his hands in greeting. My name is Long Tien Tuong. You must be the abbess of Fo Da'am, correct? The other person introduced herself. You shameless bastard, I'm the one betrothed to you. The adopted daughter of Tan Liam No Sin Jiadai Hong Hong Tu Quinn. Hearing this name, Tien Tuong was stunned. He looked up at her, and Tien Tuong asked curiously, Then why are you here? Are you so heartbroken from a failed romance that you want to become a nun at Fo Da'am? You really don't have to. She drew her sword and pointed it at him. Shut your mouth. You unilaterally broke off our engagement, squandered my dowry on worldly pleasures, betrayed my adoptive father's hopes, and brought me shame. I will kill you first, then take my own life. Faced with that attack, Tien Tuong was speechless. He leaned to the side, dodging a sword strike. Tien Tuong tried to persuade her, Don't get so worked up over such a small matter. Let's talk this through. Tu Quinn found it ridiculous, a small matter. Because of you, the adoptive father who took me in and raised me was disappointed, and you call that a small matter. The two of them retreated. A tear appeared on the sleeve of his shirt from the sword's slash. Tien Tuong dropped the bag in his hand. He spoke up. If we can't talk it out, then so be it. I won't go easy on you just because you're a woman. She replied, It seems you're not like the rumors say, not just a decadent playboy. But to me, it makes no difference. The two of them fought for a while, sending leaves flying through the forest. Tien Tuong frowned as he observed his opponent. Warm blood trickled from his nose. Tien Tuong knelt. Please spare my life, I beg you. The tip of the sword was pointed at his face. Tu Quinn said coldly, Begging is useless. A powerful sword strike came down. He quickly grabbed the bag. No, you don't. The bag was thrown forward. It was struck by Tu Quinn's sword. It was sliced in two, and countless pieces of jewelry fell out, including that necklace. Meanwhile, Tien Tuong took the opportunity to escape. Her sword tip was raised. Just then, the necklace fell onto the tip of the sword. It slid down right below the hilt and wrapped itself a few times around her wrist. An aura emanated from it. Tien Tuong stopped and glanced back to see what was happening. The sword fell from Tu Quinn's hand. A purple aura radiated from the necklace. Her eyes also turned purple. Suddenly, Tu Quinn collapsed to her knees. She had actually fainted. He stood there, lost in confusion. Tien Tuong walked over and looked down at her. What happened? Why did she suddenly faint? From behind, Ngok Lien arrived with her people. Seeing him there, she scolded, You scoundrel! How dare you harass a young lady at the gates of Fo Da'am? At that moment, Tien Tuong was half naked, and she was an unconscious woman. Even with 10 mouths, he couldn't explain it. It's not like that. Back in the present, Tien Tuong thought to himself, if I hadn't been able to clear up that misunderstanding back then, I would have suffered greatly. My skills were weak at the time, so I had no choice but to entrust her to Fo Da'am and escape. But after consuming the bloodstone, I'm about to enter the Hoa Kan state. With my current strength, I can avenge the humiliation from that year. Tu Quinn spoke up. To repay you, my lord, I trained hard every day, and not long ago I entered the Hoa Kan state. It was only then that I discovered the secret hidden within this An Bao necklace. His hand, which was about to settle the score, paused. Tien Tuong gave a forced smile. The Hoa Kan state, the sect leader said Lady Tu Quinn would soon become the Sword Queen. It seems he wasn't joking. She replied, You flatter me. In short, when I touch this Anbao necklace with a bit of Tom Hoa energy, a map appears. Thien Tuong peered at it. A map. What kind of map? Quinn wasn't sure either. I don't know. It seems I have to find something that pairs with this Anbao necklace to see the complete map. Thien Tuong picked it up to observe it. An Anbao necklace that can break a dark spell that has been active for decades and that hides a map is definitely no ordinary object. A thought flashed through his mind. Thien Tuong wasn't sure could it be. She asked curiously, "Did you discover something?" Thien Tuong denied it. "No, it's not that. I was thinking that the ones who ambushed me might come and attack this place." Quinn reassured him, "If that's what you are worried about, my lord, you don't have to. The sect leader has already prepared to deal with an enemy attack. Your wounds may not be deep, my lord, but you cannot overexert yourself, so please rest well here." Thien Tuong made a request. "Then please find a place for me in Pho Da'am, where I can enter seclusion to cultivate. I should recover faster if I cultivate my energy there." She immediately led him to a cave. As it happens, there is a very suitable place. Inside a torch was lit. He instructed, "Just hold out until sunrise tomorrow, and then I will definitely." Quinn refused. "There's no need, my lord. Please stay here and heal properly." She wrapped the bracelet around Thien Tuong's wrist. "I was probably able to escape the dark spell because this Anbao necklace can purify internal energy circulating. Your qi will be beneficial. You don't need to worry about the outside world. Just focus on your recovery. I will definitely not let anyone disturb you, my lord." He thought to himself, "I guess I'll have to clear up the misunderstanding next time." A gem using light to conceal light. He rummaged inside his robes. In his hand now were a command token and a necklace. Recalling an earlier time he had told Fo Yen, "I have something urgent to attend to and must leave first." She replied, "Then what about us accepting the Kai Bang's offer?" He reassured her, "You don't have to worry about that. From now on, the Kai Bang will be the shield for the Hoang Fo family." A look of worry appeared in her eyes. Thien Tuong saw it clearly. "Are my words alone not enough to ease your worries? Then I will give you some collateral. How about that?" Fo Yen waved her hands in denial. "No, that's not what I meant at all." He took out a secret manual. She stared at it, stunned. "This is..." He explained, "It once belonged to the Triu Ti family renowned in the martial world before they were annihilated. The Zich Huyet Tan wiped out the entire Triu Ti family to obtain this manual. It's that valuable." Fo Yen took it and asked curiously, "Why would you part with such a precious item so easily, young master? Even though I don't know martial arts, I know that to people of the martial world, a secret manual can be more precious than life itself." Thien Tuong replied, "Perhaps. Although I am the Kulong Puchu of the Kai Bang, I'm not a martial artist, so I wouldn't really know. In any case, I heard the Hoang Fo family not only transports large materials, but also discreetly safeguards secret items. Please keep this safe for me. If I break my promise, you can do with this item as you please." She took something out from her robes. Could this be a coincidence? I actually also have an item from the Triu Di noble house. Thien Tuong looked on in surprise. When he saw what Fo Yen took out, he froze. The box in her hand contained a command token. A year ago, when the Triu Ti noble house was annihilated, the head of the Triu Ti family personally came to my father and asked us to safeguard this item. The condition was that if the noble house was annihilated, this item should not be allowed to circulate in the world. If we were to one day meet the Kulong Puchu of the Kai Bang or the abbot of Thiu Lam, who are neutral in the martial world, we were to hand this item over. Thien Tuong wondered, what on earth is this thing? Fo Yen revealed, on the outside it is a tablet engraved with a martial arts mantra, but this is just using light to conceal light. Back in the present, he murmured, I had originally intended to hide the On Tien Nat Nguyet Fo in the Huang Fo family's secret vault to avoid disaster. If the Triu Thi family was wiped out not for that manual but for this, didn't I just bring disaster upon them instead? He waited, but there was no sign of Qi Lin. He prompted her, What are you doing? Stop messing around and come out. Isn't today the 5th day? She replied, I thought you forgot. Thien Tuong answered, That's not a pain one easily forgets. Kai Lin asked further, Still you didn't refuse. You must have felt your body getting tougher because of my efforts, right? He confirmed yes. If my body hadn't been stronger at that moment, or I would have died at the Huang Fo family at the hands of that camp master, or I would have died on the way here. So can we settle this in one day? Kai Lin was shocked. What? You asked for it to be once every 5 days, which is about 17 times over 3 months, and you want to do it all at once today. She angrily reminded him, Didn't I already tell you this isn't easy? It's an extremely meticulous and major undertaking. Thien Tuong goaded her. Go on and act all-powerful. Can't you even handle a small task like this? She worried your body won't be able to handle it anyway. You might just go berserk before it's even finished. He refused to listen. You've seen it yourself. At this rate, forget 3 months. I might not even last 3 days. I need immense power right now. Qi Lin predicted. You might not even make it through the night. Thien Tuong smirked. I already expected that. If you want a big reward, you have to take a big risk. She needed more time to think. Finally, Qi Lin agreed fine. In any case, once it begins, it cannot be stopped. Streams of energy rushed toward him. A strange sound echoed from inside the cave. Meanwhile, Tu Quinn was in a fight. Her eyes glanced into the distance. Someone ran up, calling Sister Swang. Get to the sect master quickly. She asked, where is the sect master now? The sect master is being controlled by Dai Hong. Several threads appeared from his hands. They were latched onto Ngok Lin. Her hands were restrained by those threads. Dai Hong mocked, since you already tucked your tail and ran, why not just live in peace? Daring to interfere in my business, you must have a death wish. Ngok Lin retorted, that's right. I was planning to live in peace, but who knew an old worm would come to my front yard to cause trouble? Dai Hong trembled with anger. He raised both his hands. Fresh blood gushed out of her. Ngok Lin's entire body collapsed to the ground. When Tu Quinn arrived, she saw this and called out worriedly, Sect Master. Dai Hong glanced toward the newcomer. A look of shock appeared in his eyes. Tu Quinn commanded, get the Sect Master out of here. Leave this to me. He stammered. Tu Quinn, you're still alive. She replied, the revenge for my parents has not been served. How could I possibly die? Dai Hong realized the dark arts on you have all been broken. That means you have that item on you. He screamed, the Phi Tui An is mine. Tu Quinn realized his plan. So you married me off to the great young Master Long just to get the An Bao necklace from my dowry. Her figure began to blur. Tu Quinn was now right behind him, her sword at his throat. She asked, then why did you kill my parents? Before her parents had told her Tu Quinn. They put her in a box. You must not go outside, understand? The young Tu Quinn was terrified at that moment. The wooden box closed. Tu Quinn trembled in fear as she saw that evil hand slowly reaching for the box. His blade was stained with her parents' blood. Dai Hong reassured her, do not be afraid. I will erase your painful memories and implant new ones. In the present, she demanded the memories of my parents that you erased. What kind of people were they? The old man replied, you are going to die anyway. What good would it do to know who they were? Stop this and tell me where the Phi Tui An Lock is. It's the only way for you and the people of Pho Da'am to live. Tu Quinn shouted, your neck is about to be severed anyway. What do you need that necklace for? The blade was aimed at the old man's neck. Dai Hong casually pointed his finger upwards. The blade was unable to move. It was caught by the threads in his hand, which wrapped around the pillar behind her. Dai Hong pulled on the threads, and she was dragged forward. The old man then prepared to strike. Tu Quinn calmly analyzed the situation. Her blade quickly sliced through the threads. At the same time, she retreated. Tu Quinn landed safely on her feet. Dai Hong's hand made several gestures. He waved his hand toward his opponent. A torrent of earth and stones from the nearby house flew toward Tu Quinn. From within the debris, Dai Hong threw several daggers attached to threads. She focused intently, swinging the sword in her hand. Tu Quinn demanded, why would you do this to me? Why didn't you just kill me back then? Why did you make me respect the one who murdered my own parents? The daggers in his hand spun rapidly. The sword and daggers clashed, letting out a piercing sound. Tu Quinn was forced to retreat. Dai Hong explained, compared to ignorant men, children and women with great empathy are easier to brainwash, especially one with bright eyes like you. Her face darkened as she lowered her head, hearing the truth. The blade in her hand twitched. Tu Quinn gripped her sword tightly. Repent before you die. The one you took in is not your adopted daughter, but the Reaper who will come to kill you. Her blade slashed out with immense force. The tip of her sword quickly appeared before Dai Hong. It stopped just centimeters from his forehead. Her entire body was unable to move forward. He said with contempt, after taking you in for just a few years, you've already forgotten your place. I have countless adopted daughters like you all across Trung and Nguyen. Threads were wrapping around her limbs. Dai Hong remarked, early Hoakan stage very commendable. If the dark arts cast on you hadn't been broken, you could have become a powerful aid to me. The tightening threads caused her immense pain. He raised his hand. But now you are just a puppet that I've grown tired of and cast aside. With both hands, he yanked the threads back sharply. Elsewhere, looking at the group of children, a subordinate of Dai Hong asked, "And what about the children?" The man behind them reminded them, "Didn't you hear the great sect master's command? Don't let them live." Mong Ni appeared and blocked their path. She protected the children behind her. "From now on, whoever crosses this line, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Determination filled Mong Ni's eyes. The two men froze in terror. Mong Ni thought to herself, they must be here for the predecessors Phao Ma Quan. "Elders, please hold on until I finish cleaning up here. I'll be there soon." Over with the Kai Bang elder. Zhan Hat Than Kai Tong Ma, covered in injuries, asked, "Just who are you? Are you Tian Qi Nhe Huang, whose benevolence rivals Buddha himself? Or are you the master of the Sha Da Kung, the cruelest of them all?" As he finished speaking, Tong Ma spat out blood. He collapsed to the ground. Quan Ban stepped forward and said, "You could say that I am both." He was facing Tung Bok, who sat in a chair. He spoke, "Today, after I obtain the formula for making fire powder, I will become even more ruthless." Just then, someone appeared behind him. Quan Ban raised his hand to block the attack. His arm was smoking. Thien Long Huyet Ma's expression darkened. He began, "Thank you for saving me the trouble of searching for you." Quan Ban looked closer in surprise. "Well, if it isn't the old alpha dog, how are you still alive?" Thien Long Huyet Ma's body trembled slightly. Earlier, he had received treatment just in time. Thien Tuong let out a sigh of relief. "It's a good thing you woke up before I had to leave. You were struck by the same poison that killed the previous Ku Long Fu Chu. This elder formulated an antidote and saved your life." Tong Ma pressed him. "Who was it that poisoned you? Was it the righteous factions Tu Shu Yen Duong Mon, or the unorthodox factions Sha Da Kung? Tell us now." Thien Long Huyet Ma replied, "What does it have to do with you? They were wearing masks, so I couldn't get a clear look." He asked curiously, "But why did you save me?" Thien Tuong smiled. "Because I was brought up well. I know to respect my teachers and elders. I couldn't just stand by and watch an old man on the verge of death." Thien Lang Huyet Ma growled, "I'll tell you how you can repay my kindness. Once my body recovers, I'll cut open your belly and take back my Huyet thatch." The young man asked, puzzled, "What's so special about the Huyet thatch that you're so obsessed with it?" He explained, "It starts with the non-long Dai Pap. To reach the realm spoken of by the Huyet Jiao, one must cultivate 49 techniques. The final step is obtaining the Huyet thatch, and I intend to prove it." Thien Tuong waved his hand dismissively. "After I consumed it, I found out you can't become a god at all. On the contrary, I nearly became a homicidal maniac. Besides, wasn't the Huyet Jiao wiped out long ago when a crazed disciple murdered the sect leader and all the other followers? What's so great about the doctrine of a sect like that?" "Wait a minute. I heard that no one from the Huyet Jiao survived." The corners of his lips curled into a slight smile. Thien Long Huyet Ma confirmed, "That's right. That crazed disciple was none other than me. My mission is to master the final technique and prove them all wrong." The young man added, "That's why I say evil cults are so dangerous. How about this? I'll give you the Huyet thatch in 3 months. Just you wait. In any case, you won't be able to retrieve it within the next 3 months, even if you cut open my stomach. I don't want to keep this Huyet thatch in my body forever." Thien Lang Huyet Ma considered the proposal. He asked, "What are you planning to do?" The young man made a request. "I'll probably be gone for a while. I have a dog that I'm raising behind the mountain. If you're free, please go and feed it." Back in the present, several members of the Kai Bang were struggling to their feet. Tong Ma exclaimed, "So you're the one who poisoned the previous Ku Long Fu Chu. This is unforgivable." They stood behind Thien Lang Huyet Ma. Quan Ban faced them all by himself. "I'm not afraid of an old lead dog. What can a bunch of you bastards do to me?" All 4 of them rushed forward at once. Quan Ban instantly teleported from where he stood, circling behind Tung Bok. Quan Ban warned, "If you don't want to lose the 2 arms you have left, then follow me quietly. I only need your tongue. Just tell me how to make the Hua Fao Dan." Thien Long, the Huyet Ma, condensed his internal energy and charged. He was holding a whip in his hand. Tung Bok muttered. He was told to feed the dogs, but he couldn't even do that. It seems a weak old man like me has to do the hard work. Quan Ban heard the taunt in his voice. "What the hell are you talking about?" He revealed that it was a very large dog. A dog bit into Quan Ban's shoulder from behind. The scene changes and the old man tightens his grip. The initial stage of Hoa Kan is commendable if the evil art on you had not been broken. Then you could have become my capable assistant. But now you are just a puppet that I've grown tired of and thrown away. After saying that, he forcefully flung his hands up. Her hand, dripping with fresh blood, fell limply to the ground. A drop of blood still clung to the thin string. Dai Hong stood there laughing. A few people were standing around Tu Quinn protecting her. They spoke up. "Leave this to us, junior sister. Go with young Master Long. This is an order from the sect master. Go quickly. Among us, you are the only one who has hope of becoming the Sword Queen to protect Fo Da'am in the future." Tu Quinn lowered her head. She made her decision. "I'm sorry." Tu Quinn's hand gripped her sword again. She couldn't back down. "I refuse to comply. But please do not worry. I will not be defeated." Tu Quinn once again faced the old man. Dai Hong sneered. "Really? You still don't sense the difference in our strength? Are you trying to smash an egg against a rock?" New strings shot out from the old man's fingers. They all shot forward in unison. Tu Quinn faced them calmly. The sword in her hand spun. Each slash of the sword cut through the strings. Dai Hong froze when he saw she could break them. Tu Quinn's expression was calm. She swung the sword in her hand in a circle. A cut appeared on the ground. The sword on the ground was lifted by her blade. Tu Quinn pointed the tip of her sword at the rock. That sword fled in fear. She spoke. The founding ancestor of Fo Da'am during her 20 years of travel never took lightly the life of even a single ant. She always swept the path beneath her feet as she walked. That is how the Fo Da'am sword style was founded, cherishing even the smallest of lives. Across from her, Dai Hong was on guard. A sword strike carrying immense power slashed out, certain to sweep away all filth. In that moment, the old man was stunned. There were no strings left in his hand. The scene shifts to Haung Goan. He was waiting for news. The night was long. Kong Min admitted his fault. "I apologize. It was my oversight. I believed we had scattered enough of Tui Ngok Tan's forces, but the warriors who remained were exceptionally skilled." He was much calmer. "It's over now. Don't dwell on it. Jia Dai Hong is leading Loi Ma Kung to attack Fo Da'am, and Western Emperor Thuong Quan Ban is leading Sa Da Kung to deal with the Kai Bang. What do you think of this?" He replied, "Both of them are blinded by greed. They've lost their ability to make sound judgments. Fo Da'am may have lost its former prestige, and Princess Tai Duong has just come out of seclusion to join the fight, but Jia Dai Hong's action is still too hasty. The same goes for the Kai Bang. Even if Western Emperor Thuong Quan Ban is known as the Tian Qi Nghe Huang, it will be incredibly difficult for him to win a direct confrontation against a cornered Kai Bang." Haung Goan burst out laughing after hearing this. He cautioned, "You're underestimating those two old codgers. In this martial world where the weak are meat and the strong do eat, those two have maintained their positions not because of their supreme skills, but because of their bottomless greed. The reason you can sit in this position isn't it because your greed is greater than anyone else's." After speaking, Haung Goan looked at the person kneeling before him. That person was the Lord of Tui Ngok Than Long Trak Kim. He replied, "Spoken like a true martial artist, your thinking is so simple. Do you think sitting in that seat makes you the master of Toi Ngok Than?" Seeing Trak Kim's defiant tone, the guard beside him drew his sword. "How dare you be so disrespectful?" Haung Goan waved his hand, signaling him to stop. He smiled. "A person's status can change them. It doesn't matter who it is. As long as they sit in this seat, they become the master." He replied, "The true inheritance of Toi Ngok Than's 1,000-year wealth isn't its high walls, nor is it the gold and treasures in the vaults. The people you have massacred were the real Toi Ngok Than. All you have is an empty shell." Haung Goan laughed at those bold words. His voice grew cold. "Then you can watch the future of Toi Ngok Than from hell." A subordinate's sword swung down. Trak Kim's back remained unbowed. Earlier at the city gate, a guard was aiming his spear at two approaching men. They sneered, "Is your city lord really worth you risking your life to be so loyal?" The guard replied, "Loyalty, hell no. I just do as much work as I get paid for. Of course, bandits like you wouldn't understand the value of honest work." The two continued, still talking big when you're about to die. "Your skills aren't bad, and your courage is praiseworthy. You could come work for me if you'd like." The gatekeeper refused decisively. "I'm not loafing around anymore. I finally found a respectable job. I still remember how happy my mother was, and now you want me to become a bandit." The man opposite him readied his sword. "What then? There's no other choice." The blade flew towards the gatekeeper Dai. The spear in his hand was sent flying. The gatekeeper Tan Lu fell to the ground. The two attackers had been taken down by someone else. Seeing him, he said in surprise, "Captain Tan Nguyen, why are you here?" Tan Nguyen replied, "I was just coming back from a trip and put in a little overtime. Why are you still here instead of going home? After asking, he opened the gate and walked inside. Tan Lu urged, It's dangerous in there. You have to think of your wife and kids. Tan Nguyen stopped in his tracks. He reminded him, I am not married. He went silent, his head bowed down. Now as the blade swung towards Trak Kim, just as the blade stopped right before his neck, Tan Nguyen appeared, killing this guy with a single slash. He reported, I have dealt with all those who attacked our city. I will be going home. Trak Kim reminded him, any later, and you would have failed your duty. Tan Nguyen rushed towards them. Anyone who intended to get near him was sent flying back by his sword. Tan Nguyen's feet moved with agility. He stood before Trak Kim like a guardian. Tan Nguyen declared, I must get married this year. Opposite him, Hung Goan had stood up. He charged forward excitedly. So you are Tan Nguyen? The distance between them was closing. The blade slashed towards him. Tan Nguyen blocked it. Let me go home, you bastards. The scene changes to Dai Hong clutching an injured arm. Tu Quin's blade was at his neck. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me who my birth parents are, and I will spare you. The old man replied, All right, I'll tell you. In truth, it was all done by the Zich Huyet Made. She frowned upon hearing this. Dai Hong continued, He orchestrated and manipulated everything from behind the scenes. I was just a scapegoat, a shield. I could only follow his plans and wait for a chance to defeat him. Tu Quin interrupted. Stop your nonsense and answer my question. Dai Hong replied, You should know how the Zich Huyet Made caused a bloody catastrophe across all of Trung Nguyen back then. Every day, relatives and friends died in that disaster. Countless people lost their homes, starved on the streets, living every day in utter misery. I was also searching for the Phi Tui An Lak in order to stop the Zich Huyet Made. The tip of her sword was raised once again. Tu Quin asked coldly, Do you think I can still be deceived by those lies of yours? The old man smirked. That's right. The other three charged forward to attack. She parried all three blades at once. Tu Quin told them, Wake up, do not let that man bewitch you. The eyes of all three became empty and lifeless. She realized, It's no use, my sisters cannot hear me. She forcefully flicked her blade. Their swords were immediately knocked away. Tu Quin quickly struck their pressure points. All three of them passed out simultaneously. Tu Quin said with contempt, This old cat will not be running wild anymore. Dai Hong laughed until he shook. Is that any way to speak to your own adoptive father? He glanced to one side. Then how about this? A few people were standing there. Their blades were pressed to their necks, their eyes lifeless. They were from M. He ordered, Hand over the Phi Tui An Lak and kill yourself, and I will spare your fellow disciples. Tu Quin decided, If I kill you before they act, the hypnosis will be broken. Dai Hong shot back, Are you sure about that? If I die, will their hypnosis really be broken? She thought to herself, I cannot act rashly until I know how they were hypnotized. Hearing, touch sight. Which one is it? One of the sisters' blades pressed deeper. A trickle of blood appeared on her neck. Tien Tuong appeared right behind her. A sound came from his mouth. In an instant, they were freed from the hypnosis. The life returned to their eyes, and everyone was bewildered. What is going on? Tu Quin swung Mui. A person stood before them. It was none other than Tien Tuong. His timely return eased Tu Quin's tension. Lang Quan. Dai Hong was surprised. How did you know how to break my hypnosis? Tien Tuong replied, I have heard of it. Previously, he had spoken with Tung Bok about the bomb that only carrier pigeons could hear. How did you come up with something human ears cannot hear? He asked. He said, regretfully, It is not that there is no sound, just that humans cannot hear it, and besides, I was not the one who came up with it. The master of Loi Ma Kung, who also served under Sich Huyet Made, uses sound to enchant people's minds, hypnotizing them so he can control them. Bak Debat Dao Dai Tan, one of the four heroes of the righteous faction, and equal to Te De Tien Ki Nge Huang, was not only an excellent swordsman, but also had a deep mastery of music. Later, he not only channeled his internal energy into music, but also used sound to manipulate people's emotions, eventually being able to make them inexplicably murderous or self-destructive. Although he created a secret manual from it, his love for music led him to seal it away from the world. But his junior brother murdered him, stole the manual, and established the Loi Ma Kung. He asked curiously, Did that man tell you he obtained the secret manual by killing his senior brother? He sighed and denied it. How could that be possible? Because I was the weakest of Zich Huyet Made's subordinates. He was always watching me, always trying to control me, but I eventually figured out how to break his technique. Back in the present, Tien Tuong instructed, Leave this to me. take the sect leader and your sisters to the Huangpu estate. Man Tai will guide you. Tu Quinn protested. No, I have to kill this man myself. He insisted go there and wait for me. After giving his instructions, Tien Tuong advanced towards Dai Hong. She blushed, thinking to herself, it has only been half a day. How has he become so reliable? Yes, I trust my Lang Quan. The old man gloated. Do you think I will let you go so easily? My subordinates are on their way. He fell silent when he saw him take out the necklace. Tien Tuong said, You want this, do you not? As for your subordinates, I have already dealt with them. He applied a little pressure, and a crack appeared on the surface of the necklace. The old man panicked. All right, wait, let it go. Tien Tuong stopped. Dai Hong then said, Now you should not waste any more time here. Do you know that Shich Huyet Ma De wants to kill your father and seize Tui Ngok Tan? Give me that necklace and join forces with me, I can help you. He shook the necklace with an emotionless face. Afraid Tien Tuong would break it, the old man replied, All right. Tien Tuong wasn't worried. Tui Ngok Than already has that unmarried man, so there's no need to worry. He stood with his back to the old man. Dai Hong fell into deep thought. The old man wondered to himself, how can someone so young be so flawless? His aura feels twice his actual age. I can't believe he's just some decadent young master. Why do his eyes have the look of someone who has seen the world? Dai Hong lowered his head. He thought to himself, I was so foolish to think I only had to endure half a day of pain. It felt like I was trapped there struggling for at least 10 years. Tien Tuong shook his head violently, trying to push the images of that experience out of his mind. He turned and said, It seems everyone has left the mountain. The old man's eyes filled with desire. So as we agreed, the Phi Tui unlock. Tien Tuong crushed it. What made you think I would honor our deal? Dai Hong couldn't believe that everything he had worked for was shattered right in front of him. Tien Tuong immediately lunged forward. One kick sent the old man tumbling down. Dai Hong's head was stuck in the ground. Only fragments of the necklace were left as it fell from his hand. My deepest thanks to the one who has been waiting. Tien Tuong turned and called out, Come on out, master! Quat Nguyen praised him. Not bad, you've improved to the point where you can sense my presence. He asked curiously, Why are you here, master? His fingers twitched behind his back. Why else would I be here? Quat Nguyen threw a punch at Tien Tuong. I'm here to teach my only disciple a lesson for ignoring my advice, running off to the martial world to cause trouble, and nearly getting himself killed. I came to see if your little life is even worth saving. His whole body froze. Tien Tuong's hand blocked the attack. So you were aiming for my Dantian master. Quat Nguyen confirmed. That's right. You're a grown man now. You just need to fix that attitude. You can live a perfectly fine life without your martial arts. He called him out. Master, you came looking for me at Pho Daam, which means you came with this man. Since when did you start working for the Jich Huyet Ma De master? He struck him with great force. Tien Tuong was thrown backwards. Quat Nguyen angrily charged forward. Who do you think you are to order me around? His punch was strong enough to crack the ground below. Rocks and debris flew into the air. Quat Nguyen said, It's merely a temporary alliance of convenience. He questioned, Do you really think that siding with him will let you fight any master you please? Surely it's not for a reason as childish as that. Quat Nguyen fell silent at his words. He kicked a large boulder toward Tien Tuong. It flew towards him. Tien Tuong destroyed the boulder. Yes, that's exactly it. Master, you've cultivated for so long. Why are you still driven by that reason? Quat Nguyen replied, The martial world has grown dull. Both righteous and evil sects believe that surpassing one's master is the ultimate disrespect. Thus, each generation is weaker than the one before it, and no one grows stronger by simply guarding those ancient manuals. Those with vested interests, afraid of losing what they have, criticize each other's origins and launch personal attacks instead of competing honorably. It is the mission of the Tai Duong to keep this rotten martial world on its toes and to pursue the highest realm of martial arts. He rushed forward and struck him with his elbow, but Tien Tuong managed to block it. He spoke, Master, I know you are not exactly a gentle person, but you are not this extreme. Quat Nguyen gathered his strength and raised his other hand. Tien Tuong was immediately sent flying backward. He did not give him a chance to react and lunged forward. A barrage of attacks flew toward Tien Tuong. Only Quat Nguyen understood. Is that so? Back then, I nearly settled for a quiet life myself. To defeat the young master of Tui Ngok Than, I fought for 3 days and nights without a victor. His opponent was still undefeated. Across from him, Kuat Nguyen watched his opponent intently. Someone brought a large wine jug over and asked, "I just happen to have a jug of fine wine. Care for a drink before you continue?" It was Trak Kim who had brought the wine. His attention was drawn, and he glanced over. As they sat drinking together, he recounted, "I have a young son," while that other master was just tired and wanted to go home. Kuat Nguyen thought to himself, "At that time, I had no intention of taking a disciple. I was just thinking about paying for the wine and getting some rest. But seeing you improve day by day, I came to think that this kind of life was good too." He quietly observed Tien Tuong. Seeing him reading so intently, Kuat Nguyen walked in and asked, "What are you looking at with such focus?" The young Tien Tuong bowed politely and greeted Master, "You are here. I am planning ways to earn money." He was surprised. "You already have enough wealth to last for generations. Instead of preserving your family's fortune, you want to earn more." He replied, "Of course, I have never considered my father's fortune to be my own. I must rely on my own abilities, earn more money than him, and spend it well. That can be considered the duty of someone born into a prestigious family who enjoys more privileges than others. I need an excuse to borrow some capital from my father and leave home to start a business." Kuat Nguyen pondered these words. In the present, he was condensing a blood orb. Tien Tuong had them on the tips of both fingers. Kuat Nguyen revealed, "Back then, your words truly struck me like a blow to the head." Killing intent radiated from his body. Tien Tuong admitted, "I was just speaking nonsense back then." In the peaceful forest, leaves suddenly scattered everywhere, and a flock of birds flew off in a panic. He launched the blood orb toward Kuat Nguyen. He deftly dodged and rushed forward at the same time. In an instant, Kuat Nguyen appeared in front of him. A punch from him rained down. Tien Tuong felt the pain shoot through him. He gritted his teeth, trying to endure. Tien Tuong's hand also shot out. A palm strike forced Kuat Nguyen to fall back. Only a thick cloud of dust remained before them. He was panting heavily. From within the cloud of dust, his figure emerged. Kuat Nguyen spoke. "Seeing how much your martial arts have improved, I have had a change of heart. From now on, if you want to live, you must kill your master." Meanwhile, Tu Quinn was making arrangements. "Then I will ask you all to look after the sect master and my senior sisters. I will be sure to bring young Master Long back." Man Tai accepted the order. "All right, don't worry." His eyes were filled with expectation. He prayed that she and the Manor Lord would return safely. Tu Quinn immediately sped away. The wind made her hair flutter. "My lord, he truly became a different person in less than a day. Jia Dai Hong simply couldn't keep up." But that place clearly had the aura of someone from a completely different realm. She remembered what he told her. "Just leave this place to me. Lead the sect master and senior sisters to the Huang Fo family. Man Tai will guide you. Although I don't want to fail my lord who worked so hard to buy us time. But I fear it will be difficult for my lord to face that person alone. No matter what, I must protect my lord." The forest where the master and disciple were was no longer peaceful. Tien Tuong was knocked back, leaving 2 long gouges in the ground. He asked his master, "Did you come here just to cripple the dantian of this outstanding disciple of yours and spare my life?" Kuat Nguyen replied, "That was the original plan, but after trading blows with you, I've changed my mind. Today, only one of us will leave this place alive." Having said that, he immediately lunged forward. The two of them exchanged several more blows. Tien Tuong could only grit his teeth and defend himself. Qi Lin appeared behind him and pointed out, "All of his attacks are aimed to take your life. If you don't kill him, you will die by his hand, master." He couldn't help but ask, "Why has it come to this?" Kuat Nguyen answered, "Just consider me a master who has come to wreak havoc on the martial world." Tien Tuong bit his lip, forced to make a decision. A wave of energy radiated outwards like a shockwave, but the man stood there calmly. Meanwhile, he looked completely battered, panting heavily. Tien Tuong's hand was caught in Kuat Nguyen's tight grip. "You are on the verge of death. Are your techniques still this weak?" He slammed him to the ground. Tien Tuong immediately spat out blood, his body rolling away. Kuat Nguyen stepped forward and asked, "Even outside the martial world, life is a struggle, isn't it? Perhaps you don't know because you are the young master of a noble family." Fresh blood kept pouring from Tien Tuong's mouth. He asked, "Master, don't you know how I grew up?" Of course, Kuat Nguyen knew very well. He said, "Countless kidnappings and poisonings, that was your troubled fate, but you overcame it all. Before you die, let me tell you something you no longer have a place to call your own." Tien Tuong was bewildered by these words. He revealed, "I arrived here first and have already received the news." The Kaibang and Tuin Gokthan will eventually disappear from the martial world. He was stunned. What did you say, master? Kuat Nguyen got straight to the point. The place you were born and the place you built both vanished overnight. Now, what are you going to do? Will you resent your fate and die helplessly? Or maybe I should entertain this master with a desperate struggle before I die. A cool breeze blew by. Tien Tuong had made his decision. He spat out another mouthful of blood. A cold glint appeared in Tien Tuong's eyes. He turned and kicked towards Kuat Nguyen. The man quickly blocked it with his hands. Tien Tuong shifted backward to attack. He used Kin Thien Dong Dia, followed by Vu Hoa Thien Shich Lang. Countless pieces of earth shattered right in front of Kuat Nguyen. He calmly watched the flying stones approach. But what happened next left Kuat Nguyen stunned. A blood pearl pierced through a large boulder. It made one of his cheeks smoke. Meanwhile, he was still controlling 2 blood pearls. Thien Tuong warily watched his opponent. The corners of Kuat Nguyen's mouth curled up slightly. Old Hai Long was right. This is how it should be, isn't it? A cloud drifted leisurely across the clear blue sky. Suddenly, a surge of power shot up, punching a hole through the cloud. Another column of energy pierced through the cloud layer. Soon, that layer of clouds was completely dispersed. Drops of blood fell to the ground below. Kuat Nguyen's fingertips were bleeding. Thien Tuong was in no better shape. Dai Hong, hiding behind a distant rock, sighed to himself, "My God, what a pair of monsters." I originally thought the Tai Duong Kung Chu only taught that brat from Tui Ngok Than a few basic moves. I never expected their master and disciple relationship to run so deep. The old man immediately saw the problem. Dai Hong observed Kuat Nguyen. That old man who only knows brute force said he was in seclusion to train. Did he go mad instead? Though these are all killing moves, he has no real intention of killing him. I will never forgive the one who crushed the Phi Tui An Lok that I've pursued my entire life. I must find a chance to kill them both. The rings scattered in the distance were pulled back to him. Dai Hong's hand rummaged inside his chest. In the end, the only one who can walk out of this place alive is me. Then he took out a ring. He squeezed his hand tightly. This will be enough. On the other side, Thien Tuong was still maintaining a defensive posture. His eyes were fixed on his opponent. Across from him, Kuat Nguyen was in no hurry to act either. The boy's face was covered in scratches. Thien Tuong wanted to call a temporary truce. "Please wait a moment, master. When you taught me, you clearly said that to use Vu Hoa Thien Shich Lang, the move must be launched from the back. From the back, you release the Divuong, an internal energy, which is like the fluttering of butterfly wings, creating a storm. But what did you just do, master? Why did you use your elbow to unleash Vu Hoa Dien Shich Lang? And you said Kin Thien Dong Dia is performed by stomping on the ground, like this releasing the Divuong, an internal energy, to make heaven and earth tremble. Just now, you only clapped your hands, so how could you execute Kin Thien Dong Dia?" Kuat Nguyen sighed. To think I took such a fool as my disciple. He lunged forward, using his back to slam the ground. Those are all basic techniques. You must learn how to use them flexibly. He threw a punch toward him. One punch sent him flying backward. Kuat Nguyen reminded him, Vu Hoa Thien Shich Lang is a technique that uses the joints and muscles of the body to release the Emperor's seal aura, are the only joints and muscles in your body located in your back. Shards of rock were floating around his hand. Kuat Nguyen gently flicked it forward. The stone exploded right in front of Thien Tuong's stomach. His whole body fell to the ground. He taught Kin Thien Dong Dia is a technique that infuses the Emperor's seal aura into an object before releasing it. In that case, the air and the trees are also objects, so why can't you release it through them? Thien Tuong struggled to get up. "You should have told me sooner, master. In any case, thank you for your dedicated instruction. I will definitely not forget your teachings. So from now on, stop pretending to use killing blows and fight for real." Kuat Nguyen smiled and asked, "You figured it out." He exposed him. "You have to be a professional, even when you lie. Only someone who lies frequently can act that well. You're so fake, master." He agreed. "All right, then I will fight for real." A drop of blood flew into the air. It turned into a small whirlwind in Thien Tuong's hand. Kuat Nguyen had a similar technique. The two powers shot towards each other. A collision occurred. Thien Tuong's Huyat Chow pierced through. It shot towards him. He gritted his teeth, waiting for the result. Countless Huyat Chow appeared in the sky. Thien Tuong immediately used an earth wall to block them. Kuat Nguyen stomped his foot hard on the ground, creating a shock wave. The eyes of both master and disciple showed determination. The stone wall was continuously being broken through. Dai Hong took this opportunity to appear behind him. He lunged forward step by step. Tian Tuong felt that he couldn't block in time. An earth wall rose up right behind him. It shot high into the air, and one of Dai Hong's attacks struck the stone wall directly. He didn't expect that his effort this time would be for nothing. He glanced at the stone wall and knew this was his master's technique. Tian Tuong looked towards Quat Nguyen behind him. He was in a defensive stance with his legs wide apart. Quat Nguyen closed his eyes deep in thought. Tian Tuong walked over to him. He called out in a low voice, "Master!" The two master and disciple were standing opposite each other. Tian Tuong was stunned. Why? The wall behind him had been shattered. Chin Dai Hong made his move. He moved in to attack him again. A shield appeared blocking Dai Hong's attack. His wrist was struck. Dai Hong's eyes filled with pain. Dai Hong retreated. What is this? He was stunned. What had just blocked him? A protective Chai aura? Impossible. A technique of this level should not be able to break my hypnosis art. It was Chin Ki Lin who had blocked him. She was curious. Why was he so distracted during a battle that I had to come out and block the attack for him? But this is a good opportunity to take over his body. Or maybe I should get rid of this degenerate first. Ki Lin struck his wrist, then landed a punch on Dai Hong's stomach. If he still has not snapped out of it after I am done here, then I will not hesitate. Your body will be mine. From start to finish, the old man's face was filled with confusion. Dai Hong did not understand just what was this aura around him. Tian Tuong finally snapped out of it. He flew around and behind Quat Nguyen. Immediately his palm began to radiate true chi. Wounded in the chest, he warned, "Do not use your Tian Thien Chan Ki so recklessly." Tian Tuong, wanting to heal him, said, "Master, do not say such useless things. Focus and receive the chi I am transferring to you. It is only a temporary measure, but it should hold until we can get to a clinic." Blood trickled from the corner of Quat Nguyen's mouth. "How will you survive being so soft-hearted? Pay it no mind, this was all my own decision. When I finished my seclusion, I knew there was not much left for me to teach you." Tian Tuong continued to transfer chi into Quat Nguyen. He continued, "Crippling your Dantian was just an excuse. I only wanted to come and save your life, but my thoughts changed after we crossed hands." His eyes were filled with affection as he looked at his disciple. Quat Nguyen's form gradually faded away. Tian Tuong stared blankly at the scene before him. He left only a single message. "What I could not achieve, you can do in my stead." His knees gave out and he collapsed to the ground. He looked completely devastated. Meanwhile, Dai Hong was still fighting with Kai Lin. Tu Quinn had also arrived. She frowned, looking coldly at the old man. Dai Hong decided to flee. "I will let you go for today." His eyes glanced towards Tian Tuong. "Next time I will, definitely." Tu Quinn landed on the ground. He still looked catatonic. She called out to him softly, "My lord." Meanwhile, Dai Hong was making his escape. Tian Tuong's body slumped to the ground. Tu Quinn called out worriedly, "My lord." 3 months later, Hao Mon Tri Ga, inside a room with a tightly shut door. A person was sitting there. It was Tian Tuong. Mon Tai came to report that the imperial palace, under the pretext of road construction, is rounding up beggars and throwing them into the dungeons. The officials, whether it was due to their duties or some dissatisfaction with the Kai Bang's previous peacekeeping and maintenance work, are rounding up beggars en masse every day. The beggars who join the Kai Bang with Mong Ni's help are making a living by doing odd jobs in the brothels and inns run by the Hao Mon. His face was shrouded in darkness, his expression unclear. He continued, "The plague is still spreading in Trung Nguyen, with hundreds or thousands dying each day, but we do not know if this is a real plague." Mon Tai hesitated for a moment. He added, "We do not know if it is the same poison used by the group that attacked the Kai Bang and killed several elders. Wu Fong and Puang Tien Dao are investigating." Tian Tuong ordered, "I know. You may leave." Mon Tai was saddened that he paid no attention to the situation outside. There were 3 young women waiting outside the door. They all looked expectantly towards the door. He stepped out of the room. All 3 asked at once, "Where is Long Dai Kong Tu? Where is Ku Long Fu Chu? Where is my husband?" Mon Tai dejectedly shook his head. The 3 of them understood, and their faces fell. Tien Lang Huyet Ma arrived carrying a wooden box. "Everyone get out of the way. Do not block the path." He threw the door open. "The 3-month appointment is up." Inside, Tian Tuong glanced over wearily, his eyes empty. A voice was heard in a certain shop. "I really cannot do this job." Tai Kiat grumbled, I, the great head steward of the Hoang Pho Jia, have to hide in a Hao Man chicken coop to brew wine. Is there any justice in that? A subordinate advised, please calm down. The Tui Long Tre brothers, who have become subordinates of Zich Huyet Ma De, are searching for us everywhere to take revenge for the Hoang Pho Jia. Is there any place safer than this? Tai Kiat was still annoyed. We should not have allied with those beggars from the start. The other man warned sternly, watch your words. They are our saviors. The man paid no heed. Saviors. They have all become useless cripples. Who knows how much longer they will live? Meanwhile, he had been thrown outside by Thien Lang Huyet Ma. He looked coldly at the lifeless young man. Thien Lang Huyet Ma demanded, I do not care if you killed your master with your own hands or not. That has nothing to do with me. Now hand over my Huyet Thatch. Thien Tuong kept his head down. A slight smile formed on his lips. Thien Tuong asked, are you worried about me now? He retorted, worried about you. I just want my things back. He propped his chin on his hand and said nonchalantly, it was a 3-month appointment. It has been overdue for a few days. If you were after the Huyet Thatch, you should have stormed in and cut it out of my stomach the moment you heard I had become a bedridden cripple. Thien Lang Huyet Ma explained, it is because of those beggars, and that Ha-O Mon wench, and that Pho Da Am wench too. They were watching like hawks for anyone who might harm you, so I could not make a move. He revealed, I already told them. If anyone comes looking for me to collect a debt, do not stop them. Just let them in. Thien Lang Huyet Ma froze when he heard this. He realized, so this whole act of being a cripple with a shattered soul was all your scheme, was it not? He replied, as you can see, I have too many people to take care of. I am not allowed to fall. So now tell me the story of Zich Huyet Ma De. Even with a kill order from Zich Huyet Ma De, you are not the type to linger here just because of that. You have long been a wanted man by both the Imperial Palace and the Vo Lam Min. He revealed, it is true that many want to kill this old man, but far more have been killed by me in return. At that moment, Quan Bon was bitten on the shoulder. A blow landed on his head. Quan Bon's entire body went limp. Thien Lang Huyet Ma shouted, this is the price for poisoning this old man. And yet he laughed. He was sent flying. His entire body slammed onto the ground. A strange purple aura emanated from the dog's mouth. Its fangs couldn't pierce Quan Bon's shoulder at all. The dog collapsed as well. The old man warned, open your eyes and watch carefully. Quan Bon stepped forward. A murderous aura radiated from his palms. How many more people will have to die because of you? Tung Bok tried to stop him. Stop it, you already have so much. Thien Lang Huyet Ma's whole body trembled slightly from the pain. Tung Ma urged, we'll handle things here. You should take Phao Ma Quan and leave quickly. He refused enough talk. With an opponent this interesting, I'm not going anywhere. Tong Ma disagreed. This concerns the very survival of the martial world. Thien Lang Huyet Ma charged forward. What does that have to do with me? The mace in his hand was ready to strike. A violent wave of power spread out as the mace hit the ground. Meanwhile, Quang Bon easily retreated to dodge the attack. The old man glanced at the crater that had formed in the ground, and Tung Bok was already being carried away by Thien Lang Huyet Ma. He cursed, damn it, I have to deal with this nonsense again. Quang Bon immediately took action. You think I'll let you escape so easily? Not a chance. The other three surrounded the old man. Quang Bon faced the three of them alone. The old man shouted, get Phao Ma Quan now! Kai Bang brothers clear a path for Thien Lang Huyet Ma. The other men immediately chased after Thien Lang Huyet Ma. He swung his mace behind him, wiping them out. But their numbers were overwhelming. Another group rushed forward, closing the distance. Someone charged forward to block one of the men. She pinned the man down, restraining him. Thien Lang Huyet Ma landed on the ground. He was protected by the people here. They shouted, clearing a path for Thien Lang Huyet Ma. His expression darkened. However, Thien Lang Huyet Ma still had to press on. He thought in frustration, weak and useless. To think these stinking beggars would die to protect me, this is infuriating. Thien Tuong guessed, but in the end, you still failed, didn't you? Thien Lang Huyet Ma gritted his teeth and admitted, yes. Time rewinds to that moment. He was surrounded by a large group of people. They all charged forward to attack at once. The dog moved in. It bit down on Tung Bok and Thien Lang Huyet Ma, who was drenched in fresh blood. He recounted that he was the only one who survived. Mong Ni was responsible for protecting the children. Both the dog and Tung Bok were lying on the ground. Thien Lang Huyet Ma tightened his grip on the mace in his hand, which made him even angrier. It was infuriating. I must find that person. In the present, he angrily raised his mace, then slammed it down hard. Thick cracks appeared on the ground. Thien Lang Huyet Ma continued, and I'll give them a proper beating, or else I'll never be able to satisfy my anger. Thien Tuong asked curiously, so because of your rage you want to join forces to deal with Shich Huyet Ma de? He was surprised. Why do you feel that reason isn't enough? He smiled at that question. Thien Tuong denied it. No, that's not it. Compared to Shich Huyet Ma de, who caused a bloodbath in the name of unifying the martial world, this reason is much better. It's just that I can't just let you into our ranks. He picked up the stick from the ground. If you can block all of my techniques, then I will accept you. Thien Lang Huyet Ma was stunned. He warned, although I know you've gotten much stronger, kid. The martial world isn't a place where you can survive just by being strong. He turned to one side and said a few indistinct words. Thien Tuong reminded him, you must remember the techniques I am about to use, just like with the Phi Tui An Lak. There is definitely something hidden within them. Thien Lang Huyet Ma thought to himself, they say eating a bloodstone will drive you mad. It seems that wasn't just a rumor. He waved the wooden stick in his hand. Then let's begin. Thien Tuong took a breath. He moved at an extremely fast speed. Thien Lang Huyet Ma didn't expect his speed to be so great. He immediately raised his mace to block. Thien Tuong swung the wooden stick. Sharp, powerful gusts of wind slashed down. They intertwined in the air. Thien Lang Huyet Ma blocked with his wooden mace. He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on. Before Thien Lang Huyet Ma's eyes, everything seemed to darken, with only the streams of energy rushing forward. Thien Tuong moved with fluid versatility, approaching his opponent step by step. Fresh blood splattered into the air. Thien Lang Huyet Ma's knees buckled to the ground. He admitted, all right, I have lost. Thien Tuong suddenly said, you pass. Thien Lang Huyet Ma was surprised. What he replied, didn't I just say that if you could block all of my techniques, I would accept you? You are a Huyet Ma after all. So are you hiding anything else? Kai Lin once said, just as you said, the Phi Thui An Lak will draw a map when Hoa Kan is used. Analyzing the sword techniques on that map will reveal a path. He reasoned. In other words, if you combine both, it alludes to a certain place, a place hidden by Hoa Kan, a martial art that could dominate the martial world. The ring on that old man's hand has the same aura as the Phi Tui An Lak, so that must be the key, or something similar. Thien Lang Huyet Ma thought to himself, he's talking to himself again, eating that bloodstone must have caused some mental problems. Thien Tuong added, and that bloodstone too. He replied, it's fine, forget it. You've already swallowed it, so why would I try to steal it? He recalled you wanted to cut open my stomach to get the bloodstone before saying it was important for the Huyet Jiao to resolve its grudge. Thien Lang Huyet Ma was evasive. That thing is still around now. It means nothing to me, never mind. Thien Tuong reached into his robes. If you say so. He handed him the token. Practice this sword technique first. This contains the Chao Wan sword technique I just used in my illusion art. Remember to return it to me after you have learned it. I am just leaving this with you for now. Thien Lang Huyet Ma was surprised. How can you so easily reveal your martial arts to someone else like this? He replied, in return you must reclaim the money the thieves stole from the Huang Fo Jia principal plus interest and compensation. You must get back every single penny. When Vu Fong returns, he will give you more details on what else needs to be done. I have already arranged everything. Thien Lang Huyet Ma asked curiously, are you going somewhere? Everyone would surely be in an uproar. He reminded him everyone has a job to do, and if they knew I was leaving, they would insist on coming along. That is why I am thinking of a way to slip away. He still wanted to know, so where exactly are you planning to go? Then Tuong said half-jokingly, to find treasure. Time passed in a flash. In the study, Fo Yen was writing a letter. The letter read, the master of Ku Long Fu has been gone for over 3 months. The day after young Master Long left, Vu Fong returned and relayed the elder's last words. As per young Master Long's instructions, the people of the Huang Po Jia will be in charge of the finances and asset management of Ha O Man and Kai Bang. Tai Kiet sat working dejectedly in a corner. How can an outstanding talent like me be doing a menial job like brewing wine? Speaking of which, this wine business seems to make a lot of money. We should not just sell to the taverns run by Ha O Man, but also use the transport capabilities of our Huang Fo Jia escort agency. What if we sold this wine all over Trung and Nguyen Pho? Yen agreed. All right, I will go and talk to Sister Mong Ni. Perhaps I should propose it to Ha Hao. She then added, Ha Hao has inherited the will of the Kai Bang, caring for the orphans and the homeless elderly. The people from Fo Da Am left Ha O Man together the day after Vu Fong returned. Not long after news spread that a branch of the Am Hak Thuong Min specializing in human trafficking and loan sharking had been wiped out, and Ha O Man's financial situation suddenly became unusually stable. After young Master Long left Thien Lang, Huyat Ma and Man Tai began their closed-door cultivation. They should be coming out of seclusion soon. Everyone must be diligently carrying out their duties according to young Master Long's instructions. Therefore, please do not worry about us. We will wait for the day you return. The afternoon sun shone down on an inn where they were sitting and discussing things once again. Thank you, young hero Mu Dung Luong. Kong Tan Mai of the Kong Tan family sat listening. The times are very unstable right now, so grandfather has postponed Mai and Dien Hai's entry into the Vo Lam. She spoke up. It is only thanks to you accompanying us on this trip, young hero, that we were able to complete our journey safely. Mu Dung Luong of the Mu Dung family replied, On the contrary, I should be the one thanking you both. It is a great honor for me to travel with 2 of the 3 phoenixes from the renowned 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes of Vo Lam. Pang Dien Hai of the Hebei Pang family added, I am really hoping that on this trip I will get a chance to show off some of the martial arts I have worked so hard to learn. Mai reminded her, What nonsense are you talking about? You cannot say such things so carelessly. Mu Dung Luong said politely, There is no need for that, you two. I was the same when I first entered the Jiang Ho, always keeping my sword at my side, never letting it go. Dien Hai was surprised. Really, the door outside was kicked open. All 3 of them turned to look. Truong Quang placed his sword on the table. He sat down with an imposing air. The waiter came to ask, What can I get for you, sir? Truong Quang ordered, Bring me your best food and your finest wine. The 3 of them watched him in silence. Dien Hai frowned. Who is this man? Why is he so rude? Mu Dung Luong advised Miss Dien Hai, It is best not to get involved with people like him. Nothing good will come of it. Mai asked curiously, Do you know him, young hero? Could he be from the demonic cult? He denied it, no. To be precise, this man is also from the righteous sects. He was once a top master of the Tong Nam sect, but was expelled for causing some trouble. Now he goes around causing trouble everywhere, especially unsavory incidents involving women. Unable to listen anymore, Truong Quang slammed his hand on the table. He said coldly, If you want to know something about me, do not talk behind my back. You can come over here for a drink with me and ask directly. Who knows, maybe today I can give you a taste of a real man. Dien Hai shot up angrily and asked, What are you talking about? Mo Dung Luong stops Kota. Let me handle this. He walks past the 2 of them. He stops in front of Truong Quang. Mo Dung Luong clasps his hands together. Mo Dung Luong of the Mo Dung family pays his respects. I wish to pour a glass of wine for you, Senior Truong Quang. Truong Quang scoffed. Do you think I would drink wine poured by a stinking man? Mo Dung Luong compromised. Just tell me which of those 2 ladies you prefer, and I will offer her to you tonight, Senior. He praised, You are quite perceptive. He flattered, It takes a man to understand another man's desires. Truong Quang smiled coldly, but rather than sharing with a wet-behind-the-ears junior, I prefer to keep them for myself. He lowered his head. I am terribly sorry we have only just entered the martial world and do not know the proper customs. A fist flew straight into Mo Dung Luong's face. His entire body was sent flying downwards. The 2 girls' faces turned pale. Truong Quang approached his face dark. He walked right past Mo Dung Luong. Then he reached the 2 girls and asked, new to the martial world, Tonight will be a precious experience for you. Truong Quang's hand snatched the chicken leg from the plate. He brought it to his mouth and tore off a piece. Mai was incredibly tense on the side. Dien Hai spoke up. I am from the Bang family. Sister, Mai is the granddaughter of the great hero Bok Su Dai de Kong Tan San of the Kong Tan family. How dare you treat us this way? Truong Quang replied, If I were afraid of the Ngu Dai the Jia, I would not have touched that Mo Dung kid. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then Truong Quang collapsed face first onto the table. Thien Tuong at a nearby table had acted. I can't even eat in peace. A wisp of energy still lingered on his fingertips. It was Thien Tuong who had saved them. Night came at an estate of the Kong Tan family. The head of the Kong Tan family, Bok Su Dai de Kong Tan San, welcomed Thien Tuong, saying, I never imagined there was a master such as yourself. Thanks to you, young hero, my granddaughter returned home safely today. Tell me what you want, and this old man will grant it all, he said politely. I only did what was right, but since your offer is so generous, this junior will not refuse. I only ask the Kong Ton family to arrange for me to stay one day, that is all. Ton San smiled brightly. How is one day enough? Why not stay with our Kong Ton family and become my grandson? My, sitting to the side, shyly interjected grandfather. Thien Tuong said humbly, You are the renowned senior Nam de Kong Ton San. How could a simple country boy like me dare to dream so high as to become your grandson? He thought highly of him. That Truong Quang's Tong Nam Pai has always been a major nuisance for us. A man who can defeat him in one move cannot be a simple country boy. And you are so humble, too. Recently, the martial world has not had a good impression of our righteous sex. We were looking for a chance to teach that man a lesson, but you have unexpectedly solved this problem for us, young hero. Tien Tuong bowed his head and said, This junior is a disciple of the Kan Luan Pai. I have always trained in the mountains and know little about the affairs of the martial world. Ton San understood there are many like you in the martial world. Not long ago, a disciple of the Tai Sun Pai and a disciple of the Tai Hoa Pai had a minor conflict. Several unfortunate bystanders were caught in the crossfire and killed. Lak Tien no Sin Jia Dai Hong used this as a pretext to petition the emperor. Those who were already dissatisfied with the righteous sex began to gather now, numbering over 100,000. Because of this, there are even rumors that the Dai Chan Vo Min, the very foundation of the righteous sex, is about to be dissolved. Furthermore, the Jich Huyet Made has taken Tui Ngok Tang, the man who used to hoard wealth by any means necessary to erase his past shame, has now opened his treasury to help the poor. The image of the righteous sex in the eyes of the public is worsening by the day. Fortunately, Thien Ki Nhe Huang discovered that the plague spreading through the Trung Nguyen was caused by the Kai Bang, and he quickly took measures to contain it. Although he was smiling, Thien Tuong's hand beneath the table betrayed his true mood. His hand gripped his thigh tightly. Mai continued, For that reason, the granddaughter of Senior Thien Ki Nhe Huang Thuong Quan Tin has recently become the de facto leader of the Orthodox faction. Not long ago, she was even ranked alongside me as one of the Tam Pung. He complimented her. Lady Mai is also the granddaughter of the great Nam de Kong Ton San, so you are not inferior in any way. Mai blushed. Is that so? Ton San added, That's right, don't be sullen, your grandfather is here for you. Speaking of which, have you heard anything about Thiet Huyet Tan during your travels? He was surprised, not Shich Huyet Made but Thiet Huyet Tan. The old man confirmed, Yes, it is a strange sect that appeared not long ago. Their leader is a man called Thiet Huyet Loi Vuong, who attacks both the Orthodox and unorthodox factions. He is rapidly gathering forces beyond the borders. Furthermore, not long ago, Ton Toan Dao Bak and his disciple Kim Nak Phai were killed by Jich Huyet Made. It is said that the So Huyet Lien Tan also fell into his hands. Thien Tuong thought to himself, It seems there is a lot of trouble brewing. Mai suddenly remembered something. She gently reminded him, Grandfather Tan San Great Hero Long must be tired from his travels. How long do you plan on talking? He said apologetically, How careless of this old man. I will have a room prepared for you. Please get some rest. Thien Tuong agreed. All right, thank you. Mai returned to her private chambers. She commented, That man today was very handsome. His cultivation also far surpasses that of the rising star Engu Long. Mai began to scheme. Perhaps Thien Tuong appeared behind her. She went on guard. Who is there? Mai's guarded hostility faded when she saw it was Thien Tuong before her. Great Hero Long, why are you in a woman's chambers this late? He retorted. Why should not I be? Mai discreetly pulled her robe together to cover her chest. He stared blankly, waiting for her to speak. She blushed, just as I suspected. You did not go to the Dian Hai Bang family's home, but stayed here instead. It was for me, was it not? His hand reached for her. The spring night is fleeting. Mai said shyly, I am not ready yet. He struck her pressure points, immobilizing her. The vase on the table trembled. Thien Tuong glanced at the fallen. Mai, if you want to blame someone, blame your ancestors for building this house on top of treasure. He looked down at the floor. Well then, I guess I will start digging here. An opening leading downwards was dug into the floor. It was pitch black inside. He entered holding a candle. Ki Lin chattered, That jade ring the woman gave me really was the key. Without the ring's protection, I would have been attacked by the hidden weapons in here. I would not have lasted even an hour. Earlier, he had met Thuong Quan Tin. She was surprised, great young Master Long. He surmised, from the look on your face, you must already know who I am. Thuong Quan Tin confirmed yes. After rising to this position, I learned many things I wish I had not, including my grandfather's true nature that the world is unaware of. That includes what happened with you and the Kai Bang, great young Master Long. So what will you do now, young Master? Kill me to satisfy your anger? Thien Tuong demanded, just give me the ring on your finger. Of course your grandfather will pay a fitting price. She glanced at the ring on her hand in surprise. You mean this, young master? My grandfather gave this to me when he went into hiding, saying it would protect me. For Jia Dai Hong, who had already lost the treasure map, the key was useless. It is said he gifted the ring to Thuong Quan Ban, who deeply loved his granddaughter, in exchange for control over the Tai Duong Kung. Back in the present, Thien Tuong stopped before a passageway. He peered inside. Thien Tuong could not hide his surprise, and here I thought there would at least be a secret martial arts manual or something. But this is just an iron staff. This alone probably isn't enough to lure out Dai Hong. The spirit explained, this isn't bait for revenge, but a treasure that can help you conquer the world. Thien Tuong was surprised. It can help me conquer the world? You mean this old ragged staff is a treasure passed down through the generations of the martial world? The spirit revealed, this iron staff wasn't forged by human blacksmiths. It's a divine weapon, one of 12 divine weapons formed from the essence of nature. He picked it up to examine it. Even so, it's just a tool used by humans. Obtaining a legendary weapon and becoming the strongest in the world, that kind of trope only exists in novels. The spirit snorted coldly. Let's see if you still think so after you hear what I have to say. Long ago, among my masters, there was one who constantly researched where Kai came from, where it was stored, and how to use it. In a distant island nation, people believed Ki was generated from the relationships between people, which they then stored in their hearts. Kai stored this way was divided into life, Ki used for protecting someone, and killing Ki used for killing someone. Since this type of Ki, born from human relationships and stored in the heart, is easy to wield, it was very suitable for raising an army. Furthermore, another nation to the east believed that Ki could be generated through enlightenment about life. They then stored it in their minds. This kind of Ki was called life Ki or righteous Ki, and although it was difficult to reach a certain realm, succeeding meant becoming a hero above tens of thousands of people. So where does the Ki of Trung Nguyen come from, and where is it stored? Thien Tuong answered, in Trung Nguyen we take the Ki of nature through cultivation and store it in the Dantian rite. The spirit replied, that is internal Ki, also known as internal energy. He still didn't understand, so what does that have to do with this iron staff? She gradually materialized. Now we get to the important part. For some reason, that master disliked strange and unusual powers. Thien Tuong was confused. Of course, it's possible if you consume a bloodstone. The spirit continued her story, so he had his disciples drive 12 iron pillars into the Ki veins of nature in Trung Nguyen, severing the flow. But over time, those iron pillars were removed one by one, and the Ki flowed out once more. That was the beginning of the martial arts world. It dawned on Thien Tuong, so this iron staff is one of those 12 iron pillars. She confirmed yes, and because they suppressed the natural Ki veins for so long, each pillar possesses a different power. It can be controlled freely, change its size at will, turn invisible, or even create multiple identical copies. Thien Tuong shook the staff. Then what's this iron staff's power? The spirit revealed, it's the power I desire most among all 12 iron pillars. This is a divine weapon with the power to freely change its form according to the user's will. It turned into a large blade. Then it transformed into a sword. The spirit added, what's more, depending on the form you want the divine weapon to take, I can manifest in a similar appearance. A fierce beast appeared behind her. She said confidently, with this not only the mortal realm, but the heavens themselves will be in your grasp. I will paint the lands red with blood. He realized something. In other words, you can completely break free from me. The spirit smiled and asked, what are you worried I might abandon you? Thien Tuong denied it. No, not at all. She reassured him. Don't worry, it's only because you've reached the state of Than Vo Hop Nat that my consciousness can transfer to the divine weapon. Regardless, my true form must remain inside your body. Thien Tuong was still unimpressed. So what? It's just a slightly magical iron staff. She was fuming. What? Instead, hurry up and give the divine weapon a form so I can enter it. The divine weapon's new form is a small pig. Tien Tuong is receiving a letter from a subordinate. The man was curious. Where did this pig come from? He asked, "It's nothing. Have you gotten a grasp on Tiu Long's movements?" Gan Mai Kuei and Sha Dui Trong reported yes. According to the plan, he will arrive at Kiem Tin today. We will strike on the mountainside if we get the chance. Tien Tuong folded the letter. All right, let's move out. Huyet Yu Fi Yen and Thao Vi Lam asked, "Are you just going to let the Kong Tan family off the hook like that?" He's letting them go. Consider it a reward for this pig I'm sparing them from having their clan wiped out. Also, Tien Tuong whispered into Vi Lam's ear. She was shocked. Why would you use O Kim Kang, that precious refined metal, for that? He glanced at her. Are you defying my order? The three of them bowed their heads. We wouldn't dare, we will obey. A horse-drawn carriage is rolling down the street. The surrounding people kowtow and kneel, whispering amongst themselves. He is so young and already an emperor, yet he does not see that his people are suffering from a plague, and the martial world is in chaos, and he still goes on tours everywhere. Watch your tongue, or you will bring disaster upon yourself. Either way, we are dead. The carriage slowly passes through the street. The person in the carriage, the emperor, asks, "Must we really go on a tour at a time like this?" Gu Lin replies, "It is precisely at times like these that we must show the people the king's fortitude, as this will strengthen the imperial authority. It is weakening it more like." He lowers his eyes and says, "Though I am young, I know in my heart that this is meant to stir up the people and destabilize my imperial authority. I also know that the Jich Huyet Mahdi's aid in protecting me is actually just a way to monitor me." Gu Lin lowers his eyes, hesitating. A strange noise is heard from outside. Gu Lin quickly runs over, "Your Majesty." The emperor is bewildered. What is happening? The man stands in front of him. "It seems there is an assassin, but do not worry. Your Majesty, the warriors of the Jich Huyet Mahdi will handle it." The emperor realizes, so this is why the Jich Huyet Mahdi lured me out of the palace. They want to kill me. Gu Lin denies it. That is not true. They would never harm the emperor. Please calm down, Your Majesty. A chilling laugh echoes from outside, followed by a moment of silence. The carriage door is flung open. Someone opposite them says, "I spent so much money just to meet the emperor, yet you attacked me without distinguishing friend from foe." The emperor is wary. "Who are you?" Tien Tuong removes his mask. "Not long ago I was young Master Long, but now I am the Tiet Huyet Chichu, the one they call Thiet Huyet Loi Vuong. That is me." His foot steps onto the threshold. Tien Tuong is slowly entering. Gu Lin yells, "Do you know where you are? How dare you barge in and cause trouble?" He lunges to attack him, and they both fly out of the carriage. Tien Tuong steps back and lands. The man states his name. "I am Ha Ngu Lin, Admiral of the Dong Shuang, the most elite force in the Imperial Palace. You stubborn fool! How dare you threaten the Emperor's safety? Prepare to die." He casually leans to the side, dodging the attack. His tone is full of sarcasm. "The Cam YV are the Emperor's most elite force, you say?" Gu Lin spins around. His continuous attacks are all dodged by Tien Tuong. He says nonchalantly, "Well, that makes sense. Half of the people in the Cam YV belong to the Zich Huyet Mahdi. They are not fundamentally protecting the Emperor, but rather controlling and monitoring him." His nerve-struck Gu Lin shouts, "Shut your mouth." Tien Tuong flicks his finger. The pig immediately rams into the man's stomach. Gu Lin trembles in pain and collapses. Tien Tuong says indifferently, "In any case, I cannot be seen personally injuring a court official." A shout comes from inside the carriage. "Stop! Did you not have business with me?" He steps forward. As expected, "You are a reasonable person." Gu Lin yells, "This bastard dares to disrespect the emperor." He is immediately struck by the pig. Tien Tuong has entered the carriage. He sits down opposite him. He is just a puppet emperor anyway. What is there to disrespect? The emperor finds these words very disrespectful. He shouts, "Even if my power is weak right now, I will not beg a scoundrel like you for anything." Tien Tuong replies, "Do not just paint me as a villain trying to assassinate the emperor. I am also a descendant of an old and noble family comparable to the imperial clan." The emperor is curious. Then what was the purpose of orchestrating this meeting? He revealed that because of the long-standing principle of non-interference between the government and the martial arts world, the martial arts world has grown stronger and expanded its power. The imperial court was able to keep the martial arts world in check because it was divided into righteous and evil factions, which were constantly in conflict. Now that the Zich Huyet Ma De has seized control of the entire martial arts world, the imperial court has no way to restrain it. On top of that, a plague has been raging, and the common people long oppressed by martial artists have gathered to demand the emperor take responsibility, causing public morale to plummet. Furthermore, Tui Ngoch Than, a city that supported the emperor and paid a huge amount of taxes, has changed hands, severely weakening the imperial family's finances. Having lost its military power, financial strength, and the people's support, the imperial family has become frail and could collapse at any moment. The emperor was speechless in the face of these truths. He asked, "So what are you trying to say? Did you come here to criticize me and the useless imperial family?" Thien Tuong interrupted. "I didn't spend so much money to arrange this meeting just to complain. I came to make a deal with the emperor." He was surprised. "A deal? So what exactly do you want to trade with me?" "What I want is official justification. The justification to purge all martial arts forces in the Central Plains before winter arrives, including the Sich Huyet Made." The emperor was silent upon hearing this request. He seemed to have guessed it. "Don't tell me you want to." Elsewhere, Hao Ngoan received the news. A rebellion. Kong Min reported yes, that Long Tien Tuong fellow probably wants to use the emperor's name to purge Sich Huyet Tan. He wants to use the emperor to declare us traitors. He praised, "Not bad. Instead of just holding the Central Plains, it's more interesting to take this chance to destroy it completely. That would be much more fun." I thought to myself, "My king, you just had Datan Toan Dao back, and his disciples served up to you for slaughter." Kong Min advised good wine should be saved for later. For now, just leave this to Palace Lord Dai Hong of Loi Ma Kung and Palace Lord Thuong Quan Ban of Sha Da Kung. Laughter echoed throughout the room. Quan Ban was in. The old man sat there gently stroking his goatee. Quan Ban asked, "At first you offered me treasures and begged me for command of the Tai Wong Wei. I thought you had finally seen reason and agreed to become my subordinate. Was I just flattering myself?" His opponent replied, "I was in a hurry to find something back then." The sword in his hand radiated a murderous aura. Dai Hong continued, "But now I no longer need it." Quan Ban immediately stood up. True energy radiated from the old man's body. "In that case, I won't stop you anymore." The two of them quickly rushed at each other. Dai Hong blocked it with a chakram. Quan Ban sneered, "You think having a toy like that means you can take me on alone?" A powerful force struck towards Dai Hong. Both of them retreated. Quan Ban stood his ground firmly. There were two people behind Dai Hong who said I was alone. It was Man Tai and Tien Lang Huyet Ma. The old man spoke up. "You are the Tien Ki Enghe Huang, after all. You should at least show some respect." Quan Ban found this laughable. He asked, "You want to oppose me, so you found these two pieces of trash to help you?" The three of them growled, "Say that again. We don't have much time." Against the Za Da Kung, the Loi Ma Kung can only hold out for an hour at most. We have to finish him before then. Man Tai stepped forward. "Then I'll make the first move." Dai Hong reminded him, "Didn't you hear me? This isn't a duel, it's an ambush. The three of us need to work together to finish him as fast as possible." Thien Lang Huyet Ma blocked the old man with his mace. He warned, "We've never practiced fighting together before. If we all rush in, we might just get in each other's way." Even so, he is just a Hao Kai, or a Du Kai of the Kai Bang. To fight against Tien King He Huang, forget about a single move. I fear a mere glance would be enough. As soon as Man Tai entered the arena, he was hit by a blow and sent flying back. The two staffs in his hands were crossed, having just blocked an attack. Quan Ban praised, "Not bad. You managed to block my attack." Thien Lang Huyet Ma asked the person next to him, "What were you just saying about a single glance being enough?" Dai Hong was surprised. How can this be? Man Tai brandished the staffs in his hand, spinning them in his palms. Man Tai forced Quan Ban backward. Thien Lang Huyet Ma remarked, "This person is no longer a Hao Kai who protects the Kai Bang or a Dao Kai who fights for it, but rather the master of the Kai Bang, the Bang Chu." Dai Hong was shocked. What? He revealed this man is the new Ku Long Pu Chu. The two of them are evenly matched. Man Tai's feet were planted firmly on the ground. Dai Hong was still concerned. Even if his status is elevated, what good is that alone? Thien Lang Huyet Ma refuted. Of course, it is not just based on status. To wear the crown, one must be able to bear its weight. That is the responsibility of a leader. This man is fully qualified to become the Ku Long Pu Chu. Previously, Tien Tuong had given him the command token. From now on, you will be the Ku Long Pu Chu of the Kai Bang. Man Tai was stunned. How can this be? He replied, becoming the king of beggars sounds quite prestigious, doesn't it? He quickly waved his hands. No, I can't. How could I? He explained, at first I thought Elder Fuck sent someone to my side to monitor me, but then I realized he might have thought you were qualified to be the next Fu Chu. Man Tai was surprised, Elder Fuck. Tien Tuong replied, he probably knew that sooner or later I would leave the Kai Bang. From now on, I will protect the Kai Bang as the Tiet Huyet Chichu, and you will become the new pillar of the Kai Bang. He accepted the mission as you command. In the present, Man Tai is fighting Quan Ban. He declared, in the name of the Ku Long Fu Chu, I will pass judgment upon you, the one who provoked the Kai Bang. Earlier, Man Tai had asked, how is Elder Fuck? Mong Ni replied, while the other elders were holding back Thien Ki Nge Hoang. Elder Puk acted for the safety of the children. He is lifting his staff. In his heart, he thought back to the past when he was beaten. You stinky beggar daring to steal things. Man Tai tried to stuff a bun into his mouth to fill his stomach. The other guy kept hitting him. Someone like you deserves to die. Elder Puk intervened. Stop it, you will kill him if you keep going. This guy sneered, does the Kai Bang also want to imitate martial artists and act all righteous? He is the son of a distant family friend and a disciple of Hoa Sun. Elder Phuc knelt down and begged, please spare him, I am on my knees begging you. Murmurs arose from the crowd. What is this? To torment a child and an old man, this is outrageous. The man had to let them go. What bad luck, get lost. The old man led Man Tai away. You are already a beggar if you have nowhere else to go. Do you want to join our Kai Bang? If I join the Kai Bang, I will not go hungry, right? That is right, while I cannot promise you will eat your fill. You will not go hungry. He replied, then I agree. Elder Phuc gave careful instructions. To join the Kai Bang, you must follow 2 rules. 1, you can beg, but you must never steal or rob. 2, you must not let young children go out to beg. In the present, Man Tai has become stronger, able to confront Quan Ban. The staff flew towards him, and a thick cloud of smoke appeared in front of them. The smoke obscured their vision. Quan Ban appeared. The reward for blocking one of my attacks ends now. He rushed towards Man Tai at full speed. He grits his teeth, ready for the attack. Tien Long Huyet Ma, stay by my side for now. You circle around back and look for an opening. He dodged to the side to find a weak point, and the 2 of them joined forces. Dai Hong thought to himself he said not to attack at the same time, so we wouldn't hinder each other, but it was just a ploy to reposition and reduce the effects of the Tien Ki Nunghe Huang's poison. I thought he was just making excuses for that brat, but he actually had a plan to deal with him. The more I think about it, the more I realize that teaming up with Tien Tuong was the right decision. The scene shifts to Tien Tuong's location. It was extremely quiet here. Earlier, he was sitting at a dinner table that had been set up. Dai Hong came looking for Tien Tuong. The old man said I was just planning to find you and dice you into a million pieces, but I never thought you'd come knocking on my door ready to die. Do you really have the guts for that, or have you eaten something special lately? He retorted sarcastically. The last time we met, if I recall, you were the one fleeing for your life. Dai Hong trembled with rage. You damned little pest. He gave Tien Tuong a dark look, and behind him were countless pairs of eyes. Dai Hong asked, did you really think I came to find you all by myself? Tien Tuong replied, I told you to come alone, but I never said that I would be alone. The last time I came here by myself, I had quite a hard time. Dai Hong gave a nod. He offered, it's tiring to talk while craning our necks, so please have a seat. I think we have a lot to discuss. As it happened, there was wine on the table. Tien Tuong got straight to the point. Why did you summon me? We share a common goal now, so why not work together? Dai Hong said, do you even know what my goal is? He replied, you don't want to remain a subordinate to Shich Huyet, Made forever, right? Upon hearing this, the old man burst out laughing. Dai Hong continued, so you want me to join forces with you? You're nothing but a petty leader, the young master of the fallen Tui Ngok Tan. Tuong Quan Ban only needed to use 30% of Sa Dak Kung's strategy to flatten the Kai Bang headquarters. After everything you've been through, do you still not get it? Battles in the martial world are not won by sheer numbers. Thien Tuong mocked, "You're right, just like in the battle at Pho Da Am, where you led half the forces of Loi Ma Kung and still suffered a crushing defeat." Hearing this, the old man grew furious. "You little brat? In any case, I would never work with someone like you. I can do it alone." He cut him off. "I heard that the martial artists from Tai Duong Vu Kung are scouring the Central Plains. Are you planning on relying on them? If you were to team up with me, aspirations that would normally take years or even decades to fulfill could perhaps be achieved in no time." Dai Hong was stunned. "What?" He noticed a bracelet under the table. The old man asked curiously, "How did you get your hands on this?" Thien Tuong replied, "I was planning to use it for something else, but it's no longer necessary." Dai Hong began to understand. Could it be? He revealed the hidden treasure that Phi Tui Lok An leads to. You pretended to be a kind scholar, and you became Jich Huyet Ma De's henchman, all for the sake of getting that treasure. Dai Hong asked excitedly, "So are you saying you've already found the treasure?" Thien Tuong answered, "I did some digging on you, and then I put two and two together." The old man said impatiently, "Stop beating around the bush and just say it." Thien Tuong replied, "It cost me a pretty penny to investigate you, so you might as well listen. You killed your own senior disciple with your own hands, gaining the ability to manipulate others. Although you cultivated the dark arts of Loi Ma Kung to research this power, it's useless against true martial arts experts. Then you happened upon one of the 3 treasures of Phi Tui, learning that you only needed to sever the source of the 12 Qi channels in the Central Plains. This would prevent martial artists from gathering spiritual energy, so you became Jich Hayat Ma De's subordinate to find the other treasures. But since I destroyed one of the 3 treasures, your plan is now meaningless." Dai Hong fell silent as he listened to these words. He continued, "If you will not give up, you are to give the ring to Thuong Quan Ban, pretending to be loyal to him, to gain command of the Tai Duong Vu Kung. The Tai Duong Vu Kung can read feng shui and perceive the mechanisms of heaven because they are descendants of diviners who study natural energy." The old man confirmed, "Yes, you guessed correctly. So is that item in your hands right now?" The Da Cao Bong was wrapped around his wrist. It appeared resting neatly in Thien Tuong's palm. Dai Hong's jaw dropped in astonishment. He revealed, "This item can not only change its appearance, but also holds memories, which is how I learned the location of the 12 meridians of the Central Plains." The old man's hand could not reach the Da Cao Bong. Dai Hong said impatiently, "What is it that you want? Do you want to take back Tuyen Gok Than? Whatever you want, just say it." He replied, "In 10 days, lead the Loi Ma Kung to attack the Zha Dak Kung, and then I will give it to you." The old man expressed his concern. "Even if I obtain the Tai Duong Vu Kung, the Loi Ma Kung's forces alone cannot possibly defeat the Zha Dak Kung." Thien Tuong had already anticipated this. "I know. I just need you to buy me time until the Tien Ki Nke Huang is defeated." Dai Hong agreed. "Fine. Also, if you give me the divine artifact, I'll tell you that your father is imprisoned in the Zha Dak Kung." This news stunned him. Thien Tuong shot to his feet. "You're saying my father is still alive? Or tell me where he is now." The old man was not sure. "I don't know if he is still alive, but you have to enter the Zha Dak Kung to save him." He urged, "Then let's go immediately." Dai Hong quickly stopped him. "I am in a hurry as well, but it will take another 5 days to gather all the warriors of the Loi Ma Kung." The old man glanced at the Da Cao Bong in his hand. "Now that I have what I want, there is no need to waste any more time. After all, the Loi Ma Kung is merely a tool." Dai Hong walked out from the shadows. Meanwhile, the other 2 were panting in exhaustion. Man Tai reported the fake Dai Hong is trying to escape. Thien Lang Huyet Ma replied, "I already anticipated that." Killing intent gathered in Quan Ban's palm. "Your performance wasn't bad, but this is as far as you go." The pressure forced them both to their knees. He asked curiously, "Then why did you challenge someone you knew you couldn't possibly win against?" He replied, "Even I am not foolish enough to think I am your match." This was all just a stall for time. It was only then that Quan Ban realized something was wrong. The large doors were kicked open and a figure appeared. The person's voice rang out, "You're still alive. It seems I'm not too late." The newcomer was Mong Ni. Man Tai asked joyfully, "Sister, did you succeed?" She confirmed, "I have safely rescued the people of Ha O Mon." Quan Ban mused to think that Ha Hao was tormented into this state inside my Zha Dak Kung. Mong Ni revealed, "You placed many hidden weapons around the treasury. To open it, I had to endure quite a bit of hardship. The old man snarled, "You bastards were after the treasury from the very beginning." Mantai sneered, "Of course. Why else would we proactively challenge the Tian Qi Nge Huang, the most intelligent person in the world? It was to keep you occupied so we could enter your treasury and find the cure for the plague. Only by doing this can we clear the bad name you forced upon the Kai Bang and then take our revenge on you." Thien Long Huyet Ma laughed from the side. "We thought long and hard, and this was the only way we could make you feel true pain." Mong Ni continued, "I didn't touch anything other than the cure." He asked in surprise, "Why?" Quan Ban praised her. "As expected of the master of Ha Oman, you are quite resourceful. For that, I will grant you a quick and painless death. Your people from Ha Oman will soon follow." She interrupted, "You don't need to be so considerate of me." Because the fire was too intense, I couldn't get near anything else, even if I had wanted to. The old man was stunned. What? Mong Ni revealed Lord Fao Ma Quan. He didn't want the formulas he invented to fall into the hands of evil people. A fire was lit, but almost all the martial arts manuals in the world were there, so the fire got a bit big. Thien Lang Huyet Ma lamented, a two-faced man who never distinguished between good and evil, destroyed countless sects and clans to collect their secret manuals, only to have them all burned to ashes. A murderous aura radiated from him. Veins popped out on his face. He launched a palm strike towards them. The three of them blocked the arc-shaped force. Most of it dissipated. Although the three of them blocked it, they were weakened. Mantai urged, "Our goal has been achieved. Let's retreat quickly." He held up a bomb. "That's right, the cure has been found, and the formula has been burned. Let's go." Mong Ni stepped forward. She gathered chi in her palm. "You guys, go ahead." In her mind, Fao Ma Quan's formula also had to be destroyed. Thien Lang Huyet Ma advised, "It will be very difficult for you to face him alone." She reassured them, "Don't worry, I can hold out until young Master Long arrives." Dai Hong had already run far away. He stopped in his tracks. He glanced back where the distant mountain peak was smoking. Dai Hong thought with satisfaction, "I have become the master of the divine weapon. Now no one can stop me. Now I just need to find the source of the 12 chi meridians, and I can bring the world to its knees." At that moment, a powerful force shot through. Dai Hong turned to see who it was. It was Tu Quinn swinging her sword at him. Dai Hong quickly dodged. She slashed repeatedly. "Just as my husband said, if I waited at this gate, you would indeed abandon your subordinates and try to escape alone. He blocked it with his large club. I thought Long Tien Tuong would send someone to follow me to reclaim the divine weapon, but I didn't expect it to be you." She was surprised. Divine weapon? What are you talking about? She thought to herself. Could it be that he has no intention of retrieving the divine weapon? Tu Quinn leaped high, pointing her sword down. "My husband only told me to be in charge of catching the rat and to ignore the pig." Dai Hong was confused. What a pig? The divine weapon in his hand was stirring. It was breaking free from his grip. Dai Hong was terrified. "I didn't do anything. Why is it transforming on its own?" The divine weapon transformed into a spiked mace. The spikes pierced his palm, drawing blood. Dai Hong hurriedly threw it away. The pig appeared, scolding angrily. "Why am I a pig again?" He was shocked. "I've never heard of a divine weapon having this kind of ability." A look of astonishment appeared in Dai Hong's eyes. He recalled his fight with the spirit weapon, a protective chi aura. Impossible, a protective chi aura of that level couldn't break my hypnosis technique. It was the aura at that moment. It seems Long Tien Tuong has pulled some kind of trick. So it wasn't a metaphor, she was literally talking about a pig. Tu Quinn observed the thing in front of her. The pig flew up in front of her and waved. Its whole body stretched out and wrapped around Tu Quinn's wrist. Then it transformed into the sword in her hand. Tu Quinn was shocked and had even transformed into a sword. The tip of the blade was pointed at that traitor. She decided to deal with this guy first and figure out the rest later. Dai Hong's calculations were clever. No matter what tricks he used, I just need to take back the divine weapon. Tu Quinn immediately rushed forward. A surge of power blocked her sword. Dai Hong scoffed. "You should feel honored to be able to die. At the hands of the secret weapon, I prepared to destroy the Shich Huyet Ma De." This time, Tu Quinn had to face that puppet. The puppet's entire body radiated a strange aura. She was surprised that Jia Dai Hong's puppet had such an aura. If not for people who were brainwashed since childhood like I was then, the people Jia Dai Hong can manipulate are definitely below the level of a supreme master. Back at Fo Da'am, the ones who were hypnotized were also fellow sisters below the level of a supreme master. The blade swung a few times. Tu Quinn blamed herself. The aura just now was most likely an illusion. She leaped up and charged forward, the sword's tip aimed for the puppet. It nimbly used its sword to block. The puppet raised its sword, then it unleashed a powerful slash towards Tu Quinn. She leaned back as the blade grazed her neck. Tu Quinn had just narrowly escaped death. She realized, I let my guard down. He almost killed me. It seems this aura is no illusion. The sword in Tu Quinn's hand began to change. It transformed into a spear. Dai Hong scoffed. For someone who has reached the creation realm like you, is changing your weapon's shape the only strategy you can think of? Something else appeared beside Tu Quinn. It was not just the length of the weapon that changed, but its very form. A staff carrying immense power struck towards the puppet. Both of them were completely serious. Meanwhile, Tianlang Huyet Ma was sent flying into a wall. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth. His body gradually slumped down. Mong Ni was being choked by the old man. Quan Ban declared, I will show you how the sword of Foda Am has always cherished life and cleansed all filth. Before you die, I'll tell you one more thing. Your husband also died from my poison. Mong Ni asked through gritted teeth, why? He replied, because before I took an interest in the Phao Ma Quan's firearm techniques, I wanted the Hao Man's wine brewing techniques first. There is a fine line between wine and poison. She cursed, you bastard. Mong Ni's expression darkened. She counterattacked, breaking free from his grasp. The sleeve on Quan Ban's wrist was torn apart. She was preparing to gather her strength. She punched him straight in the stomach. Quan Ban's entire body was sent flying backward. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The old man said coldly, it seems you've really lived long enough. Did I not tell you, the more you circulate your true ki, the faster the poison will spread through your body? Mong Ni's hand moved up. Golden true chi enveloped her body. The old man sneered. They say couples share the same fate, and you two are certainly a perfect match. The sect master of Hao Tianmon was hit by my poison and still tried to resist, but in the end, he died in agony. Suddenly, he rushed forward. Elsewhere, in a place shrouded in darkness in front of a locked door, a fist slammed right into the lock. It was Tian Tuong who had acted. He glanced at his smoking finger. This is too tough. Earlier, he had discussed with the spirit weapon I plan to temporarily hand over the divine artifact to Jia Dai Hong. Can you stay inside it, like you do now? She replied, for a master who has reached the state of man-sword unity, it is possible within a certain range, but it will be like using sword control techniques consuming the master's internal energy. A slight mistake could even drain the Tian Tran. Tian Tuong thought to himself, if I do not retrieve it quickly, I might lose everything. The people inside came out and asked joyfully, young master, are you here to save us? He pointed to Wu Fong behind him. Of course I have to take care of my own people. The people from Puang Tien Dao will help you escape, so hurry and get to safety. Keep conflicts to a minimum and focus on safely moving the people of Tui Ngok Tan. Wu Fong complied. Yes, I understand. Tien Tuong glanced around. Where is the clan head? She replied. The clan head's condition is extremely unstable. This morning, someone claiming to be the granddaughter of Tien Ki Nenghe Huang took him away. Tien Tuong was surprised Thuong Quan Tin why. The spirit weapon urged, Master, this is bad. This woman is in trouble. He worried did something happen to Miss Tu Quinn. Tien Tuong pondered for a moment. Why? Someone like Jia Dai Hong, who abandons his subordinates to flee alone, Miss Tu Quinn should be able to handle him. Could it be that someone I do not know has interfered? Wu Fong noticed his expression was off and asked, is something wrong? He replied, it seems there's some trouble on Miss Tu Quinn's side. I have to go check it out. I will leave the rest to you. Man Tai arrived with news. This is bad. He only managed to say, Sister Mong Ni? Man Tai had no strength left and was about to collapse. He caught him. What is wrong? I gave the explosives to Lord Haoyat Ma. It should not have been a problem for the four of you to retreat right. Man Tai replied, Sister Mong Ni. It seems from the very beginning she intended to settle things with Tian Ki Ninghe Huang once and for all. Tien Tuong cursed, damn it, nothing is going smoothly. He gently set Man Tai down in a spot. He had fainted. Tien Tuong instructed, I have temporarily stopped the poison from spreading in his body. Quickly lead the people of Tui Ngok Tan and the chief of the Kai Bang out of here. Wu Fong suggested, let the people of Puang Tien Dao handle this. I will go with you, young master. He refused no. In this chaotic battle, we need you to command directly to get everyone out safely. I am counting on you. Wu Fong complied. Yes, I will definitely not fail my mission. Wu Fong asked curiously, but who are you going to save? He fell silent. This decision was truly difficult for him. Tian Tuong knew he could not save them both, so naturally he had to choose. Meanwhile, Tu Quinn was facing that puppet. It swiftly dodged to the side as the wave of energy struck. She gave her opponent no chance to rest. She continued to attack with her sword, but the puppet was able to effortlessly glide through the sword chi. Tu Quinn raised the spear in her hand high. The spear's tip was aimed at the puppet's neck, but it ducked down to avoid it. Seizing the opportunity, the puppet aimed for Tu Quinn's abdomen. She leaped high into the air before striking back. The spear prepared to strike down. It began to transform. The Than Qi flew towards Dai Hong. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking calm. A pig materialized. Its eyes burned with anger. You're finished, old man. It appeared behind the puppet. A stream of energy shot out from the Than Qi. It fell to the ground. Dai Hong bent down and picked it up. He realized that strange Noi Luke had disappeared. Dai Hong ordered, now that the Than Qi is recovered, kill this woman. The puppet received the command and charged forward. Tu Quinn bent down and picked up the broken sword. She used it to block. The puppet launched itself into the air. A powerful strike came crashing down. The sword in her hand shattered further. Dai Hong watched from behind. He thought to himself, if I unify the Volam in the future, I will have to cripple her. What a shame. To have such a powerful monster just guarding Long Track Teen's money is a waste. If only she had joined me sooner. Dai Hong glanced at the Than Qi in his hand and continued to ponder. No. The Suk Huyet Ma De can subdue this monster's soul. If I want to hold the world in my hands, I must know the location of the Mui Hai Mak. As Tu Quinn was weakening, he ordered it to stop. After all, she is the child I raised since she was small. Let me be the one to send her on her final journey. Make her die in the most painful way, in this very moment between life and death. A blast of energy shot towards the puppet. Caught off guard, it was knocked back. Dai Hong did not expect this turn of events. Tu Quinn looked towards the figure. She blushed. You came to save me. That person was Mong Ni. She had arrived just in time to save Tu Quinn. Mong Ni leaped high into the air, then landed beside her. Thankfully, I wasn't too late. Tu Quinn was surprised. How did you know I was here? Earlier, when facing Quan Ban, his path had been blocked by an earth wall. A crack appeared on the wall. Mong Ni was surprised to see you, young Master Long. Who will take care of your family now? He replied, they're being moved to a safe place. Mong Ni, go help Lady Tu Quinn. She's holding off Jia Dai Hong. And while you're at it, look after Lord Huyet Ma. Mong Ni replied, I must kill this man with my own hands. I must avenge my husband. He urged her, I will get revenge for you now. Hurry up and go. If you stay here, even you won't be able to resist his poison. Just then, Quan Ban attacked him. She stood to the side, weighing her options. Meanwhile, Tian Tuong was struggling to hold on. He was pushed back and urged Mong Ni, hurry up. I already told you my reasoning is clear. You risked your life for me, and I will absolutely repay you. Mong Ni closed her eyes. She made a decision. Before she left, Mong Ni said, if you want to repay me, you must survive and come back for me. She handed the sword to Tu Quinn and asked, can you still fight? Tu Quinn took it. Of course, but where is Lang Quan now? Mong Ni replied, he must be taking revenge in my place. Facing them was Dai Hong and his puppet. She had promised to get revenge with her own hands. The two of them joined forces. They launched their attack at the enemy. Back with Tian Tuong, he was blocking an approaching cloud of poison gas. He was completely unharmed. It's useless. I've been tasting all kinds of poison since I was a child. Quan Ban sighed. Is that so? The old man approached and infused poison chi into him. Tian Tuong's wrist instinctively rose to block, but the old man caught it. The old man said the body instinctively creates immunities to fight off poisons. But what happens when the amount of toxin entering the body exceeds its limit? He grimaced in pain, gritting his teeth. Tian Tuong snatched his hand back, one arm trembling. The old man declared, before my attacks, even an immunity to all poisons is useless. Tian Tuong asked, but why? You are revered as the Tian Qi Nke Huang, respected by both righteous and evil factions alike. So why secretly cultivate the Zada Kung, spread poison and disease, and commit such evil deeds? What is the reason? Quan Ban replied, you'll understand once you've lived a little longer. As the son of the Lord of Tui Ngok Than, a man admired by all, I helped a group of smelly beggars with their troubles. At first, I only helped them as a form of amusement for the strong. But as it happened more and more, they began to get used to it. They began to take it for granted. They would come pleading, "Great hero, Thuong Quan Sin Hai, please help us. Those people are bullying us again." And so I would figure out a way to help them. My strength was built from hardship and adversity. Yet these wretches enjoyed it as if it were their birthright without any gratitude. One day I saw the face of a person who came begging for my help after being bitten by a poisonous snake. That look of begging me to save their life while being tormented by suffering. And that's when I decided if they want to beg for my help, they absolutely must have that look on their face. Thien Tuong shook his head upon hearing this. He stated, "That means you're just a petty old man." Quan Ban was stunned. "What?" Thien Tuong retorted, "You benefited plenty from doing good deeds. You gained praise, respect, wealth, and honor from everyone. Why weren't you grateful for that?" Humiliated and enraged, the old man charged forward. "What the hell does a brat like you know?" He retreated to dodge the attack as an earth wall shot up. Thien Tuong's fist shot out. A single punch forced Quan Ban back. He spoke, "Of course I didn't know. That's why, after seeing my senior go down the wrong path, I realized I shouldn't follow in his footsteps. Neither I nor your granddaughter." The old man looked in astonishment at the newcomer. "Tin Ni," she pleaded, "stop, grandfather." Quan Ban said,